listening to Mira Business FM.
It's the morning drive. Welcome to the show. If you just joined us at mirabusiness.fm, that's the website. If you're with us on YouTube, hello. If you're with us on Rumble, if you're watching this clip on social media, welcome also. info@mira.fm is the contact number. whatsapp.mira.fm to find us on WhatsApp to send messages, photos, whatever it is you want to send through, get in touch. Now, on the morning drive, it's cars. Jacek Ziomek has lived in the world of luxury and super premium cars for over 25 years. He's been in sales, after sales, ownership support, really everything around high performance and exotic cars. There is no shortage of those kinds of vehicles on the roads here in the UAE. Now, since 2017, he's been based in Dubai. He's currently managing administration across a group of automotive companies focused on new supercars and spare parts. He says, and I quote, "Long story short, supercars are my business and a big part of my life." Jacek, I'm thinking you say a big part of my life because you have a wife that is the main part of your life.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for having me.
It's good to meet you. Good to have you here. Look, we could talk for hours. We've been talking off air for probably 20 minutes about cars.
Yes.
I probably asked you all the questions I was going to ask you in the interview, but we're not short of conversation. Let's just start with your background. You're from Poland originally.
I'm from Poland, and I started my journey into the automotive 1999.
Okay.
And the idea was to find a place to service my cars.
Right.
And
right.
I opened a garage.
Okay.
And then I started with the Alfa Romeo. Then I realized very close to Alfa Romeo is a Maserati. Close to Maserati is Ferrari. And then nearby is a Lamborghini.
Let me just ask you that. I mean, they're all kind of in the next town or the next valley in Italy, aren't they? But I kind of feel, my father had an Alfa Romeo in the late 70s, an Alfa Sprint 1.5, and it was a really nippy little car. He's a car guy. My father is a real petrol head kind of thinker, okay? And I always kind of felt that Alfa Romeos, I think, are lovely, but they're kind of a stepping stone to the next stage of Italian cars. Was that the way it was with you? You kind of thought, well, I can see where I'm going here.
If you dive deep into the Italian cars, you will understand that it's like one family, and let's say they know each other. You know this joke why the Alfa Romeo drivers don't say hello at the road each other, because they've seen already in the garage.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with you. So we're on that kind of track, really. So you essentially decided this is what I want to do. This was a career move for you, but also something that you...
All the boys love cars, right?
Right, okay.
So it's simple, okay? I've been deep into the two industries in my life, the cars and IT, but mostly cars. And if at some time of at some point of my career, I realized that those things are going together, because the brand new cars are mostly built of electronics. We discussed also about the Chinese cars rise, so it's far from my point of interest. But
well, I want to ask you about Chinese cars a little bit later on, but I really want to talk about supercars now. So you built your garage up in Poland. What brought you to the UAE?
One of my customers decided to build a garage in the UAE to grab the investors from this market to Poland.
Okay.
He was right, because the garage and the reputable garage is the best networking in the world, in my opinion, because those guys that trust you blindly. They're giving you the keys, the cars. They never give to their wives or kids. So
I think that's
building
true.
the trust, and it worked also here.
Yeah, well, that's true in car ownership in general, isn't it? You you know, when you buy a car from a trusted brand, you like the car, you service the car at the branch, at the garage, under warranty, and when you hand over the keys, I would defy anybody to not feel something like, you know, don't scratch it or don't do this. But with supercars and hypercars, the performance vehicles that you deal with, that's amped up even more.
But you have to take care about your customers because they're very specific. Even such small things like you hand over the car out of the service. The clock in the car has to be set also.
Yeah.
Small things.
The radio station's back. Or
Yeah.
all of that kind of thing.
If something is wrong, even the seat is not in the same position, they are angry. They will never tell you. But I know it's, you know, you sit in your car back, and after 1 kilometer, you know that something is wrong. What they did wrong.
Yeah. If it's just a little bit too high, a little bit too low, and if you're particular about your vehicle, if you have a real love for cars, then this is even more important. If you're buying a supercar, clearly you are in that bracket.
With a supercar, you have it two ways, right?
Okay.
First, the official one, you have to build your portfolio and create your own car because they're giving you the opportunity to create everything now. Before it wasn't like this, but now all the brands like the Ferrari, Maserati, Lamborghini giving you the choice of each part of the car, how it should look, right? Before the hypercars were like this, when you was building your Bugatti. But so this is the official way, and the second way is to find something at the market, which more or less is approvable by you.
Okay. It's interesting that you say, you know, you throw a throwaway line like when you're buying your Bugatti. It's not something that I've ever said or thought. I've got to be honest with you.
But the Bugatti is a good example of taking care about everything.
Bugatti is a good example of many things.
Because we spoke before about the speed record, right?
Just off air, we were talking about the speed record, the Chinese car that's just set that. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think they took care about everything which Bugatti did with their cars, making the same. Even the special kind of tires, everything is supervised.
Okay.
I think they didn't do.
Well, that's the difference in research and development, isn't it? We'll come to that again later if we have time as well. Let me look at what's in your showroom at the moment, because, you know, the thing about talking to you is...
We are under construction of the showroom, honestly speaking.
Well, what's in the collection?
What's in the collection? At this moment, most significant, two Bugattis, Chirons, I think the 12 cylinder.
Horsepower? Could you give us a horsepower estimate?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter? No.
1600.
I know. I want that because it's just outrageous.
Who cares?
It's funny. I said to Faraj yesterday, we were talking cars very briefly, and I said, I think my Jeep has about 12 horses, something like that. It's lost a few along the way. So, you know, equivalency isn't a thing here. So, Bugatti Chirons, what else have you got?
We have two of them. One is the Pure Sport, one is the Super Sport.
Okay.
And in a simple words, the owner, I asked him, what's the difference? He said, this one makes 400, this one makes 500.
Okay. That's still a difference, I guess. Well, what's a car like that worth? If I was to come to your showroom,
you can say the proper Bugatti with no mileage or very low mileage, we can say it's around 20 million.
Dirhams?
Dirham.
20 million dirhams. Okay. So that's around about, what, $4 million? No, more than that, nearly $5 million. Okay. Yeah, I'm not coming around to buy that. So what else have you got in the collection?
There many things are changing. So we had, of course, the last year electric Spectres. They are sold out. Regularly, we are selling the G classes, which is the most popular. It's not a super car, but let's say the luxury SUV.
Super popular luxury SUV. Yeah.
And we are trying to get them in our own ideas, like the special configurations which are not known here in the market, the special colors. Most we have still, I think, in a stock yellow one, which is very
Unusual.
rare.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
with the black interior and the yellow stitches. It's
Okay.
very nice configuration, mostly chosen by the Ferrari owners, not the
Right.
G-Class.
Right.
Cullinan, 296.
Mm-hmm.
Last week we received the 911 GT3, 992.2.
Okay. Okay.
There is a nice story behind, because previously, if you know, the Porsche last year released the ST,
Okay.
the 911 special edition manual only.
Right.
We had one in our showroom, and that was a funny story, because one of the Saudi guys bought it for his friend as a gift, birthday gift. We told him, sir, but the problem is the car has a manual transmission. It would be kind of problem. Doesn't matter. It will stay in the living room only. So
It's an ornament. Wow. Okay. This is the thing with this, and I mean, I appreciate a nice-looking car for the car, but a car for me is a transportation thing, and I think that's the way for most people. The point is, isn't it, that supercars are very different.
It depends. You're driving in a normal metro wagon or in the gold wagon, right?
Yeah, well, that's exactly the point. I'm not driving a gold wagon,
Okay.
clearly, but they're not just vehicles, is what I'm saying. They are vehicles, but there's a lot more.
You have to feel it also.
Yeah. There is. It's funny, we were talking gold earlier on, and there is an investment aspect, there is an emotional aspect, and it's the same with this, I think.
Yeah. Sometimes people are buying the cars as an investment, don't touch them at all, and waiting for let's say, to stay against the inflation. Sometimes it's better than keeping the money in the bank, right?
Sure. Well, what kinds of cars do that? Because generally speaking, you drive a car off a lot and it drops in value.
It's similar to playing the kind of gambling, because some of them you predict it should be the bullseye, but it's not.
What would be
like we spoke with before, the Ferrari 458, the special edition. Always the Ferrari has a special edition of each model.
Right.
Like we had a 430 Scuderia, we had a 488 Pista, we had a 458 Speciale. This is special edition of this model. So those kind of cars giving you the 90%, 95% sure that it will be good investment.
Okay.
Some of them are completely unavailable. Some of them you can get, but even as the first owner, you can count on the 20-30% profit selling it after a couple of years.
Let me ask you something about your business. The investment side, it's very hard to narrow down numbers, but in terms of your business, there are lots of companies that offer supercars. You can hire a supercar for a couple of hours here, a weekend, whatever you want here. Lots of companies do it, but what do you do that you believe makes you stand out from the crowd? What do you need to offer to be better? Because this is a very niche market. You have to be really good.
This is hard market as well, because
tough.
When the car is announced, probably it's sold out.
Okay.
If Ferrari is announcing the car, you are sure that everything is sold out.
Sure, and the waiting list is 2 years, whatever it is.
There's no waiting list.
There's no waiting list.
There's no waiting list because, for example, 250 pieces and all of them are sold.
No, but for you to get your car, you're going to wait how long?
2-3 years.
Yeah, okay.
If you are good customers, you have an information before to stay in the line, or they are approaching you as a good customer, giving you the opportunity to buy.
Okay. And you need to prove that you
some cars are, like I said, bullseye. Some of them you have to wait years.
Mm.
That was a good example. Is remember the first four-wheel drive Ferrari FF?
I don't, but
It's a four-seater. Okay.
okay.
Front engine V12.
Uh-huh.
It's complicated in a technical way because Ferrari created two gearboxes in this car.
Mm-hmm.
One is in the back of the car, one is the front of the engine, and the front gearbox has only three gears, okay, and is turned off after you reaching 120 kilometers per hour, okay. So since then you have only rear-wheel drive.
Right. Okay.
Of course, it makes a lot of issues under warranty, and then also for the second, third, and fourth owners. But at the beginning, the car was, everyone says it's ugly, it's not the Ferrari, it's not the real Ferrari. Slowly, the value of the car stopped. Now it works with most of them. The value is not going down. The cars are disappearing from the market and showing after a year or two or three with the new price only the best ones.
Okay.
And I think this is a good idea, but you have to wait years. So in the kind of, you cannot consider it as a good stuff for trading. You can trade with brand new cars when the value is high. A good example is like last year G63. Everyone wanted the car, okay? But now it's a common. You can buy it everywhere. Everyone has it in the portfolio, in the stock, so it's not so hard to get it.
Well, that's the issue as well, isn't it? It's hot, and then it's not hot anymore. There's nothing really novel about it anymore. People don't want it, and all of a sudden, those kinds of cars are available again. Unfortunately, it's a hard business to be in. But can I ask you a very simple question? What's the difference between a supercar and a hypercar? Is it a financial difference? Is it a research?
The borderline is fluent.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Before it was like everything is below, which is below 3 seconds below the 0-100. Okay.
Okay.
It's a hypercar. Mm-hmm. Now we can say it's everything which is up to 2.5 is a hypercar. But the better description is everything above $1 million is a hypercar.
Okay. So not necessarily.
There are some cars like a new Revuelto, the successor of the Aventador. Okay. It's a borderline.
Right.
It's a supercar which we can consider as a first step to the hypercar world, but it's not so exotic like Bugatti, Pagani, Koenigsegg, these brands.
Right. Okay. And those would all be classic examples of hypercars.
And this is also three most appreciated hypercar brands. Like I said, is a Bugatti, Koenigsegg, and Pagani. Okay. And sometimes, like before, always people were asking me, which is better, Ferrari or Lamborghini? So the answer is simple: the brunette or blonde. Okay.
What do you like?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
With the hypercars, it's different. You have a Bugatti, which has a huge heritage.
Yeah.
You have a Pagani, which was built by the Lamborghini engineer, Orazio Pagani, because they rejected his project of build a car made of carbon fiber only. Right. That was already in the hand of Audi. And you have a Koenigsegg, the genius engineering. Okay. So from three of them, I know the prices are high in each of them, but the Bugatti is the real one, I think.
Okay. Is there one, in terms of your business and your experience, is there one particular popular brand? I'm guessing you're going to say Ferrari. I don't know.
Yeah. Ferrari is
the one,
yeah,
really?
Ferrari. Always Ferrari.
Always Ferrari.
Whatever they announce, whatever they release, it's always a good choice.
Okay. Let me ask you a little bit about Chinese cars, because last month we saw a global production car set a new top speed record, just a shade under 500 kilometers an hour. It was set in Germany. It's the track edition of the BYD Yangwang U9, which is a production car. It looks like a supercar to me. 3,000 horsepower.
Would you try?
Apparently. Would I try it?
Would you try to break this record?
Would I try to break this record? No, because I do not have the driving ability. I've got to be honest with you. But I'm interested in that. It's a Chinese car that's done it. We see Chinese cars on the roads of Dubai all the time. I constantly confuse the T2 for the Defender. I was saying to you off air.
And there is a one kind of Chinese car which looks like a Range Rover as well.
There is. You're right. Absolutely. I don't know the make, but more and more we're seeing Chinese cars come into the market. I just wonder, what's your opinion of the Chinese car market? Because we're going to see it more wherever you go in the world.
If you give me a choice to get a car from A to B only, I prefer Japanese car, which I never had in my life.
All right. Why have you never had a Japanese car? That's interesting. You just.
It's like Japanese cars are full of emotions, like a fridge. You opening the door, the light comes up, closing the door. No emotions.
Okay.
It's functional. It's good. It's reliable. Keeping the value as this.
Yeah, they do.
But there are no emotions.
Okay, so you have to be connected before you get into that. You have to feel something. Okay.
But going back to the Chinese cars, we have a problem because they are offering the good design, even if copy-pasted.
Derivative, I think they would say. They would term it derivative. But yeah, you're right. I mean, there are many similarities between many designs.
Good interior, a lot of options.
Yeah.
But the technology from the 90s under the hood, whatever they say.
In terms of the research and development that's gone into the car, it's not the most.
As they copy pasting the designs. Okay, they're doing the same with the powertrain, but it's more complicated. That create the aluminium, right?
Right.
So they are buying the ready solutions from the past.
Okay.
Like the Japanese solutions from the past, but if you take a look at the past, the same was doing Kia and other Korean brands before.
Yeah,
right?
sure. Well, to be fair, you have to start somewhere.
But it's slightly different. Different because they're convincing you by the design, interior, but not telling you about the technology.
Okay. But then there's the electronic technology which is layered on top, which I think seems to look in most cases.
I'm not talking about the electric cars because it's a different story.
Okay.
Different story. In the electric cars, I think, it's my opinion, that Tesla is the king.
Okay.
And nothing else at this moment. The Porsche just behind. But
really?
Yeah.
Okay. Even though we've seen Tesla go through all these issues, the
advantage of the Tesla is because they are grabbing a lot of data and learning from this data.
Yeah.
They sold a lot of cars, and all of data is going to the Elon servers. So they know how to make it in a proper way.
Okay. And you don't think the Chinese cars are near the level of Tesla or you said Porsche?
I don't think so at this moment.
Okay.
Probably yes, but not yet.
They are popular.
Yes, of course.
And that's really a price difference, I guess. Would you see that that's the differentiator in this in most cases?
Have you seen sometimes people afraid to buy something if it's too cheap, right? If I will offer you the brand new iPhone for $100, what do you say? Probably fake, right?
I would guess, yeah.
The same story with the cars.
Okay. You pays for what you get, I suppose.
Yeah, we can say like this.
Let me just ask you a couple of quick questions. We're running a little bit over time, actually, but in terms of the things that you offer, I'm interested in how in the product offering that you have for supercars and supercar owners. It's not just about selling somebody a car. It's about maintaining the car properly. It's about valeting the car properly. It's about servicing the car properly. It's about even storing the car in the
Yes,
right way,
yes,
isn't it? I
exactly.
mean, all of those things are much more important when you move to the level of vehicle that you
Yes,
work in.
that's true. That's true. So the customer sometimes, mostly
Right.
expects all of them, all of the stages to take care. We're giving them what is available. Because we are, except the cars, we're selling the spare parts. So we're trying to give them the uh, support for the spare parts. We also store the cars.
Mm.
But about the service, I'm not sure I'm ready again to jump into the same pool.
I'm not going
Okay.
to ask you to jump
But
in somewhere you
because
don't want to.
it builds the credibility, but still it's very hard
Okay.
because you have to follow the trends in the electronics, mechanics,
Uh-huh.
learn yourself, build your team, and keep the team also updated. It's not easy. We're still doing it in Poland, but it's a bit easier than here.
Okay. And I guess environmental conditions here, the heat has an impact
The
as well.
heat and the reason
The
is to
dust.
convince the people, the specialists, to come here.
Mm.
If you give them a proper salaries, it makes the business not so reliable.
Okay. One
We
final.
are not a corporation, so
No, it's a very bespoke service. I understand that. What's a final question? Just a quick question, and I'm asking you for the particular vehicle and also the price potentially as well. What's the most wanted, most sought after car in your experience of the last?
there is no good question.
26?
There is not a good question.
There's not a particular car that people
No,
are after. No.
no. If the most important is the relation between the car and the price. If
Right.
you have a good price for the car, like the mentioned before, we spoke about the
So
LaFerrari.
people will compromise.
LaFerrari, if you offer the good price for the Ferrari, it disappear in a while.
Yeah, but
Okay.
no. But in your experience, what have most
The market
customers
changes.
ask for? Is
the,
it
ma- the market changes.
Yeah.
So there is no such a thing like you said. For example, today, if you have a good, we spoke about the 458 Ferrari, right?
yeah.
458 aperta means without a roof.
Mhm,
Okay,
mhm.
it's most wanted car, for example. That's a good example.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm asking, really.
Because people are asking for the car, thinking about the price from the past, but the price is rising.
Sure.
So
It's an investment piece, perhaps an ornament to some people, as the Porsche you talked about earlier. Was it a Porsche you talked about earlier? It wasn't it? That somebody bought for their friend. Look, there's so many questions to ask. You're going to have to come back.
we can talk about the cars a long time.
Yeah, Jacek, we really could. I really appreciate you being here. Jacek Ziomek, I have to get that right, is from X Motors, building a new showroom at the moment, a new environment even, I guess. Really.
It would be a boutique place and a place for the people who want something unique.
A new boutique, indeed. Look, good to talk to you. We'll have to get you back. Will you come back?
Waiting for your call.
Brilliant. Nice to talk to you. Appreciate you doing
Thank
this.
you.
Thank you. It is Mira Business FM, talking cars.
You're listening to Mira Business FM. Business FM.
It is Mira Business FM. My name is Tim Elliott. That was an excerpt of an interview with Ramez Naam. He is a science fiction author, best-selling author, to be fair, and also a futurist here last week in Dubai at the Futurist X Summit at the Jumeirah Beach Hotel. And a fascinating guy. On top of that, a really good guy to chat to as well. It's AI once again now, in slightly more detail, the application of AI to be exact. Fahad Shakir is the general manager of a new venture. Deep Scale is the name, which is a tremendous name. It's very kind of futuristic, as you would expect. Fahad, lovely to see you.
Absolutely. I'm so happy to see you again.
Really good to have you here. Now, look, I'm going to set you a mission today for the next, I don't know, 25 minutes, 27 minutes, however long we've got. Should you choose to accept it, of course, you are our AI guy for that period of time. So you're the guru now.
Oh, okay. I absolutely refuse to accept this, but
Yeah.
I'll talk. Don't worry.
I know you'll talk and tell us some stories. Just for today, look, when we first met, you were heading up an AI venture, LifeX, which is, how do you best describe that? It was a wellness endeavor, really.
It was basically a different way of approaching longevity and using AI to really kind of accelerate that. There's so much data in longevity right now. There's so much data that a person has. It's just, like the amount of information that your heartbeat, your, all kinds of things, like your sleeping, your exercise, all sorts of stuff. And it becomes overwhelming. So the idea was with LifeX to create a different way to, or not a different way, but just consolidate all the data, make it simpler, make it easier for people to actually use that data for, living longer, having a better life, and being able to just kind of, accomplish all your goals.
Because we're not that far away, are we? Lots of people wearing, I don't know, a smartwatch or a smart ring or whatever. The wearables now are very good at tracking certain things. I wear one because I had some surgery recently. I wasn't sleeping, so I thought, I'll get a watch, I'll track my sleep, I'll try and train myself. And it's kind of worked. But more and more people are doing that. And the more we can use that data, we are going to live longer, aren't we?
Well,
In theory, or we could.
that's a plan, I suppose. And really, the main thing about all of that was it wasn't just about living longer. I mean, there's a lot of ways to live longer. You can kind of be like a comatose person on a bed, but it's about living longer better. That's the real idea. You don't want to be bedridden, for the last 10 years of your life. You want to be able to actually interact with your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren. That's the real crux of it. Living better.
So the science of genetics, the collection of data, and the art of healthy living, kind of all mixed up and blended together, really.
Exactly.
Okay, so you're now the GM of a new startup, Deep Scale AI Services. I gather is the overall umbrella name.
Yes.
Dubai-based,
Yes.
focuses on building communities rather than replacing humans, which sounds good because we're all afraid that AI is going to take everything we have. But what does that really mean?
No, that's exactly it. It's the idea that everybody right now is afraid of AI. Like a lot of people, not everybody, a lot of people are afraid of AI. That all the, everything that you hear is it's going to be taking people's jobs, replacing people, all this sort of stuff. And people that actually use AI, a lot of them realize that it's a tool. It's a fantastic tool, but it's not being marketed as such. A lot of the stuff that is being created is going to help out just a handful of really rich people. And that's a problem for most people. So what we're trying to do, that's our explicit goal, that's our North Star, that we are going to create AI that benefits people, like that actually helps your average everyday person as opposed to just a handful of people. That's the main idea. So community building, one of the things is, I don't have kids, but I have lots of friends who have kids. And they tell me about like, oh man, my kid is just playing on the phone all day long. They're just on the computer all day long. They're always just they're just away from, other people.
It's a familiar story.
Exactly. And so the idea is, okay, hold on. There's better ways to do this. Like AI doesn't need to pull you away from other people. Community after party, essentially one of the main things it's going to do is it's going to help you seamlessly make your actual real life digital in a very, very easy way where you're able to connect with people very, very simply. I don't want to go into too many details right now. We're still building out some of this stuff. But the main idea is, as opposed to, you post something on Instagram, for example, and, there you go. That's your community building. You might never meet these people. No, this is going to be based on something that works in real life, where you're actually meeting people in real life. And how do you connect with them easier? How do you make it last a little bit longer? That's the idea of after party. Like you go to an event, you do something, you go to a concert, you go to like a friend's house for maybe 2 or 3 people, and what happens afterwards? That's the idea. Building that community from just an event, building it from real personal contact with people, and then expanding it out. And we've got a couple ways that, our AI will be able to help with that. but not in an intrusive way where you're staying home.
You see, this is the thing at the moment, isn't it? In lots of ways with social media, it's kind of in a lot of ways, it's a chore.
Yes.
I think, and if you could take that away. So after party AI is your kind of first product. Is that a reasonable way to describe it?
Essentially, yeah.
That's kind of the core of what you're doing at the moment. You're in the early stages. When I searched deep scale AI services, and Bing gave me dentist services, so clearly I need a teeth clean or something. I don't know, but what makes it more? That kind of makes it more interesting in a way, because I get the chance to talk to somebody who is building an AI entity from the ground up. And on LinkedIn, you're categorized in terms of the industry you belong to as social networking platform. So a million questions arise because I'm, I post about things and it is still a little bit, I've got to type this, and it's not as easy as it should be. Mm-hmm. Partly that's generational, my age group and everything else, but partly it is because it is a bit of a chore.
Yeah.
So you're going to try and take that away.
Exactly, yeah.
Right.
There are so many things that AI can do to make your life easier, right? And that's the idea. As opposed to replacing you entirely, let's find all these like small little pain points, little friction that keep you from doing stuff. So that's the idea. It's just kind of seeing where AI can actually take those things away, the problems, the issues, the obstacles, and let you actually live. That's the main thing.
Okay, so what can you tell me? I know you don't want to give all your secrets away. What can you tell me in terms of how that will work? Would it be, just nod if you don't want to use any, if you don't want to verbalize it. Will it, I don't know, create posts for me depending on the pictures I've taken, and it would, offer me a way and a place to post that? Is that the kind of thing you're talking about?
Not necessarily, no. No, that's not so much, like there's a million different AIs out there that will help you curate your social media like presence, essentially.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, we're not trying to go after that.
Okay.
Lots of people do it better than us. Great for them. So ours is going to be more about actually building the communities, building the connections. That's really where we're trying to find like our niche, essentially.
Okay, so expand on that a little bit. So you're building a community of like-minded people, and this would include, I guess, your friends, your colleagues,
Exactly.
your connections of your colleagues at work. So it broadens a network?
Yes, exactly. So it's not necessarily, it's very, very, very frictionless way of expanding your network. That's a really good way to put it, really. Anything from like a small party that you might go to like a large convention that you might attend, there's going to be people that you meet that you're like, okay, this was a very interesting person. But, so what we're going to do is make it much more easier for you to connect with them based on that specific event.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
So,
okay.
like, I could go to like a birthday party for like a friend's, kid or something like that. I'll meet a couple of interesting people there, and then I'm like, okay, hold on, let me go get their information. Let me do this. Let me figure out when. I went to Art Dubai, and I met like maybe 100 different artists, and it was amazing. It was fantastic. I really loved the whole experience. Art Dubai and World Art Dubai 2025, and I met maybe 100, 150 different artists. Problem is, I got most of their cards, I got their Instagram, I got their business cards, I got all kinds of other information. I've probably kept in touch with maybe 3 of them.
Yeah, okay.
And I feel bad about that. Like, there's so much more that I could have done. Like, when you were asking me a little bit earlier, before we started, how did I actually get this position? That's really what it was. It was just an idea of a friend of mine knew another friend of mine that was like, hey, we need to get this done. Do you know anybody? They're like, oh, yeah. I know this guy. He's pretty good at this. Maybe you'd like to meet with him. And that's it. It was just a network effect, right?
Yeah.
So that's such a valuable thing. Like when people are looking for jobs, people are looking for all kinds of things, the network is really what saves most people. That's where...
See, that really helps me because it's very hard to get a really clear picture. And I know there are things that you can't say, and I appreciate that. But it's hard to get a clear picture of what you're trying to do. But when you frame it in those terms...
Yes.
It kind of crystallizes, because you're absolutely right. You know what it's like? You go to an event and you come back with cards and you think, right, I'm going to file that and I'll the input will happen, and it never does.
Right, exactly. So the after party is basically the idea that you build these communities afterwards.
Okay. All right then. So how far away are you from launch? When is it imminent?
We are probably about 3 months away from launch.
Okay.
3 months away, well, 3 months away from our proper MVP, like that we can actually show to people and get some initial feedback from. So yeah, 3 months from not launch, 3 months from MVP.
Okay, so
Yeah, we're still very early.
well, I know. I mean, literally, you on LinkedIn, I think it says August 2025.
Yeah.
But talking to you earlier,
Yes.
it's really from this month. Early in September, is it not? That
Yes.
you've got going. Okay, so we need to come back and talk to you. In terms of progress so far, how's it been in the office? I mean, what's the feeling in the office? Is it a bit, is there a building excitement?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's like that's the best part of the startups is the initial ideas where people get together and like, okay, I can see this working. I can really see how we're going to execute this and where we can create something that will actually make a difference, right? So right now, everybody's excited. There's still some extra parts where I'm still trying to like flesh out our team, but other than that, like great CTO, really really happy about this guy. So, yeah, I'm very, very confident. Like, everybody in the team is just very, very confident that we're going to be able to pull this off in a way that we're all happy about it. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. It's always, I've worked with a number of different startups, and the beginning phases are always everybody's happy, everybody's excited. Let's see what happens when our first couple of obstacles run up, and, let's see how we handle them. So, that's the thing. Like, we have an experienced group that I think we can not easily, but we should be able to like work around any problems like that. So everything is good right now. I mean, I'll let you know in a couple months.
Well, let's see if you're still smiling as broadly in a couple of months. But it's really important, isn't it? And I think that's another really interesting point, that when you start something, I've worked for a company in really nascent stages once before, many years ago, but it was really important at that point, as you grew, as you scale, to have the right people.
Yes.
Because the wrong one person can often throw the whole thing off.
Yes.
Recruitment is hard.
Recruitment is very hard. So before I took on this role, I talked to a bunch of my friends that have launched successful startups, and every single one of them was like, okay, the hardest part for you is going to be building up your team, and it is like there's another project that we're actually working on that will help us with this, but this is maybe a year down the line.
I'm going to ask you about that as well now, don't you?
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, okay, I'll tell you this. The 9 to 5 concept for me doesn't work anymore. Like where people go work for a company from 9 to 5, so much of that is changing. Like your average person doesn't want to do that, especially technical folks. They're like, wait a second, I can work on 5, 6, 7. I don't know if you heard about like the guy that was working for like 15 or 20 different companies at the same time. He was a scam artist, I believe. I'm not sure. I'm not going to say anything definitively. But he was basically just finding a whole bunch of startups and saying, hey, I want to work for you. And they would hire him because he just sounded like he knew how to get hired, but nothing would really get done. But he was still working for like 15 different groups. And he had just enough competence that he could convince them that he was a legit person. But based on that, when I first heard that story, I thought that was hilarious, but also kind of like, okay, wait, hold on. That's me. I got to find talent myself. But then I looked at then I found out there's other folks that do this where they're working for like 4 or 5 companies at the same time, but they have to be quiet. They have to be secretive about it because there's so many, very few people are like, hey, I want you to work on something completely different for a completely different person at the same time that you're working with me. Like there's confidentiality issues, there's all sorts of other regulatory stuff that probably goes into it, but it's fighting like a natural thing almost. It's like, okay.
It's really hard to kind of legislate for the creative process as well, isn't it? And, where do ideas come from? And, I mean, famously, songwriters who keep a pad by the bed wake up in the middle of the night with a tune. Paul McCartney's talked about it many times and will hum it into their phone or previously a tape recorder, whatever. It's hard to frame that within the restriction of 9 to 5.
Yeah, exactly. And every team, every person that I've like interviewed essentially that I've told about this has been like, okay, I really like this concept where we would essentially create a better way to develop contracts, like employment contracts, where you are able to not just work with multiple groups at the same time, but it's not as burdensome for the founder essentially. That's out like or like the investor that's putting out the money, so they don't have to take on like the huge burden initially. But it also lets the developers themselves get a piece of equity, not equity necessarily. It's a different way of doing it. The main concept is it gives actual employees flexibility in doing what they want to do and not being restricted by contracts or like okay. So there was a friend of mine that told me he could work on a project for me, but he would only want to work like maybe 3 or 4 hours per day at most. At most, he's like, anything more than that, I'm wasting your money. I'm wasting my time. Like there's just nothing else that I would do in that time that would really benefit you or me. So I don't want to work for you full time just because of that. And I'm like, okay, hold on a second. I really like this dude. I want him to work for me, but I don't want to pay him, like a full salary for 3 hours of work a day. That's no, it doesn't really make sense. But it does kind of make sense. So I'm like, okay, we were building out a product that would kind of codify the compensation essentially, but in a different way than is being done right now by anybody. And there's a few different regulatory bodies in a couple of different countries that we're looking at that might help us with this. So that's where we're like, okay, we might be able to do something really, really, really interesting. But this is maybe 6-7 months down the line.
It's a difficult thing to do. Flexibility is more and more important in workplaces, and more employers work in that way. They allow remote working, and they understand that I don't know, you pick up the kids, you've got other things going on in your life,
Right.
And people will deliver at certain times. It's that kind of. It's about trust, isn't
Yes.
it? And that's a two-way thing, and I think that's very hard for employers. We're paying you for this, and you've got to work these hours, and the obligation to do that. You have to trust in the person, and once again, you go back to recruitment is hard.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And this is an easy way to be able to, especially give younger, like younger developers and younger employees essentially a chance to do something without exploiting them. That's the last thing we want to do is exploit people. That's such an awful thing. Like, no, we've all been in that place where we needed work, so we took on some random stuff that kind of wound up being like, okay, it's way less than I'm worth, but I need it for experience, blah, blah, blah. No, there should be a better way to do it, and that's kind of what we're trying to get to, where it kind of benefits everybody at the same time, and it really, we still have to see how well it actually plays out. I mean, I'd love to say that, this is going to be the best way to move forward as far as like creating projects, getting them delivered and all that stuff. That's still something we have to see. But I do believe there's a better way to change that, to change the way that we actually work.
I would kind of agree with you. I mean, we haven't known each other that long, but I know enough about you to know that you talk a lot of sense, fairly intelligently. And I don't mean that you're talking a game, because you're not. And I like the idea of that. Another thing that interests me, Fudd, is talent here in the UAE, where you get the talent from, because this is a fairly grand plan in lots of ways. This is a new idea after Party AI. It's kind of a Silicon Valley kind of idea, really, to me. In my head, I could imagine it in San Francisco, but you're doing it here in Dubai.
Yeah.
It's a testament to where we are now, as much as anything, but it really relies on the right talent at the right time and building something. How easy is it to find the right people?
It's not easy at all. Everybody is, well, one thing about Silicon Valley, there's a lot of people that are leaving the U.S. right now, which I'm kind of, a lot
There's
of my
been a
family's
visa issue, hasn't there, recently? Yeah, for sure.
So like it's going to improve. But as far as like actually finding people here, like there's a couple of really great benefits to Dubai. Is that it is very easy to like get stuff like started.
Yeah.
And there are people from, like, I love the diversity of Dubai. Like, there's so many people from all over the world. The problem is that everybody's obviously everybody's trying to survive. Everybody's in survival mode most of the time, it feels like. And they're going to exaggerate a little bit on their capabilities. So that's really what the biggest issue
That's the CV game, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And then I completely understand where they're coming from. Like, everybody got to make money, everybody has to eat. But at the same time, it does cause problems where the wrong employee at the at the wrong time can completely derail a project almost. Especially now that we're working with smaller and smaller teams, you don't need like a huge studio anymore. You don't need like 100 employees. You can do a lot of stuff much faster. Things move much faster. So the wrong person at the wrong time can really break a lot of things.
Yeah.
Not just as far as like the product isn't going to be ready, but I've had employees where it was kind of like just their attitude infected everybody else. And
It's a very real thing. It happens. It really does happen.
yeah. But at the same time, there's so much diversity here. You really do have to kind of, I think here more than anywhere else, you have to rely on other people's, on your network. You have to rely on other people's opinions of like, okay, this person is a decent person. You should bring this person on. Even if it might cost a little bit more, you should bring this person on. It will save you a lot of headache in the long run. It'll save you time. So, yeah,
I mean, you're a big believer in that. I know that from knowing you, the connections that you make. And I think you're a person that makes very personal connections. It's not, I'm online, I'll send you a message. You're a person who sits and wants to talk about things, wants to talk about stuff that matters.
Yes.
Not, the frivolous stuff that very often kind of conversation can be. But you can't I don't think you can overplay the importance of those connections, because word of mouth, to me at least, is still the way that it's the way that we bring guests into the studio here, for example. It'll be, we need to be talking about X topic, and I'll think, I know a guy that knows about that, and I'll call him or her. And it's, that's still really important, because the one thing about human beings is, particularly in a city like this with 180 nationalities, whatever it is communication is still pretty important. And direct communication is even more important.
Absolutely. But I don't want to, personal connection is really, really important. I love being able to like actually talk to a person, being able to see them in person.
We've noticed.
Yeah. But, I mean, I'm not going to, take away from, everything is remote. I know a lot of folks, my sisters absolutely do not refuse to work from an office. They want to work remotely. Yeah. It's so much easier, and I completely understand that. Yeah. Being able to have like Zoom or Google Meetups, or Microsoft Teams, whatever, meetings online, yeah, that works too. There is, and I know people that will have their cameras turned off. Well, they do not want to be seen even on the camera when they're talking and stuff. So there is. It's just about building your connection however you can. That's the key thing. As much as I love personal connections, the world is very, very vast. And I can talk to somebody in Singapore tomorrow. I can talk to somebody in Germany, and like a developer in Venezuela. And that's actually how a lot of my stuff got started. I worked for. He passed away a while back, but. When I was in the U.S., a consultant came to us and said, "Hey, I really like what you're doing as far as being a liaison between me and my, like your management team. If you ever leave the U.S., come work with me." And I'm like, "Okay." I did leave for Ecuador for a little while, and when I hit him up, I'm like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And he showed me, I've got a developer in Venezuela, I've got a programmer in India, I've got a graphic designer in Belarus, and it was just this fantastic group. I'd never met any of them in person, but like actually talking to them, it was like, okay, why are you good at what you do? And a couple of them were not good at what they did, but most of them were amazing. Like one of the best developer I ever met was this lady in India that I'd never met in my life. I don't think I've even seen a picture of her, but just on email, but just on everything else. And some of it is experience as far as like management, as far as, like being able to say, okay, this person is competent. They're going to be able to get me what I need as quickly as possible, or as in the quality that I want. And some of it is just kind of luck, I guess, where you're hoping that they'll be able to pull it off.
Would you say one of your skills is that ability to manage and liaise and bring things together? Because that's kind of the picture you're painting.
Absolutely. That's like that's probably the one thing that I'm good at more than anything else. I don't want to be, I don't want to be one of those boasting people. But like, I think that's one of the things I've really always enjoyed, and kind of prided myself on, and like being able to bring together the right people for the right, in the right way to create something that's a little bit more so than individual parts.
Which
like
is,
better than the whole.
that's a really useful skill because, you've got to make it work for you, particularly when you're working with people remotely. I mean,
Exactly.
that's a really important thing. I want to talk to you about community because After Party AI is really about building a community.
Yes.
And there are a number of things about that, but the first thing is really where do you start when it comes to building a community these days? Because there is so much talked about. I'm part of this community. I'm going to build this. I'm going to do this. My community's here. Where did you start? Where are you starting? Sorry.
Okay, so it kind of started with like a film society, like a little. There's a little group here where they basically just show like these mostly like Iranian films, but these other different like multinational films,
Okay.
and it came from that, like where I went to these things, and all of a sudden it was like, okay, this is an amazing film. I really liked watching it. I want to discuss it with people, and then like there was nobody there to discuss it with. So it was like, hold on, something is missing, right? But from there, I started meeting. That's how I met this group, and then all of a sudden I'm like discussing stuff with them. And one of them was like, oh, yeah, we're talking about something else. We're like, by the way, we do this over here. You might want to come check it out. So I went to the next thing, and I think that's actually where I met you, is one of Nasser's little groups.
It was Nasser Bostan you're talking about. He was
Yeah.
here last week talking about
Exactly.
AI in the usual kind of NASA terms. It's very much big picture
Exactly.
stuff. But you're right, and I can see how those kind of tentacles spread.
And somewhere along the line, I started realizing, okay, hold on a second. This is so much more fun than anything else I'm doing. But I'm also, it's not just like one and done. I'm meeting these people, and that's it. I want to be able to actually, like Nasser's a good friend of mine. He's in Singapore right now, but we're still talking. We're still making sure, like building up all our AI stuff together where we can. But it would have happened because it wouldn't have happened if I hadn't met him at this random community, or not a community, this event. But afterwards, making sure that, hey, let's actually keep in touch. Let's actually keep in touch because we have similar ideas and some not so similar ideas.
But this is the thing, isn't it? It's if you're going to build community and build connections, there's always that thing. You meet somebody, and it's let's keep in touch. Give me your number, and how many of us actually do that?
Yes, exactly. And that's where some of After Party will make it so that it's much easier to be able to handle all the annoying parts of that. Let's say so anything from like just connecting with like if you meet 20 people at a party, you're going to be able to connect with them very, very easily through After Party. That's one of the things that I can say. It's going to be almost instantaneous, no friction. We're not going to make it hard for you to have to go up to every single person and be like, hey, let me get your information, blah, 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 all of that stuff. Everything will be frictionless.
Do you know what would be really great about After Party? And I hope this is one of the things that it gets around, is when you meet people for the first time, you're introduced and you exchange names and what you do and all that kind of stuff. And then you meet them again and you're thinking,
where did I meet them?
Where did I meet them? What's your name?
Exactly.
I don't know. And you have to do that horrible thing of, do you have your card or something? And then you quickly look at the card and the name appears and it all looks great. But if you can get around that, that would be a bonus.
Yeah, and let's be honest, like the number of people, I recognize his faces decently well, but the more people I meet, especially in Dubai, there's so many people, I will forget. I will absolutely forget. Like, oh no, I do not know who you are, and I'm trying to pretend I know who you are.
I'm really starting to see what you're trying to do. So the community is very much about just almost disparate connections coming together. It's almost kind of chance, isn't it, really? That's kind of where it comes from. But then to define community once you've built it, I suppose it depends on the subject that you give it, or it's Iranian film discussion or whatever it was for you. Community is one thing, AI is another thing. Fahd. More and more we're seeing our daily life and AI merged. Now, so what I did this morning was I searched news about AI. Just on Bing, I didn't use Google for a particular reason, just to do something different. Here's just 3 of the results. MSN story. AI drives interest in blue-collar jobs amongst Gen Z. I don't feel threatened was the headline, so positive headline. BBC headline, Emily Blunt among Hollywood stars outraged over the AI actor Tilly Norwood. This, I think it's a Swedish, and it's a Dutch comedian behind this actress who seems to be in different positions but isn't actually a real human being. And the Reuters story, Trump executive order aims to use AI to boost childhood cancer research. So very positive medical story from Reuters. What that gives you, though, and the reason I took those kind of top 3 search results was I felt like it gave me a pretty good example of AI areas. It is everywhere. But then I thought, how do you stand out? How are you looking to differentiate yourself from other AI startups? Because let's face it, there are many.
Yeah. Our primary thing is going to be create tools that people use to improve their lives. And there is a noticeable backlash against AI just because of that. Where, like there's this fear, especially in the artist, the creative community, where, okay, we're being replaced. Nobody wants that. Nobody really is agreeing to that, where they're going to be kind of forced into, like their whole life work essentially is going to be, taken away effectively. So the idea is we are going to create tools that actually help people build something more. And by doing that, it gives them more time to actually do a lot of things that we did. There's that thing about, there's a meme going around about AI was supposed to help me, clean the dishes and stuff like that, but so I can make art instead of making art and I have to close. Yeah, that's exactly right. That's the meme is correct. So it is reversing that. It is creating ways that AI can maybe not do dishes, but make it more efficient, make it faster. That's the real thing. Like a lot of people look at AI as it's going to replace, but it should really be about making you more efficient and giving you more time back. That's really what the idea should be. And that's kind of where, there's going to be other groups that are doing the same thing. And for us, it's just finding different specific use cases where we don't think anybody else is addressing it well enough. There might be other people doing it, but we want to just find those little groups, those little parts where, hey, you know what? This is, and a lot of it is going to be a personal experience where, this is a pain point that I have in my life where I think I wish this was easier. I wish I had more time doing other things if I didn't have to waste on this. So that's where, that's really what it comes down to. I do have a fear, essentially, that it's going to be harder and harder for a lot of AI startups, essentially, to create anything in the next year or so, couple years. Right. There's just so much money going into some of the big players. They can very, very easily co-opt what you're doing. They can easily take over. They can be like, all right.
It happened in the tech boom, didn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And one of the projects that we were working on before, actually, it would have been such a great project. It would have helped so many scientists and research groups all over the world be able to access data that they wouldn't have had access to and create all these fantastic things. And then we found out there's another option that can be done that's so much cheaper than our option. Our IP is gone. It was a mess. But at the same time, that's human progress. So you can't even be that mad about it.
'Twas ever thus. We are so short on time. I want to talk to you about trust, all sorts of things. But Fahad, General Manager of Deep Scale AI, great to talk to you.
Absolutely. Bring me back on anytime you want.
We'll get you back. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM.
It's the morning drive. This is Mira Business FM. We're live on the website, mirabusiness.fm, YouTube, Facebook, Rumble. You can watch and listen again on YouTube, on Twitch, on Rumble, on Dailymotion. And you can find us, connect with us, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, and X. To get in touch, usual story on WhatsApp, whatsapp.mira.fm or info@mira.fm. Give us a subscribe or a thumbs up. We always appreciate it. Coming up for the next hour, we're talking real estate with the national columnist and Allegiance Real Estate's Mario Volpi. The records are tumbling, tenants' rights, the villas market, and how and why Dubai is going to be the most livable and healthy city by 2033. It's not that far away. That's coming up next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. Mira Business FM.
It's the Morning Drive. Welcome back to the programme. We are broadcasting on mirabusiness.fm, specifically and more appropriately narrowcasting, really. Online on YouTube, on Twitch, on Rumble, on Dailymotion, on Instagram, on X, on LinkedIn, on Facebook. Have I missed anything? I think I've pretty much listed all the social media platforms. Get in touch with us. If you do want to give us a subscribe or a thumbs up or a happy smiling face or some kind of emoji, very happy to receive it, and we appreciate it, of course. Now, it's real estate once again. Mario Volpi is the Senior Vice President for Investment Advisory at Allegiance Real Estate. He's also a renowned, much-loved and respected, I think, Mario, columnist with the national newspaper. Some 13 years of covering real estate here in the United Arab Emirates. There's a fanfare for you.
Morning, Tim. Yeah, thank you very much for that very nice introduction.
You're very welcome.
13 years. Good.
Resplendent in green today,
yes,
time-wise.
I went green.
Yeah, and before we go any further, of course, the talking point of every show that you're on, I think this is a good thing, is your facial furniture.
Yes.
Your
Well,
glasses.
I'm running out, to be fair, of outrageous, wacky ones. So I might have to bring some boring ones.
I've heard of a man who may be able to help you. His name's Elton John. But but the thing is,
or Amazon.
Yeah, quite possibly. We were talking about this in the office on was it the day before yesterday, I think. Yeah, Farage is nodding furiously. And one of the things was, what's Mario going to do when he runs out of glasses? So we've decided to sort that fixation.
Have a whip round.
We're going to have a whip round and buy you some glasses. So just let us know your prescription. I know they're just reading glasses.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so don't worry, you're going to be fine. Look, you're very welcome as you always are. Lots to talk about today. Tenants' rights, which is of course always interesting, as we are more and more protected as the years go on in the real estate market here in Dubai. Records are tumbling. Dubai becoming the most livable and healthy city. The new Burj Al Arab experience, which is incredibly upmarket. That's an interesting one. And there's more stuff to talk about. But I want to start with the records, first of all, because we've had more numbers for Q3 of this year. We're well into Q4 now. What were the most popular asset classes, and what kinds of statistics are you able to share?
Yeah, so the real estate market saw over 50,000 homes sold in Q3 this year. Now, what's interesting about that is that's the second consecutive quarter that this number has actually been achieved.
Right.
So apartments obviously dominated overall activity. They amounted to around 86% of all the transactions. Now, that was up 6% from the previous quarter, Q2, and Q2 was up 11% from Q1. So we can see that actually it's been gradually going up through the quarters.
Yeah.
As is normal, I say normal, it seems to be normal at the moment that off-plan remains the key growth driver, around sort of 69-70% of total deals. They came in around 37,000 transactions. But, of course, the secondary market is also trying to keep up. They did more than 16,500 transactions. Now, we're talking about zones. Dubai is sort of covered into sort of different zones. And 37% of total sales came from the area known as Zone 6, which includes JVC, Dubai Land, Damac Hills 2, the Valley, and Damac Lagoons. And this was Dubai's most active in Q3, with 29% coming from Zone 3, which actually is home to more established communities like Dubai Marina, downtown, those kind of areas, Emirates Living as well, and Al Barsha.
Right.
So, look, the market is expected to remain resilient, mainly because of the population growth. Obviously, those numbers aren't widely really known. Everybody bands around these numbers. Yes, we knew when Abu Dhabi hit 4 million, and of course, when Dubai then surpassed this number. But statistically, it's always very difficult to know exactly what these numbers are. People are saying there's like 1,000 people a day coming. Even that is quite a large number. But suffice to say that population is definitely growing, and that is the fundamental that's keeping this real estate market going.
Yeah, anecdotally you see that. It's interesting you say Zone 6 there. I guess where I live is Zone 6 as well, kind of just out towards the Emirates Road, Dubai Land. And that's really what you see. isn't it? Just by driving around. And it's that old thing, the kind of the benchmark, the proof is, you know, the new intersection that's being built on Sakim Street, the traffic there. I'm coming to work this morning, cursing every driver on the road. And that kind of bears out everything you've just said. The fact that I'm in a car cursing people bears out your statistical analysis is an odd analogy, but it does.
Well, I think I said in this program before that whilst we all, I guess, curse the traffic,
Yeah.
that's a testimony to say that, you know, Dubai is growing and people are enjoying their life and actually getting around. But the government's also listening. They are improving infrastructure from a public transport point of view and, of course, from roads. I mean, you mentioned they're obviously building bridges, etc., widening roads and, of course, as I say, the sort of passenger transport infrastructure. The Blue Line is, I heard the other day, 10% completed, so it's on its way. You've got Etihad Rail, which starts next year from a cargo point of view, and I think then afterwards it will become passenger-wise. Again, it's just going to make getting around the city much easier. The loop we talked about, that's going to make Dubai quite walkable throughout the year as well, because it's going to be underground.
Yep.
So all these things, they sound really weird and wacky and all the rest of it, but they're just going to make Dubai a much easier place to live, and that's exactly what His Highness wants, and to make Dubai, you know, the best city, really.
It's interesting this. We were talking to a guy yesterday who, a real estate broker, who was talking about Dubai South as the sort of next stage, the next step for Dubai real estate. And I'm wondering if, first of all, if you agree with that and what you know, your opinion, your thoughts really on Dubai South.
Was he talking mainly just about the airport or as a location?
As a location that, you know, is obviously it's an up and coming area, but with Expo and with the developments around that, Emma are doing quite a number of developments over that way. But he sees that as a natural kind of progression, not just because of the airport, but it will be served well. It's served well by the metro in terms of Expo at the moment, Etihad Rail, obviously as well.
Yeah, I mean that area, and if you also encompass I was about to say Palm Jebel Ali, but to sort of Jebel Ali port area. If you encompass that whole area,
you mentioned that,
then I would probably agree with him. It's definitely a focus point. I mean, the airport is going to be absolutely massive. I think from memory, they're looking around 220 odd million passengers, and when you consider that DXB, you know, just about gets to sort of 90, 95, possibly touching 100 million, which is a feat in itself because it's the world's busiest airport. To then more than double the passenger numbers, it's some going. And you've got Emaar South and Dubai South, sort of two different areas within the same area, if that makes sense. Yeah. One's to the left and one is to the right. Expo City being more where Dubai South is. And I think that's really been a massive success story, because whenever you have these events, whether they're Olympics or indeed expos, you know, the infrastructure they build, or should I say the stadia, the sort of housing of where the people come and gather to see these exhibitions sort of goes by the wayside and becomes, you know, taken over by Mother Earth, by plants growing out of it and everything. However, here there was a clear plan to make Expo into a small city. You've got the metro, you've got malls, we've also got the convention centre coming there. It's going to be breathing life into that area, and actually pavilions are still there. So they didn't take them all down. Sustainability is definitely a key topic there. But I think what they would need to do is perhaps create a few more villa communities, because at the moment there's a lot of apartments there, and I know that there have been some projects with villas and townhouses launched, but I think for that to be a little bit more sustainable, it just needs to be more cater for families, I think, as well, rather than just individuals. But definitely, I would agree with that gentleman you had that it's a very good point.
It's definitely going to come, isn't it? That's the point. But it's again, and I'm always impressed with people who can quote the developments, because I just can't keep up. But
to be fair, look, it is very tough. Tonight we're going to Damak's launch of Dubai Damak Lagoons 2. You see, I can't even get my words out.
I know.
So that's a major one. That's at the Coca-Cola Arena. And that's also testimony that these developers are taking over bigger venues and obviously filling them out. This is a success story. It will sell out. It's an amazing project. And but every day we're getting developers wanting to come and pitch or explain about their projects one after the other, from large ones to small ones. Sometimes we have to go there, and other times they sort of bus us in. In fact, Damak came and bussed us in, as it were. We had a massive 50 seat coach take us down to their new sales centre down at.
Do you remember the days when it used to be? You see, you just kind of said that there's a real estate launch. It's in the Coca-Cola Arena. How many? What's the capacity? Is it 5,000, 10,000? I don't know. It's a huge arena.
It's at least 10, I would have
It's
thought.
got to be 10,000,
Yeah.
probably more. Somebody will correct us on that. And it was just throwing like, well, it's in the Coca-Cola Arena. It used to be. It was a little press release that appeared, and a few dishevelled journalists would turn up.
Yeah. Well,
Not that now.
But not just that. Now they're adding different dimensions. I mean, we had Tony Robbins come down to another one where obviously there was the launch, and then he comes on to sort of rah the crowd, and people stay because it's Tony Robbins. We've had singers tonight. I believe there's a few Bollywood actors coming. This is for the Damak one, and so it's not just, as you say, a few fireworks as the model comes down from the ceiling. And by that I mean the plastic model coming down from the ceiling. But now there's entertainment. Obviously there's food. And it's a great gathering, obviously. They are trying to outdo each other every single time. So, yeah, it's interesting.
It's going to be good, isn't it? Okay, so Carl's back, by the way. Remember
Oh, is
Carl
he?
from the last couple of
yeah.
weeks? Yeah, he's back.
Is he being rude?
No, again, quite complimentary, but I like the phrasing of this. Digging the green glasses,
Yes.
says Carl. But actually, sensible question for you. Wants to ask you this. For investors, which sector, high yield rental areas like JVC or high growth capital appreciation areas like Palm Jumeirah, offers a better risk-adjusted return right now?
I mean, that's quite a loaded question because everybody has different, risk appetites. But I think I don't actually think you're going to go far wrong in many of these projects. Palm Jumeirah he mentioned obviously because it is the only one
Super
at the
popular,
time.
always has been.
And when we look back, we think, well, we should have bought their type of thing.
Yeah.
Palm Jebel Ali has been launched now for a little while. They launched the villas first, but they have now launched the first trio of buildings in on looking down the water, as it were, and that was a massive success. It was oversubscribed. I mean, they had, I believe, something like 200 units for sale, and they had 6,000 inquiries on it, 6,000 registrations. So I knew it was going to be popular to be the first apartment building. And again, they learned from the mistakes of Palm Jumeirah. These ones are sitting right in the corner of the fronds, looking down the water. So they're going to have sea views, whereas obviously the shoreline apartments, when they were launched in the Palm, only had sea views on one side, as it were.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Palm Jebel Ali is definitely, I think, one to consider. Dubai Islands is another one. Again, it's one of the last sort of waterfront projects that I think will definitely have the capital appreciation. Obviously, nothing actually is ready there yet, so there's no rental yield. If Carl is looking at, for example, just rental yield, then he's got to look at sort of areas that maybe aren't so glamorous. Areas like maybe Discovery Gardens, dare I say even International City. There, believe it or not, long-term rental yields are anything between sort of 8 and 10%. Probably because the purchase price is so low, and there's reasons for that. And it's not everyone's cup of tea, obviously. But if somebody's only looking for that and has got a spare, sort of 400,000 or 500,000, again, it's at the lower end. You do get much better percentage ROI. Dubai South, we talked about that as well. That is another area where there definitely will be capital growth because of the drivers that are the point. The location is also, not far from the border of Abu Dhabi plus the airport. So all of these things, I think it's more a case of where what do you like? I mean, there was one thing just looking at the numbers, one thing just hitting the stats, but at the end of the day, you've got to like what you're buying as well, I think, and not even if you're not going to live in it, it's got to be something that because if you like it, generally speaking, somebody else will.
You need to have a little bit of pride in it, don't you?
Yeah.
There needs to be something about it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not just about numbers. Some people do buy just on the numbers, but maybe those are people that have a large portfolio and they're just adding another star to their board, as it were.
Okay. Questions for Mario. Very simple. WhatsApp.mira.fm will essentially open the number, so you don't need to remember numbers. That's what you can do. Any questions, just get in touch. Also, info@mira.fm is the email address. I've got one in by email, actually, for you, Mario. Golden Visa thresholds. This is interesting. What's the latest requirement for property investment to qualify for a UAE Golden Visa? And is that process that when you have to link it to the purchase, how seamless is that these days?
Yeah, I mean, again, they've updated it to make it much easier. Unfortunately, I don't hold a Golden Visa myself, so I can't comment from a personal point of view. But the good news is that, see, before you had to buy a certain amount, you had to pay a certain amount off of the 2 million dirhams to get the Golden Visa. Now that's not the case. I mean, if you're buying off plan, once you've paid sort of 20% plus the 4%, you can actually start the process. Whereas before, you needed to sort of sink in 1 million dirhams to actually then apply for the Golden Visa. So they've made that much easier. There are many advantages to the Golden Visa, and I think that's been the success here, because not only do you get a visa for yourself, you get it for your spouse, you get it for your next of kin, and even one set of parents. By that I mean it can be your parents or your wife's parents as well, not both, obviously, and include domestic help. Opening up bank accounts as well, which of course you can get from the other investor visa, which is 750,000. So I think whenever they see a blockage, whenever they see a stumbling block, the government steps in to make it much easier. So now it's quite simple actually to actually apply for the Golden Visa. You've just got to obviously make sure that the property you're buying is at least 2 million dirhams.
Okay, appreciate it. A couple of other questions to ask you in a moment. I'll keep a couple of these because they're kind of linked to tenants' rights, which is something we're going to be talking about. One thing I did want to bring up with you is this, and it's Dubai being bold again, major plans announced to be the world's most livable and healthiest city by 2033, which is really a little bit after next week, but it's not that far away. Bold statement, bold initiative. What's Dubai looking at achieving with this?
Well, look, you're right. They're very ambitious. They are looking at plans that are going to be scattered across many sectors, such as, I understand, education, aviation, healthcare, finance, and indeed sport as well. Now, some of the proposals include 800 green projects and around 310 new parks. Now, this includes improvements to the existing, I think, 320 odd parks that are currently available. And they're looking to expand, or should I say triple, the number of trees and expand those green areas to around 187 square kilometres. Now that's equivalent to around 11 square metres per person of green space. So that's quite nice to know that whilst we're in the desert, we're actually looking to turn ourselves into a green city. Green and blue, actually, are the two main real estate go-to prospects.
Yeah.
Green being obviously parks, etc., golf courses, and blue being water. Now, if we turn our attention to education, 60 new affordable schools apparently are going to open by 2033. Now, you also mentioned 2033 isn't necessarily around the corner, but can you imagine? I mean, how Dubai actually grows literally on a year-by-year basis.
Okay.
When you consider 2033, yes, is so far in the distance. Dubai's going to be unrecognizable in 2033, in my opinion.
Well, it is. I mean, I'm kind of, tongues firmly in cheek with that.
course.
2033. I mean, the older you get, last week was 2010. 2010's 15 years ago to me. I mean, it's amazing. I think life speeds up as you get older. There's probably no doubt in that. But it isn't far away. I mean, it is 7 years. That's all it is.
Yeah.
You know?
So going back to the education, affordable. Now that's really interesting because these 60 new affordable schools are going to cater and add 120,000 extra student spaces. Now, education is very important, but it is quite costly because it's on the private sector. So the fact that they're thinking about perhaps those who can't quite afford some of the eye-watering fees that are banded around, that's really good. Healthcare is something that is on everyone's lips at the moment, especially when it comes to real estate, wellness, that kind of thing. Now, particular attention on the healthcare side is going to be given for early detection of illnesses and diseases in order to strengthen the preventative care. Under the sporting banner, Dubai will look to become a sporting hub. They're looking to feature 19 programs with 75 different options across 17 different sports disciplines. And of course, they're encouraging participation, especially amongst the youth, or dare I say, people of determination, and of course, trying to attract global sporting events too. And lastly, when we look at the financial side, they're looking to restructure the insolvency courts to establish this specialized judicial framework for financial reorganization in cases of bankruptcy. Now, that's something also that is relatively new. And I guess when you add up all these things, these are there to literally make Dubai the best city in the world.
It's just 2033 as well, 7 years' time. Well, let's wait and watch, I suppose. Questions for Mario, info@mira.fm, or on the WhatsApp, just whatsapp.mira.fm. We'll find it. We'll go away for a few moments, and we're going to come back and talk about this new Burj Al Arab experience, which is an island experience. It's just eye-watering. Not the cheapest, but it's eye-watering. We're going to talk tenants' rights. A couple of questions to ask you, Mario. Mario Volpe is from Allegiance Real Estate. He is the National's columnist, has been for 13 years, answering questions, talking real estate here at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. Business FM.
It's the morning drive. We're talking real estate with Mario Volpi from Allegiance Real Estate, and also he is the very widely regarded columnist from the national newspaper here in the United Arab Emirates. We've talked real estate records. We have talked a little bit about Dubai becoming, or plans to become, the most livable and healthiest city by 2033. Ambitious. There's something else. If Dubai is known for anything internationally, it has to be luxury, doesn't it? Really, Mario. If visiting the world's first self-styled 7-star hotel wasn't enough, Burj Al Arab has now unveiled a new exclusive private island experience. It's on the World Islands in Dubai. This, Mario Volpi, is something else.
Yeah, I mean, this is totally excess. I mean, yes, we are known for luxury, but we're also known for excess, and this, I think, is at the top of that list. So you can actually board a 64-foot yacht from Marsa Al Arab Marina, and it'll take you to this island. It's going to be called Cape Morris, which I thought was quite amusing. Why? It doesn't sound very glamorous. Morris.
Well, if you're called Morris, I apologise, but it's not, it's not a name that trips off the top. But I guess there's a reason. But, just the Cape.
Yeah, the Cape.
Elevates it, I suppose.
A man-made island. It's a bit of sand. But anyway, what caught my eye was the actual amount of money. So you've got two sort of experiences. You've got a lunch experience or a dinner experience. Mm-hmm. So they pick you up in the 64-foot yacht. As you can imagine, I mean, the facilities are going to be there. You can do water sports. The lunch or the dinner is going to be served by a Michelin-starred Italian chef, and these beach activities are also thrown in. Now, just have a guess how much this is going to cost two people. For what is obviously just 2-3 hours, I guess.
Well, I do you know what? I've kind of forgotten what it was, and I did this. So I read the notes, and I kind of went. That was the noise
Sharp
I
intake
made.
of
It was
breath.
A very sharp intake of breath. But I've gone and forgotten what it was.
Good.
Because. So what was
So,
it?
give me a number. What
Okay.
what would you think?
Yachts, Michelin-starred dining, hopefully a banana boat. That's me on the water. I think it'd probably be a bit more than that. Scuba experience, etc. 15,000 dirhams? I don't know, can't remember.
Well, it actually is 30,000 dirhams for the couple. So yes, it is 15,000 each. But the kicker is another thing. If you fancy taking this island for the day, the prices start at 75,000 dirhams. Now, when I actually think about it, yes, okay, you're coming offshore, you're going to this retreat, but for that kind of money, you could you can go to the Maldives, and some for a week, not even just for a day. So it got me thinking. I mean, they say a fool and his money are often parted, but millionaires are not stupid people, and who's going to do this? That was why I wanted to bring this up. It is excess to the top limit, and a few people have said to me, no, Mario, they will definitely use it, because not everybody's going to be able to do it, and they can actually say they've done it. I mean, not everybody's been at the top of Burj Khalifa. Okay. I can name 3 people, including the lady from the Emirates, but I wouldn't want to do that.
No, that's something I'm going nowhere near, to be honest. Vertigo aside, I guess if an experience is so exclusive, you're part of a very exclusive club. I can see that. It's not something I would do. But what the offering is, we've described it in pretty simple terms. You get a really nice meal, you get on a yacht, you go there for the day. But I just wonder how much is layered on top of that.
They haven't actually explained exactly what it entails, and a bit of beach activity, which you can have anywhere. A meal you can have anywhere. Michelin starred, still, again, Dubai has many of them. You can have anywhere. A yacht you can have anywhere. So unless they really explain what you get for your money, I personally don't think this is going to be one that we'll necessarily hear about again, to be fair.
If you're an influencer, it would be something special as well, I suppose. I can see it appealing to that kind of market.
But they wouldn't pay the money. That's the difference.
No,
The
influencers don't pay for anything,
Well,
do
that's
they?
what I'm saying. They would want to blag a trip onto the boat just to see what it's like.
What a way to spend your time. Look, let's move on to a topic here because there's a couple of questions for you. It's not often we get to hear about the inner workings of the Rent Committee. Article in Gulf News recently, I know you've been looking at this and been talking about this, lifting the lid on tenants' rights, on evictions, maintenance issues, all the kind of usual stuff. Just guide us through some of the points.
Yeah, so since the start of this year, the Rental Committee has completed 1,335 settlement agreements. They were worth around 231 million dirhams. This particular report stated that the tenants seemed to be more compliant than landlords, which I thought was quite interesting. Now, the RDC provides a streamlined complaint system that allows these submissions online without necessarily visiting the centre, which of course you can also do. Now, that online scenario is obviously very good for landlords who are non-residents, obviously. And cases typically take around 1 to 2 weeks to resolve, making the system not only fast, but obviously efficient. But what's important is that everyone needs to understand their rights. So the RDC does offer hotlines and online guidance advising tenants and indeed landlords on their obligations and, of course, the sort of do's and don'ts. And this is exactly what I kind of do with the National Column. It started, as you said, many years ago, and people were sort of writing, saying, my landlord's kicking me out, what should I do? Now, I have to admit, I'm not a lawyer. I know the laws surrounding the relationships between tenants and landlords, and of course, real estate laws and sort of the workings of real estate. I've been here 17 years, but it is funny how it's the same sort of questions that keep coming up.
Yeah.
So they're all kind of locked away, but even those get updated from time to time. So one thing, if you actually Google my name in the National, it's sort of over 750 articles come up, and then I think about what I wrote back in the day, as it were. 2011, 2012 kind of thing when I kind of started. Some of those things will not be accurate anymore because Dubai has evolved and therefore upgraded not just laws but sort of common practices. So yeah, I'm happy to answer any of the questions that come through.
Well, we have questions for you here. Both of these are anonymous and both kind of related to this article, really. My landlord keeps showing up unannounced, Anonymous says, to check the property or bringing prospective buyers without proper warning. Feels like harassment, this person says. What's the minimum legal notice a landlord has to give before entering, and what concrete steps can I take to file an official complaint against this violation of my right to quiet enjoyment?
Yeah, actually, quiet enjoyment is a very, very important word, and it's a legal term. And you are allowed to have quiet enjoyment of a property when you rent it. Look, I would always ask this person to, first of all, look at their contract. What is in the contract? Generally speaking, most tenancy contracts do allow for at least an annual inspection of the property, or perhaps every 6 months. And in terms of notice period, there should be at least 24 hours notice. I have to admit that if there is nothing in the contract, legally speaking, you don't actually have to allow anybody in, because you have a contract that has a beginning, a middle, and an end. And at the end of the contract, as is common practice, is you have to give back the property in the manner that it was given to you. And if not, then clearly they will take it from the deposit to put it back as it was.
Sure.
So this business, actually, that a landlord wants to come and inspect a property, obviously, there are certain elements that I would need to mention here, like, for example, partitioning, subleasing. These things I get. But how I live or how you live is nobody's business.
Yeah.
And if I choose to live messily, don't make my beds, throw clothes on the floor, if I want to have a green wall like you have here in the studio, for example, and yet prior to it being green, it was beige. As long as I give it back beige, what does it matter?
Sure.
And so I would imagine that, I mean, this gentleman or lady mentioned that there is unannounced for viewing. So clearly this property must be available for sale.
You would guess so.
And again, unless it's in the contract, of course, you've got to build up good relationships with your landlord. This I always advocate. But, you know, if it's not convenient, you just say no, that you don't necessarily have to allow anybody into your property.
Well, it sounds like in this case, as you say, it is, prospective buyers are looking. So it's not as though, or it seems as though the landlord's not checking up on you. But there are cases when landlords are maybe a little bit overprotective about their properties and are, basically checking up on how you live. And as you say, it's got nothing to do with anybody, as long as you hand the property back, clean, tidy, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Now, I mention about partitions and I mention about subleasing because obviously those things are not allowed. They're not allowed by law, as it were, unless, of course, the landlord has given written approval of said works. So unless the landlord is coming because there's been complaints, and therefore coming unannounced because he doesn't want to give anybody any, sort of advice that he's coming, so they tidy up or change things back. That I can understand. But sort of coming unannounced every 5 minutes, by the sounds of things, I mean that's mainly down to viewings, I would have thought. And instead of actually making proper arrangements, either with an agent or I often say, as an agent, I know that tenants, this is it's not their property, but it is their home, and that has to be respected. So perhaps, one day a week or an hour in that day or a couple of hours in that day, you say, right, Mr. Agent, you can bring people on that day at that time every particular week, and you can make it available. You have arrangements with the agents to do that. But if that isn't working, like I said, unless it is in the contract, which she or he has signed to say that they're happy to do it, they don't have to let them in. The landlord is allowed access, but it's reasonable access, and it has to give 24 hours notice.
Well, I mean, I've got a clause in the contract for a property that I own, and there is kind of a reasonable access clause. But there's always that thing, I think, for a lot of people, and I've just done this, stayed in a place that I have in the summer and then made arrangements to rent it. And it's a little bit like, it's my place and I don't want to do it. Of course, now it's rented. I've completely forgotten about it. It's out of sight, out of mind. It's one of those things. But I hope that helped to the person that texted in. It was anonymous text that came in there. Here's another one for you. I was served a 12-month eviction notice by my current landlord because they plan to sell the property. Now they've sold it early. The new owner is demanding I leave sooner, saying the original notice is still valid. Does the new owner have to reissue a fresh 12-month notice, or can they rely on the previous landlord's eviction letter to kick me out?
Yeah, it's a great question because the law did change. Previously, the landlord, for reason of selling, would have to have given 12 months written notice via notary public or registered mail. Yeah. They tend to do it both. And if, for the reason of sale, if the buyer then came along and was an end user and wanted to move in themselves, in the past, that buyer would have to issue their own 12 months notice, thus elongating the time that the tenant can stay. That law has now been... how can I put it? A judge has questioned that ruling, and now what the judges seem to do is that they do allow the original notification, as long as it was done properly in the correct manner. The buyer, if they are looking to move in themselves, can rely on that notification. So if 2 months have passed, and therefore there's another 10 months to go, the new buyer would have to wait 10 months. Now, in the the note there, you're saying that they're harassing them and they're demanding to get out earlier. Of course, the new owner wants to move in. I get that. So as long as they're in a negotiation point of view, if they want to get the tenant out earlier, it's a possibility, but it's up to the tenant. The tenant is allowed to stay there for that 12-month written notice period, whenever that expires. Yeah. If it suits them to vacate early, so be it. If indeed they can come up to some sort of financial compensation, so be it. So really it's up to the new owner and the current tenant to come up with an agreement. Worst case scenario, the actual period of time of the notice has to elapse before the new owner can actually move in.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. Any questions for Mario? info@mira.fm or whatsapp.mira.fm if you want to send it through directly. Few stories still to talk about, Mario. We've got 5 or 6 minutes to do so. Let me see. Where are we going to go? Do you know what I thought was interesting? I love the kind of record stories because it kind of backs up what we were talking about earlier on. But and this is very specifically Dubai, but real estate breaking all records so far in 2025, $152.3 billion worth of sales. But what are the most popular areas, and what are the projects? What are the kind of the top 5? I guess.
Yeah, so the top 5 for October first was JVC. That came in at 1,685 transactions. Second was Business Bay, 1,177. Third, Dubai Land. I mean, that's a big area in itself, but that came in at 1,110. JVT was fourth with 964, and fifth was Dubai Investment Park with 921 deals. And the thing that's interesting about this is that with the figures that have come in for October, Dubai recorded nearly 20,000 property transactions worth close to 60 billion dirhams so far, and for the first 10 months we have hit the exact number that we hit, or should I say we surpassed the number that we hit in 2024. So what that actually means is that 2025 is going to be a record year, and it will beat what we did last year. And of course, 2024 was an even better year than 2023. So every year that sort of passes, we seem to break more and more records, and as I say, with 2 months still to go, and with the weather being better, this last quarter and the first quarter of any year are the busiest times for real estate, because more people come to Dubai either from a holiday point of view, or indeed they come to see property and they can actually walk around and really enjoy the green spaces that perhaps that have been planted, or perhaps go into the blue part, i.e. the water.
Absolutely right. The greening and the bluing. Dubai villa market. Let's finish with this story today. Forecast for further gains. Something like 20% expected next year. And once again, I'm going to hit you with where are the top areas? And also, wonder if you can answer this. What are the potential top kind of villa trends, do you think?
Yeah, so in terms of areas, Arabian Ranches, so this is what's projected for next year.
Yes.
Arabian Ranches, Jumeirah Gulf Estates, Jumeirah Islands, and there was one other, I can't actually quite remember.
Was it Damak Hills?
Damak Hills, that's right.
Okay.
Damak Hills are scheduled to have real estate growth of between actually 7% up to 20%. Now, that doesn't surprise me at all, because villa communities are definitely what people are wanting. There's more families coming here.
Yeah.
But in terms of sort of trends, people want sort of open spaces that are also quite connected. They're looking for sort of individual plots so that they can individualize their gardens. By that, I guess they mean swimming pools, that kind of thing, if it doesn't already have it. And sort of the ability to extend, so that comes into obviously larger plots as well. So if you've got a decent garden, perhaps with a nice bit of land to the side, then you can extend either to the side of the house and obviously at the back, subject to municipality rules, of course. And therefore to individualize the villa is something that's quite important to families. And the fact that this sort of clean lines, modern contemporary type properties are what people are looking for. They're less the sort of ostentatious luxury, if I can put it that way, because that is only for certain people. You're trying to cater for the masses, which is why often developers will paint walls, cream or beige, because it's not too outrageous. There are some that will then give you splash of colours that often then people say, oh no, I need to change that. And it never surprises me actually when somebody buys a brand new property, they go in and put a new kitchen in. I mean, that sounds so ridiculous, and yet it happens so regularly.
It really does.
Whether the ideas they have, it has to be a specific style of kitchen or whatever, but I don't know, it seems such a waste of money to me.
It does happen so much. I mean, one of the things I noticed from reading is the importance these days of natural light, and more it's kind of the more open layout.
Yeah, layout open but connected, as I said. Yeah,
it's that sort of flow.
Yeah,
thing, isn't
and
it?
it's really weird actually. You mentioned about natural light, because to me, obviously it's important. But I mentioned to you in the office that I've recently moved, and we moved from the 36th floor. We're down to the 5th floor, which is fine. It's quicker for the lift and all the rest of it. Sure. But my wife has done nothing but moan and say how dark the place is, and we don't even have curtains yet. That's the really weird thing about it. The curtains are coming today, I hope, because I've been skulking around, sort of snucking into bed with the lights off because I don't want to be seen. Not a pretty sight, Tim.
Oh, there's an image for you. Mario in his boxer shorts.
Yeah.
We'll leave people with that today.
Yes.
Do you know what? It's always great to talk to you. Mario Volpe is from Allegiance Real Estate, also famed for his column in The National. Lovely to talk to you, Mario. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Much appreciated. Real estate on Mira Business FM. We are going to be talking retail next. It's Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. Mira Business FM.
It's the morning drive. It's Mira Business FM talking real estate this morning. We're going to be talking legal matters a little bit later with the TikTok lawyer. That's all I'm going to say. Right now, we're talking retail. Nancy Özbek is the general manager of Times Square Centre. Over 20 years of experience in the UAE's retail industry. Lots of senior leadership roles at some renowned malls here in the Emirates. We'll talk about that in a moment. She's also, and I'm going to ask her about this as well, a passionate triathlete.
Oh, yeah.
So Nancy, welcome. Nice to meet you.
Hi, Tim. Thank you very much having me today. And the energy is on the hair at the moment. Thanks a lot and for the introduction. It was really attractive. Thank you.
You're very welcome. We'll come to the triathlete stuff in a moment. But
Okay.
Let's just look at your background. I know you've been in senior leadership roles at a number of different places, Deerfields, Al Ghurair, Ibn Battuta as well. So you're well versed in retail in the UAE, hugely important sector, of course, in the Emirates. Just a little bit about your background to start with. What got you into shopping malls and all that stuff?
Yeah, and my first role was at, when we talk about a special shopping center, Al Ghurair Center is a special place in my heart because at the time it was the first shopping center in GCC, not in Dubai only. And the center used to have guests from all around GCC.
Yeah.
And then I moved to Ibn Battuta Mall under Nakil. It was a great school for me to learn deeper details about the retail. And then where I executed all that experience at Deerfields, Times Square. And now today I'm back to Times Square Center and trying to do refreshingly different something. All this role, when I look back now when you are asking, and show me how retail space, how shopping centers can be different. It's not all about shopping, I would like to mention. I learned this and I'm executing at Times Square Center with a great team behind me.
I mean, it's not all about shopping here in the Emirates. And, you know, the standard sort of question that I always ask when I walk into a mall is, how many malls do we need? And then I walk into the mall from the parking and it's packed. They're destination places. They're where families go. Not just at the weekends as well, for, you know, cinema, for dining, for roller coasters in some of the malls. There's so many different things that you can do. So you're, I guess, when you're directing kind of the idea, when you're the offering to people, you have to take a really kind of different approach, don't you? Because you are a destination. In your mall, for example, with Adventure World, with the climbing thing as you walk in the door and all the kids are on it and that kind of thing. These are the things that help you to stand out.
Yes, and you know, when we were creating Times Square Center, we placed a strategy 7 years ago. And Times Square Center is not really another mall. It's a place that you can feel really good and while you are doing good. And also you can focus on sustainability, you can focus on local businesses, you can focus on kids' education. So we created like 4 pillars and our focus was how to be feeling good and how to stay active, how to grow with the community together. So, and then we started to make our mix who are similar to our way of thinking. And then of course the situation brought us today where family can come and connect together, learn together and enjoy. And that's why our success is sitting today. And you are not coming to Times Square Center to just buy a pen. You are coming to Times Square Center to make a pen. Or you don't have to go somewhere that you can buy a frame, but you can create your own frame. You can be you don't have to be an artist to have a great painting coming out by your hand.
You can. I mean, you can paint in the mall, can't you? I was going to say.
We have a beautiful concept they call We Are Picasso. You can be horrible with artists, but they say everyone can be an artist. But you are not going over there alone. You can go with your son. You can go over there with your girlfriend and husband and daughter. You are connecting with family while you are doing something good. And when I'm trying to explain all the time something good, not only stepping into the mall. And if you look at Times Square Center today, especially if you go up, we have a special place we call Eat, Meet, Greet, Repeat Place, Picnic Square. It has a LEED certification project. And what does it mean? You have lots of daylight. There is no toxic material used in that and in that place. And your circadian rhythm is working well because you are connecting with the planet and daylight. So you feel good and do good, like 3-4 Good. It's the same place what they do. They sell their pre-love product. They give back to the community. And it doesn't end there, meant for good. You go over there, you do upcycling. So Times Square Center is the place when you come, you are doing something good for the planet as well. That's why we are different than other mall. That's why Times Square Center is not another mall.
Well, I was going to say that to you because there's no doubt you're not kind of the standard mall. You're not the big mall with all the big anchor brands, and I mean there are big brands in there, but it's not. You're recognizably different, is what I'm trying to say. And that's why it's so interesting to talk to you, because this is a different way of doing it. And I think within that's quite a brave thing to do, because, you know, it's not an established way to present a shopping mall to people, is it?
Yeah, how you described to me exactly what we are trying to do. Our goal is not trying to be the biggest. Our goal is trying to be the most meaningful shopping center.
Right.
And that's why what we do, if you come to the mall weekend, and this is weekend where community meet, connect, learn, and grow together. We are opening our mall and for local businesses and artisans and community-driven project. So where we are. From this community-driven project, sometimes we create a sustainable long-term tenant also. So you can start your day or your business life at Times Square Center from literally small table and our eye on you. If you are doing good, you can keep repeating every weekend and you are recognized by the mall management. And then when we see the opportunity for both way, then we offer you to come to small kiosk. If you are going good after a year time, and then you can always welcome and being our one of the long-term tenant. We have a lot of success story having their life with our weekend market like Arte, Baby Bazaar, Ripe Market, and give a name. And recently we introduced on Friday pop-up market, and we are giving an opportunity to local business. On my personal level, I study economy, but I believe if your small business, if you support small businesses, and your economy will grow and sustainable and in the long run, so you will be successful.
Well, it's good to hear that. I mean, how do you? I mean, aside from just offering a table and then a kiosk and then maybe a store to an artisan or a baker or an artist,
Yes.
whatever it is, how do you support them as they grow their business? What do you offer?
This is our another differentiate. I have a fantastic marketing team, very dedicated, just focus and sustainable what they are doing. And we have a strong relation with our prospective tenant and as well as our existing tenant. This is not, as I said, Times Square Center is not only shopping place, it's just pure connection place. We listen to each other, not to respond, to understand each other. When I understand the product, whole my team, our marketing support is over there. Give me any name, any mall who can do marketing video, professional video I'm talking about. And I'm not talking about posts, literally marketing video, and then we support them. Why don't you do? We do collaboration with them, we invite them, we are making them part of our marketing event. An event, not only one tenant to mall management, tenant to tenant collaboration, and also shopping center management to visitors collaboration. We listen our community. End of today, I think the biggest success is coming from them. We are not just doing some sort of research. We literally have a coffee with our tenant and with our visitor. But this is not about just I will take my rental and not like that. We really get deep into their business and we support them.
Well, that's what I'm asking, because I think, and I'm not pointing this at you in any way, but we hear this a lot from shopping malls. We support our tenants and we help them grow and all of this thing. But to sit down with somebody who doesn't necessarily have retail experience, but may have a great, I don't know, jewelry business, or they have a great T-shirt business or something. They need to start somewhere, but we all need help.
Yes, I mean, today I'm in this radio, right? It's a fantastic opportunity for us to explain what we do.
Sure.
And tomorrow, and of course I have my marketing plan, I have my digital buying strategy. Even I can give my spot from any radio to my tenant to be on behalf of them. to give a voice to them. They can use all types of my marketing platform, from our retail magazine to the radio. And recently we got the Marketing Excellency Awards. That was a pure collaborative event with one of our tenants, and which is called Speedy Comic. This one we share. We have given our marketing spot, but our intent is not to just one day we will have an award. But when you do something good, it is recognized by the big players out there. And then they are giving you appreciation. We are into that and growing together. And we start with ending mind over there to grow together, not to make money. Money comes. This is my learning from this industry. If you create a sustainable tenant relation, that tenant is over there, we grow. And the other day we were having one of my tenants who is with us more than 8 years. And he said to my team that the biggest difference from Times Square Center Mall management, you guys are really connecting with us, communicating with us. We understand their business because we know our business. And
That must be nice to hear.
Yes, end of today, we get into the details of their business. I look at their monthly figure like another mall, but just not to focus how many percent I will get end of today. If there is something, if their sales are dropping, I'm really interested in why your sales is dropping. I'm personally interested in, because we talk about sustainability not only because of daylight and non-toxic material. We are into long-term businesses with our tenant. I proudly say that I have a tenant over 15 years with me at Times Square Center. The mall age is 15 years.
Well, I mean, it seems sensible to me, because if your tenants are doing well, and this is not you putting your nose in their businesses, but if they're not doing well, you want them to stay, don't you? And it's a mutual situation. You support one another, I suppose. So I can see that. Can I ask you a couple of questions about just generally about retail in the UAE from your perspective? Because you clearly come at this from a slightly different perspective to most of the big established malls that we all know and love in varying degrees. But do we have too many shopping malls? Is the first question here in Dubai. I mean, I guess the answer is no, because they're still building them. But what do you think? Are we saturated?
I don't want to say it is saturated. It is more maturity, I believe. Yes, there are a lot of malls, but once you differentiate yourself from the others, not further than being shopping place, and if you are just doing the purpose over there, and really bring the community, mother and son or husband over there as a one-stop place, and giving back to the community, that is differentiated. I think there are a lot of space, these kinds of purpose-built shopping centers.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't see that it's saturated. It's a majority again.
Okay. Where are we seeing growth in retail? In what areas of retail are we seeing growth at the moment? Because malls in the UAE offer so much more than probably most countries. You've got malls with, ski slopes, there are roller coasters, there are hotels, there are all sorts of dining facilities, huge electronics stores, food and beverage, etc. Where are we seeing the growth at the moment coming from?
I will say food and beverage, plus mainly experiential concept. But when I say experiential concept, the first, as you mentioned, cinema, bowling, still it works. I know still families are connecting, but beyond than that, where they can educate themselves, where they can enjoy themselves and feeling good. For example, as I said, I have a concept today, Roboland, where kids are coming over there. They are putting all their creativity outside. They are learning something and also giving back to the community. And we have a concept as Times Square Center, mother and son can come together. They do metal casting, or they can use a used product, create some robot with that. And then they can use a second hand, they can do upcycle, they can sell their product over our retail market. So A to Z, it's a full concept. And also when they are selling this product, they can always help to the kids and their education. And like Meant for Good, for example, we have a tenant, and second time I mentioned Trip for Good. What they do, every week, they come over there and they do upcycling. They create a shopping bag, and you will see literally lots of lady come there, stitch. They don't know each other. When they are stitching at picnic square, they talk with each other. End of the day, they are giving back to reduce the waste in the planet, and they sell that product, and income of that product is going to the Gulf Kids education.
I like it, and you create some community there as
Yes,
well. You create
yes.
some connection, I guess.
Yes, definitely. That was the goal. Yes, Times Square Center is really a community place, and you will meet with your friend. You will put your creativity outside, and end of it, you can always give back to the community. That is Times Square Center.
Okay. All right then. So you've been here for some time. You've been in the UAE, worked at a number of different malls. I mentioned a few of them. 20 years or so, I guess.
Yes.
I'm not commenting on anything else other than it's a while. But how have you seen the retail industry change? Because Dubai is known for many things. We're known for luxury. We're known for the great weather. We're known for the Instagrammability, if that's even a word. I guess we've just made one up if it's not. But we're also known for shopping. But it has developed so much, I guess, over a couple of decades.
Exactly.
That's all
Okay, don't go there. Let's go to other side. Okay, retail change a lot. Now we have a consumer totally educated, and they are not only buying the product. When they are buying product, they look at the material, they look at the quality over quantity, and also they are so ready to spend a sustainable product. When they are buying a clothes, they want to know where it is coming from, what types of material, and did they use a right label for this, and am I using non-toxic product? I am having a consumer asking many questions today.
People are really asking that.
Yes.
That's a big deal for you.
Yes, they are asking. Further than that, for example, another thing that I'm seeing recently, we have a tenant who sell pre-loved product. At the beginning, like we celebrated their 4 years anniversary at our mall 4 years ago, and consumer was stepping into their shop, which is beautifully designed shop, and they love the product. They asked the price. The minute that they see the price is low, first reaction was 4 years ago, oh, it's pre-loved, so they were leaving the shop. Now they are buying, they wear, they bring back the same product. That second second chance that they give to product is putting a smile on the kids. Once they understand this theme, they keep buying. So they don't want to buy a pre-loved product anymore. So different consumer we are having today.
Okay.
They are really conscious when they are buying the product. They don't care how much they are paying if it is a right product and if it is hitting to education and sustainability.
I'm interested in the pre-loved thing for a moment there, because I mean, where I come from, there are charity shops, thrift shops all over the place, and they generally support a particular charity and need records and shoes and all sorts of things. And I'm something of an expert on this because my daughter is the champion of all thrift shops on earth. She's just incredible when it comes to that. But is that something that you've seen a change with? Because I think traditionally Dubai is all about brand new. But I see lots of places like this starting to pop up.
It's changed. Now people are ready to pay pre-loved product. But again, we were one of the one who take the flag as in first row. We were having a weekend market baby bazaar.
Right.
We started like almost 10 years ago at Times Square Center again. You know, the baby, they are very small and they grow very quick. If you buy a baby pushchair today, maximum you can use that one 2 years. But you can come Times Square Center, you can buy that one much cheaper, and giving a second chance, it doesn't give you damage, and also you reduce the waste of the product. You keep using the same product and I know one baby chair in Baby Bazaar, it just went to the family, 4 different family. Can you imagine how you help to community and as well as to the landfill?
Well,
This
that's
was one
upcycling
of
for
our
you, isn't it?
exactly this
Tremendous.
was one of our key. Even with our event team, we are really trying to educate our community. We have a Busy Little Hand. We give a name to our event, Busy Little Hand. All we do, our small kids, goal is educate them, but enjoy with them when we are educating them. We are doing planting with them. We show the 360 circle. When you put a seed to the plant, and when a seed of tomato, and you wait a bit, and tomato is coming back. So how you are creating, when you create something, you understand how the circle is working. We are educating kids and as well as their family. That's why I know that families are waiting. What Times Square Center will do? We not only do event, again, the same goal and same strategy, end of it, how we can learn, how we can give back to the community. And most of them all did, plastic bottle, bring your plastic bottle. Okay, maybe they have given a sustainable, good product to the people. We are not staying over there. We did one event, for example, because it's not giving 360 learning for us. We did the same thing. We collect the water bottle from the school, and then in return, yes, we have given them biodegradable and water bottle that they can use, but we didn't stay there. We showed them the whole circle until end of the event. It took like 3 months for us. We cut the bottle and small flakes, from flakes to yarn, from yarn to running material that you can put, and you can do your running, your triathlon, whatever you want. So we teach them the whole process. That is the goal for us.
Okay, so very events-based, lots of initiatives going on. You brought in the triathlon there very successfully, by the way. Well done. I'm going to ask you about that in a second. But just very quickly, this is kind of the season for malls, isn't it? October, November, December, towards the new year, the Christmas period, the festive period, all of that stuff is coming up. How do you plan for this time of year? Because this is the time when I guess you really kind of make your money in lots of ways, don't you? But it's a really important period.
Yes, and in general, and the team is doing, we know what we're going to do beginning of the year until the end of the year. All our marketing event is clear.
Yeah.
However, we have, as I said, certain event, we just keep going to the same thing. For example, we work Magic Field. Why we work Magic Field? Because we are like-minded people. Phil knows what we are looking for, and for kids event. And Christmas or a festive season is, again, where family get together. And this is a fantastic time for us, again, to bring all that family together. They know that they will come, get connect, and they learn something. They will have that family feeling. The Sharaf Group is also a family. It's a family-driven mall. And we do the same show and we educate them. So our clients are highly educated also, especially our visitor, and they will be following us. Even our tenants are forcing us, what are we doing this year? And we are arranging such an event. Everyone is a part of it. They know their goal and they know their role, what they're going to do. So we don't have to knock them, what are you giving to us? It's not a traditional market. They ask us, what do you want from us? Can I do this? Can I do that? It's a full collaboration. Next week, we are having a tenant collaboration tea time between mall management and tenant, one or two outsider, our visitor.
Do you find then that because that's the relationship you have, because this is, from my experience talking to people that are in retail, this is not a very traditional way to do it. And I mean that as a compliment, I'm not being detrimental. But you get different ideas from your tenants, and that contribution towards a particular season, whether it's Christmas or Easter, whatever, Eid holidays or something, it just allows you to present something slightly different.
Yes, that's again our goal. And what we do, our main thing, and we do the balance. And what is missing, the balance is very important. And then we have to create an event or tenant mix that they are not competing with each other and they are collaborating with each other. And of course, endurance is very important. We are focused and we are hardworking and team working and tenant working. And as a result, we are having successful every single event or time that we do hard work. We know that our traffic increase. We know that our tenant sales are increased. Again, Tim, if there is in case, of course, we are not saying that every event we are doing fantastic sales. Sometimes we don't reach to the expectation that we have. And then we sit again, we discuss what did we do wrong? Why was it happening like before? We do again brainstorming session with them.
It's a very collaborative way of working, which is nice. But your life outside of the mall is a very competitive way of living, I think, from your triathlon activities. I'm just interested in finding out how you got into that, because that's another thing in the UAE that's starting to really take off. There's loads of triathlon news now.
Actually, I have to give my appreciation to my husband and my best friend in life, and my triathlon journey, I think over 11 years by now. He was a volunteer triathlete, and I was just running with him. And this is the only part is going from me to him was yoga, but triathlon is his passion. And then I was a supporter, and then I said I will do once and last. It was like a kind of charity event. I said one only. And we started to train, and 3 a.m. you go to Al Qudra. Dubai is very hot places.
3
Yeah,
a.m.
you have to, because June, July, August you have to train to get into the competition, and whether in Dubai or out of Dubai. And then I did. It was the race was in Barcelona, and the weather was so bad they canceled the swimming. And then I did bike and run. I finished my goal first and last. He said, no, you are not a triathlete now because you didn't swim.
Oh, you only did 2 or 3.
Yes,
I
and the
see.
second one, I said, okay. No, he didn't accept. And then we did, I've been Olympian proudly in UK. I did swim, run, and bike, and very good result. But then triathlon hooked me in. You know why? Because it was very similar what I was doing in professional life. And triathlon is all about balance and then endurance. And you have to be sustainable and focused. And then when you bring all that together in the real life, it's all about balance. Tenant Mix is all about, I really try to find the connection. Tenant Mix is about balance. Hard work and dedication is about focus. And endurance is about sustainability. So really how it works. And now, yes, if I don't do, I'm missing it. There's another way also. When you stay active, and also well-being is very important, right? And you can get really stressful day at work. And when you are running, you forget about that. Or when you are swimming, you can find a solution. And then you see your capacity. When you give your body, what you receive back is amazing. So I really recommend not maybe a triathlon, and it's important. And also what I found in triathlon, it's very funny on the way. Now I'm dedicated that I've been hooked in, and if I don't do, I feel weird. Because experience is so important in triathlon. And I was reading the other day one of the triathlon magazine, and they say that 25 to 30 years, normally young body, right, compared to my body, and they are peak in their body, they can run faster, they can swim faster, but they are not successful in triathlon. You know why? Experience. Because in this brain, and I know that I will start with ending I know I will complete this race because I train. When you train, you will be successful. But young body, they are exhausted. They don't keep going during the race. But I know that I will do. Maybe my race result will not be super good, but I will be doing good. And especially if you add something, giving back to the community end of this, and then you feel good while you are doing good.
I am so sold on this, I have to say. It's impressive. I love the way it's almost a philosophy for you.
It is, but it's a community also, Tim. If you go to Al Qudra, and you will see all that like-minded people, you will enjoy with them so much.
Yeah, well, there are many people here in the Emirates doing sport in Lycra these days. That's for sure. That I have noticed. Look, do you know what? I didn't expect us to go in the direction that we went. I thought we'd talk retail and, figures, but it's been much more interesting nonetheless. So Nancy Osbeck is the General Manager of Times Square Centre. Real pleasure to see you. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you very much. Please be part of our community. Visit us whenever your time is passing through Times Square Center. I'm over there, a cup of coffee for you. Thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you, Nancy. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM.
fashion now on the Morning Drive, and I'm joined by two partners. Fira Diddy and Javeria Dean are the founders of Azzi Atelier, which is a fashion house, brand, label founded in Dubai. They're best friends, and they're here. Fira, nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Javeria, good to have you here.
Lovely to see you.
Thank you for joining us. Now, look, this all began, your label began as a personal hobby between two friends. I'm going to start with you, Fira, actually. The name is a blend of the initials of your children. So tell me the story.
So it's very interesting. When Javeria and I started, we were thinking of names that would be short yet catchy and could resonate with our brand and what we were going for. And we had a lot of names in mind, I remember, and then we just came up that our kids are something that our life revolves around, and that's what we decided. So Azzi Atelier is A&A, which are my kids' names, Ali and Elena, and Azzi, which is the name of the brand, represents Javeria's kids' name, which are Amal, Zoya, and Iman. And that's how Azzi began.
It's a heartwarming way to start, and it's nice to hear, and it's a nice thing to see the way you two interact together. And I know that from talking to you briefly just now, Fira, you are kind of the hard-headed business brain.
Absolutely.
Here, aren't you? I like the absolutely. That's affirmative. But Javeria, you are kind of the creative behind this. You're the artistic person, aren't you?
Yes, I design the stuff. I think, like literally, I'm just walking in thinking, what can I do next?
Really?
How can I dress this person? How can I do this? And then looking at nature mostly. Colors fascinate me a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Anywhere I see colors, I get very excited.
And it sparks something.
Yes.
Yeah,
As-
well,
so-
it's funny actually because when we sort of booked and nailed this interview down, I was thinking, right, okay, so that's tomorrow morning, that's fine. And I couldn't help myself but think I better get an outfit that at least coordinates, because I am probably the least fashion conscious person on earth. So I'm feeling a little bit under the cosh here. The thing is this, it's one thing to like fashion, to enjoy fashion, and to be, part of a fashionable culture. And it's another thing to dream about your own brand and to have to learn the business side of fashion, or to move into that, to turn it into something. Sourcing to production, to marketing, to design, to scaling. How steep a learning curve was that, Fira, for you?
It's been a very, very interesting journey for us. We both had a knack for dressing up, and as a hobby, we used to design. And we used to get a lot of compliments from our friends and family around us. And that was, our way of that probably God was creating for us. And we did actually end up making a team for the last 7 years that works with us very closely. Learning curve, when you get into the nitty gritty, the fashion market is so interesting because what Javeria creates is a niche. We do follow contemporary women, but we want to make an exclusive product for the women of today who wears timeless chic. And we want to provide the empowered women of today who does not have the time or the necessarily, the taste to go and style themselves. And we bring styling and a range of fine outfit together.
Okay.
The marketing is a whole another beast that when we got into the business that we had to learn how things work into PR, how work things into marketing, meta. It's a beast, and it's a big learning curve still today. Every day the trends change, every day fashion changes, Instagram changes, meta changes, and you have to constantly be on your game to research how you're going to move forward and what's the correct strategy for your brand.
Well, this is the thing with the fashion industry, isn't it? It's such a dynamic industry.
Absolutely.
And it really does. It's funny when you look, it used to be in the 70s, it was flares. In the late 70s, it was drainpipe trousers, for example, but it was one specific look. But there are so many specific looks now that work and work in different ways. And then there's street fashion and there's haute couture. And I find it fascinating. You said something earlier, Fira, just before we came on air, and it was how you work on seasons and the way that you're able to put specific outfits together. You release a season of outfits, and that you can easily mix and match, Javeria. Is that how it works?
Yeah. It's called a capsule collection, and
That's what
Javeria
it
will,
was,
yeah, and
yeah, yeah.
Javeria will take forward the designing part and how she
So
mixes
with
it.
designing, I thought like, we have so many clothes in our cupboard.
Yep.
Still, we are struggling with what we're gonna wear.
Well, this is the thing.
That's
So
the thing,
the ability
so-
to put things together is
Yes.
a skill in of
So I
itself.
try to give a complete look. That was my key for designing an outfit, is to
Right.
give a complete look. And mostly I design to be, the women should feel comfortable in what they are wearing.
Yeah, yeah.
Nothing like something is dripping, something is doing like this. Personally, I don't like, and I don't want to make something the the person who's wearing is struggling with the
I
outfit.
mean, I'm looking at what you're wearing now. Fira, you're in a reasonably sort of classic, fairly loose-fitting suit. Looks very comfortable, and you're in a slightly different outfit. Similar muted colours, I have to say as well. I noticed that. But is there an element of not just comfort and, I guess, modesty, because we're in a region where modesty is an important thing, but it also looks to me as though it's comfort from a climate perspective as well, in that things are loose and, you know, air can move and that will keep you cooler. Is that part of it
Yes,
too?
fabric. Fabric
Yeah.
is the key of our brand.
Right.
I have to use pure fabric, nothing synthetic, nothing polyester. I want to
Okay.
have pure. Every material has to be pure.
Okay, so
That's it.
that's cottons and silks and
Cotton, silks,
Pure
linen,
linens,
pure
yeah.
linens,
okay.
pure organzas.
Okay. Was it easy or easier to start this in the UAE? I mean, obviously you live here, but your backgrounds are both outside of the UAE. You've known each other as neighbours here, is that right? Yes. Right. Okay. So what was it like starting up a fashion brand here in the UAE? Because you come at this literally from nothing, literally from an idea.
Yes.
You know, the germination of a seed, if you like. Fira, how did that go for you?
It was great. It started like a hobby. It was a passion project for us,
Right.
as I mentioned earlier. And it just culminated into something beautiful. And it just keeps on growing, and we're just trying to see that where it lands us. We had a vision that if we do this and if we do create something from scratch, it will be a brand that will resonate with people who can relate to it. So when Javeria dresses up or I dresses up, Ozzy is a piece of us. When you wear Ozzy, you see it. You know what you're going to look like. You're going to feel enduring. You're going to feel comfortable. You're going to feel confident. You're going to feel like the woman of today. And that was our thought behind it. And it was an interesting experience creating this from scratch. We, as I said earlier, when we did it for fun and for passion, we did have a team that worked with us, and which ended up becoming our team that works with us now. So yeah.
How does that work from having the idea, having the taste to do it, and the mentality to decide, right, I'm going to take this forward as a business. I've got my creative partner, I've got my business head. Where do you start when it comes to just putting garments together, manufacturing garments? How does that work? Fira, sorry, or Javeria?
Yeah,
It's just,
Go on.
it is very difficult to procure pure material here.
Okay.
It was hard for us to find the vendors who give us pure material and everything. Everywhere we went, it's just like, just buy this one. This is cheaper. Get this one. And it's just like, no, we don't want this one. We want pure material. So that was the hardest one. Then finding actually the main thing was making a team to make a product for us,
Okay.
to find the right people. We did try, we did try with a lot of people here and there, and then eventually, finally, after a lot of struggle, we found a good team now.
Okay, so that
we
team is
have
all
that.
here in the UAE.
Yes,
Absolutely.
everything is in UAE.
Okay,
Our
and-
production house is in UAE. Everything is.
So you have a
And it-
production facility
Yes.
here in the UAE? Okay, so you're able to, I mean, the one thing I've noticed so far in particular is that you're both single-minded about your approach to this business.
Yes.
Which obviously you have to be, but you're very particular about the product that you're trying to put together.
It's very frustrating. In the beginning, it was too much frustrating to get the right stuff to make the right product.
Okay.
But then eventually, everything comes up.
But now you've got there and
Together.
things are working. Okay, so you're manufacturing here in the UAE. What have you grown into? How do you? Fira, let me ask you this from a I guess the business marketing perspective. How do you describe your clothes when you're talking to clients or prospective partners, for example? How do you describe the clothes, the brand? Because you kind of label yourself on your website as a distinctive fashion house that speaks not only to style but to purpose. But how do you put that across to people day to day?
So when I describe Ozzy to my potential client, I tell them what Ozzy is. Ozzy is a niche, contemporary, modest wear for women
Okay.
who believe in ease, who believe in comfort, and yet they want to look elegant and they want to look the best version of themselves.
And this could be in a business setting, in a, I don't know, a social setting. This is, it's supposed to kind of, it's across the board.
It's across the board.
Okay.
So, for example, if I'm pitching out to the CEO of a company, we're going to begin with, because they do wear a lot of suits and they do wear a lot of formal wear. And we're going to take their formal wear, and they do spend hours and hours in that clothing. And that's where Javeria's thought process was very special, that you spent 8 hours in that outfit. It needs to be comfortable. It cannot be itching, even if it has an embellishment or an embroidery. The material has to be, especially Dubai's climate or Middle Eastern climate for that
sure,
matter,
yeah.
it has to be something that they feel good, they feel confident, and they feel comfortable. Because when you're comfortable, and that's one thing that we learned, is when you're comfortable, you're automatically going to look beautiful. And that's what we push forward. And that was what works for us. And that's how we've been growing internationally as well.
And if you feel better, you feel more confident. I always think if you
Absolutely.
get ready in the morning and then you come back at the end of the day and you're okay still to be wearing what you're wearing, you've probably got your outfit right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. No, I'm with you on that. Javier, where do you draw, as the creative brain here, where do you get your inspiration from? I mean, you mentioned a little bit earlier on, but you're a person, I guess, that is constantly thinking, oh,
Yes.
it's a great colour. Is that how it works?
Yes. Sometimes I think of a color first, then I design an outfit. Sometimes I think of a design and then I come up with the color and everything. It depends on the collection, what I'm making in the coming 3 months.
Okay.
So I just think it's just a long process. Like literally, I design 25 to 50 outfits and then I cut them down to 10 or 11.
Right.
So I draw them, I think how it's going to work, and then all of them are gone in the bin and 10 are selected from it. So it's a long process of creating stuff.
We have a good system of shortlisting the outfits. Javeria, why
Yeah.
don't you share the color palettes that she does?
Well, it's funny actually.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you there
Yeah.
because you always hear Paris Fashion Week is on or something, and it's always yellow is this season's color, and I always think, well, who makes that decision that that's the color of the
yeah.
season? And I've never really understood that thought process, but you do see that, and I'm looking at you, and they're kind of browns, but different shades of browns. But yours has a little bit of, I don't know, gold in there, Javier. I don't know.
It's just shine. I think so. It's just shine of the fabric.
Shine.
Yeah.
Okay, just shine of the
Shine of
fabric.
the
Okay.
More
fabric.
bronzy. This is more olivey.
And then I asked Farah before.
You
Will
learned
let-
a
you
thing
will
or
learn.
two.
Yes.
Yeah, I should have got an expert to do this conversation.
So when I design the clothes, before designing or something, Farah will come up, design this, do this. I want
Right.
this in my outfit, next outfit. So I just incorporate everything in it and just try to make something. Like literally before coming here, I was designing something and I was just like on the rod, I have to finish it at 8:30. But once you start drawing it, it's
Yeah.
just you lose count of the time.
Yeah,
I was
for
just
sure.
like at 9, it was 9:05. I said, no, I have to stop it.
She's such a creative type.
She's very
Yeah, because
creative,
once
yeah.
you are doing it, you can't stop it in the middle. Then whole of your creativity is gone.
Yeah, yeah. No, that makes sense. Okay, so there's obviously a good connection here. The way you guys, the interplay here. I mean, I look at the colours you're wearing, and I see autumnal colours. I don't know if that's even anywhere close. I'm guessing it is. So this is your current collection that you're wearing now. These are the current colours. What other colours are in the collection? How would I mix and match? Or
It's more of oranges, rust,
right, okay.
rusty, fall, like darker colors. in
I'm
this
thinking
one thing.
autumnal's not a bad description in
black.
that case.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the current season.
That's the current season. Fall season, all fall colors.
Full colours. Okay, that makes sense. I'm starting to understand. Who buys Azzy Atelier clothing? Who is there a picture of a buyer?
So when we started Ozzy, we had a thought process that we wanted to target the women of today, the empowered, working, executive women of today,
Right.
who doesn't have the time to go to the mall and select an outfit for themselves or style it together. But interestingly enough, everybody buys from us, from like a stay-home mom who wants to be comfortable and want to go have a good night buys from us. People who are executives they buy and they want us to do styling from them. Everyday loungewear people buy from us. A lot of our friends who are in different industries buy from us. So we initially had thought that, okay, this is going to be our market, but alhamdulillah, can't complain. It just grew into everybody loves Aussie.
Are you where you thought you would be? When did you start? When did you launch your first
So
collection?
we formed our partnership December. So we're going to be hitting our 1-year anniversary soon. January we
It's not
launched
even
our
12 months.
yeah. We're very new.
Wow. Okay.
We're very
And
new.
at the moment, you're fully online. This is an e-commerce proposition right now.
Completely online.
Right. And
Yeah.
are you looking at having, what do you even call it? I don't know what you call
Atelier.
it. Is it an atelier? And it's, a physical
Or a studio.
location.
We thought about it in the beginning when we started,
Right.
but with all the research and the world where it's moving today, we don't know. The world isn't open stuff.
Is it necessary?
It's not. It's
Right.
actually an added, overhead for you, where you have to maintain, because a lot of stores are interested in buying from us.
Sure.
So if they keep our product, it's one and the same thing. The only thing we do struggle with a little bit is when newer clients want to come and try on and feel Aussie for the first time.
Yeah.
And to cater that, we have adapted doing pop-ups all over UAE, Riyadh, Doha. And that's how we get our brand awareness. That's how we get our clients. That's how they get to try Aussie. And they actually come in mind for one outfit, but they're like, oh, we like this even better when they try on, when they get a feel for the outfit. So, but we have to do the pop-ups at the right place. We cannot do pop-ups just everywhere because there's a big pop-up culture in, the Emirates.
I mean, it strikes me that fashion as an industry generally at this level it's a very emotive thing. You need to touch fabrics, you need to feel them, and particularly when you're as particular as you are about fabrics as well.
Absolutely.
People are going to want to try stuff on. They're going to want to head to a pop-up. Okay. There's a heading I noticed on your website, Business with a Conscience, and I wanted to ask you about that because this is kind of an important thing, I think, to you guys. You aim to empower women through fashion while giving back a portion of your earnings to support community initiative. That's the quotes. Now, in an industry often accused of taking advantage of a manufacturing workforce, that often happens in fashion, particularly fast fashion, which you are not. You often see social responsibility mentioned prominently, and it's kind of social responsibility washing. In this case, I guess it's not. You're kind of active in your commitment to empowerment, to philanthropy. Just talk me through the kinds of things that you're trying to do. How are you trying to give back? Fira, first of all.
So sustainability-wise, I think Javeria touched on that topic.
She did.
We're big on material.
Yeah.
Our material has to speak for itself. It's not heavy embellishments. It's not heavy work that you see. But when you wear an Aussie, it will look rich to your eyes, which is what we give. With sustainability, we give you the impact that's created. With philanthropy, when we had started, there are a couple of charities that are very, very close to our hearts, especially in the field of womanhood, in the field of education. We both descend from the country Pakistan, and we feel there's a big shortage of water there. So we do have a set of water pumps set in the villages over there. There is a problem with education there. So we do support some charities, especially called the TCF, the Citizens Foundation, which makes schools for underprivileged kids. Because I feel if you're educated, all the doors in life are open for you. So education is something that we're both very conscious about. And basic necessities of life, which comes water, which is very, very close to our life as well. So those are certain things that are a portion of our sales, and we're very conscious about it, just automatically goes to these charities.
So nice to hear, because education is, I've always felt it's a right, and it gives you a chance, it gives you a step to get ahead. Final question, we've got a minute or so left. You're a brand that emphasizes its identity as kind of family, continuity. Children are your biggest inspiration. There's another quote from the website.
Actually, these were my children pushed me to start something.
Were they like, Mum, you could do that? Did you
100%.
doubt
My
yourself?
husband and my children, they were
Really?
just like, Mama, you're wasting your talent. You are wasting it. So I was just like, okay.
Good for
So
them.
once
Now-
they were going to uni, and I was all.
We've got you on a day where
Yeah.
you've come in with flu. I apologise for that, but they gave you the kind of push that
Yes,
you needed,
push that I should start something now.
and then Fira is the other push that you
Yes,
need.
yes,
She makes you
yeah.
do things. Well, look, it's been great to talk to you. I really appreciated both
so
of you
much.
coming.
Thank
Fira
you.
Dedi and Javeria Dean, founders of Azzy Atelier. It's a fashion house, brand, label. Who knows what it's going to be in a couple of years' time.
Time will
Yes,
tell.
time.
Happy anniversary in December. Thanks
Oh,
for
thank
coming
you
in.
so
Thank
much,
you so
Tim.
much.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
Mira Business FM.
It's the morning drive. Legal is going to be our theme for the next hour or so on the program. We're going to be talking, well, basically marital bliss to not marital bliss. That's really what we're going to try to cover. Civil marriages, Muslim marriages, non-Muslim marriages as well, prenuptial agreements, child custody, asset division, mediation. Let's see how far we can get through that in the next hour. The TikTok lawyer, I was going to say old friend, my very young friend, Ludmila Yamalova, is going to be here in the studio here at Mira Business FM. Don't forget, you can get in contact with us. info@mira.fm is the email address. You can WhatsApp, more simply than remembering numbers. whatsapp.mira.fm is the way to get in touch. And you can follow us on all the usual social media platforms. Watch and listen again on YouTube as well. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. Mira Business FM.
This is Mira Business FM. This is the Morning Drive. My name is Tim Elliott. Welcome to an hour of legal discussion on the program now. Civil and Muslim marriages, prenuptial agreements, civil and Muslim divorce. It's just divorce in any other language. Child custody, asset division, mediation. So from the moment where it's all great to the moment when it's maybe not so great. It does happen, unfortunately. Family law in the UAE, basically. Ludmila Yamalova is back, a very young friend of mine back in the studio. See what I did there, Ludmila? She's the leading light behind LY Law, boutique law firm here in Dubai, and also the TikTok lawyer too. Nice to see you.
Great to see you too, and you did earn a few brownie points just now.
I
Well
thought.
done.
I actually made some notes, and I was like, old friend of mine, and I thought, no, cross, don't put that one in there. You know, yeah, it's both of us. So how have you been? You've been away for a while, I think. You've been doing
Not for a
other
while,
things like
but,
working.
Yes, yeah, imagine. I still have to do that.
Yeah,
Although, yeah, the impression many have that at this point in time, I should have already paid my dues and kind of relaxed a little bit and had more time. But I think the longer I go, the more I work.
Just when you thought you were out, they pull you back in. It's that kind of Michael Corleone thing, isn't it? I've just alluded to you as a mafia boss, which isn't the right way to put you across.
Yeah, we'll have a separate talk after the show about that.
Proceedings will begin
Me
at
and my
midday.
people.
I know. Well, I have an offer you can't refuse because you're here to talk about all sorts of stuff to do with marriage, and we'll get to that in a moment because it's enshrined all under the personal status law. So we're going to come to that. However, congratulations first of all, because you have recently become a licensed mediator accredited by ADR Center. This is a global thing, isn't it?
Yes, it is indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and that, by the way, is thank you for the acknowledgement and the recognition. And this is in the context of the Dubai government in particular, a sort of initiative to perhaps enhance the mediation framework in the UAE and to bolster the role of mediation in general at all levels. In fact, there's a mediation center that is being put in place. And at all levels, the Dubai government is training mediators and trying to create a local supply of mediators. And it's all in the context of as an alternative to a formal dispute resolution. I mean, mediation is, after all, an alternative dispute forum. So that's what ADR stands for, Alternative Dispute Resolution. And so mediation is basically, hey, listen, let's, given our differences, let's kind of try to put them aside. Let's sit together and figure out if there's a common ground for us to reach instead of going to court and with all our guns blazing and spending money and time left, right, and center. Let's figure out a way to amicably resolve this dispute. And so that's kind of in the wake of this. The UAE in general, but certainly the Dubai government in particular, is making concerted effort to bolster mediation and obviously create its own local supply. So we'll be hearing about mediation, seeing a lot more mediation in the news.
It's going to become much more of a thing, isn't it? What led you down to do this? Because, without wanting to blow smoke, my impression, and we've known each other for some time, is this is something you would be really good at because this is something you're very good at. But I guess lots of, attorneys at law, are maybe, more combative and maybe not as naturally, it's not a natural thing to them. But for you, it strikes me this would be something you would want to do.
Well, thank you for saying that. In fact, I'd like to kind of say yes. I sort of also believe that I was have a more mediator mindset. Although I'm a lawyer, so when clients come to me, I tend to represent my client's side of the story. However, in my style, that's I try to, wherever it's possible, to try to bring parties together instead of taking on the combative attitude. And so I thought before I took the training that, hey, I basically mediate disputes all the time because when clients come to me, first thing I do is I try to figure out if there's a way to resolve amicably, obviously within reason, sort of relatively speaking, whether there is an amicable way to resolve a dispute instead of going to court. So in my mind, I thought I've been acting as a mediator more or less during my practice. But when I took the mediation course, to my own surprise, I learned so much about, it's truly is a separate trade. It's a separate profession to be a mediator. So despite what I thought about my own skills and talents and experience, this was a very informative course and training, and I learned a lot, and I realized how much more there is to learn. And since then, since I took the course, I've absolutely have been putting it to practice, to my own surprise, thinking, oh my God, I learned that in my mediation training.
So it helps day to day as well.
Yeah.
Wow,
So it's really
okay.
quite fascinating. And this comes into play because, I mean, I guess talking about today's topic, we deal with a lot of divorces. And so divorces by very nature are very acrimonious, very contentious, very emotional, and very sort of heavy-duty, psychological, kind of intense matters. And so clients come to you and they're very upset, and they want to, obviously there's every client is different. Although in divorces, I think they all have common traits. But one thing that seems to unite them all is that they want to, they want revenge, they want to fight, and they at any cost, they think at that point in time. And so. My preference and my style, my approach has been kind of throughout, but certainly since I became a licensed mediator. Well, is there a way for us to mediate this? I mean, can I, although I'm your lawyer, but could I try to potentially act a little bit of a sort of tainted mediator and reach out to the other side and see if we can have a dialogue? Because by the time clients come to me, there's very little dialogue that can happen directly between them. And it's almost like they can say nothing right to when they speak to each other. There's just it's highly contentious. So it's almost like they need a buffer. They need someone to be their filter. And in most cases, that's all they need. It needs some filter that can take the temperature down. So I've noticed how since my training, I've been able to put into use that very training that I went through my ADR training or certification, and it's been pretty amazing. It's I have to tell you, it's not easy to try to convince a client who wants revenge, who wants everything or give nothing, to walk them off the edge a little bit and say, listen, do you mind? Let me try, see if I can talk to the other side and figure out a way to bring you a little closer together instead of going to court and airing out all your dirty laundry from both sides and and then losing sleepless nights for the next however many months. So it's been fairly effective, I have to say.
It's going to be a very useful skill. I mean, Dubai's growing, and if a population grows, that means divorce grows. So there's more need for it. It's very simple, isn't it? Ultimately,
it is simple, and Dubai also is a very, in a way, unique place in that way because so many of us are expats, and by virtue of our demographic here is a lot of marriages are very much mixed marriages, or complex marriages. They could be different nationalities, different religions. There's a lot of marriages that have, that had previous marriages before, and so it makes it a lot more complex whenever their personal matters come up. It is that much more complex, and plus there's a lot of people with a lot of money, and so it starts from somebody who's marrying someone, even if it's from their own home country, but there's a disparity of wealth between them. They want to protect and ring fence their wealth now we were getting married. How do we get married? We want to get a Muslim marriage, or want civil marriage, now we're not getting along so well. So what happens? How do we separate? And there's a separation about money, and then there's separation about children. So it's so complex. So I think divorce, and there's, for the most part, that's kind of our pool of clients, right? It's never just sort of a simple kind of expected marital relationship that you would expect, let's say, in your home country. There's a lot of complexities, a lot of different nationalities, different passports, different kids from different marriages, different religions. So it's I think because of that, it's just that much more important to have a buffer, to have a filter to help people just see perspective.
No, I can see that. I mean, we've talked about this a lot in different podcasts that we've done, or just sitting down over a cup of coffee and talked about it, because it is so complex. And I guess from your point of view, there's an unfortunate side to this that's just occurred to me, actually. If you think about it, if you handle a marriage, a civil marriage for people, and then you handled the divorce and then the child custody and the asset division, it's repeat business. I'm joking, of course.
This is it. Yeah, that's my goal. That's my recipe for success.
That's what it's for. But it is nonetheless, it's a very complex thing. So what I wanted to do today, Ludmila, is to try to break this down into reasonably palatable chunks, and you're the person to do it, unfortunately. So this is should you choose to accept the mission, here we go. We need to start with the personal status war. There was a landmark update very recently, I know, which I think came into effect earlier this year. So this is the law that handles all family matters, isn't it, really? So marriages, divorces, inheritance, alimony, all that kind of stuff. Is that correct?
Yes and no. So let me kind of break it down. So what we're talking about, let's first start with the term personal status matters. I mean, what is that term?
Yeah.
Basically anything related to family. And what does that encompass? It encompasses everything from the time you want to marry, where to marry, under which law to marry, in which court to marry, how to marry, to perhaps prenuptial agreement before you get married, to an agreement between the parties to have some sort of roadmap for the future in the event things don't work out, to what are the terms of the marriage, by the way, and that's what the prenuptial agreements are for. A lot of people don't even think about it. Most people think of prenuptial agreement only in the event something happens, right? So a separation, or, I mean, in most cases, separation and divorce, but also especially in the UAE, actually, you'd be surprised, but for Muslims, prenuptial agreements are actually quite common. And it's because, especially in Islam, it's very common to set terms for the marriage, because as part of the marriage, especially parties have obligations to each other. So this is why prenuptial agreements are quite common in the Muslim world, is just to set out obligations, especially from the husband usually, and what his obligations are to the wife.
Well, I mean, that's interesting because, I know the term prenuptial arrangement from movies and TV shows, and a prenup to me is very much, well, when I divorce him, that's what I'm going to get, or but it's really not that, is it?
Exactly. And we can once we delve into it a little more, I'll give you specific examples of how important it is to at least think through those issues before you jump into marriage. And it doesn't have to be contentious. It actually does not have to be about separation of assets necessarily and what happens upon divorce, but it's more about how do we raise our children, especially when you have people coming from different countries, different religions, different nationalities, cultures, languages, right? So how do we raise our children? Are they going to be Catholic? Are they going to be Muslim? Are they going to be Buddhist? Which language you want them? So these kinds of matters, who are they going to be closer to, the parents, the grandparents from the father's side, or the grandparents from the mother's side? Some people don't want their children to spend much time with their parents. They prefer to have their children spend more time with their wives or their partners. Family. I mean, these are very real examples that I'm giving you. So there's a lot of nuances apart from just what happens when we fall out of love for one another. So going back to just the personal status. So it encompasses that from marriage to the agreement to the terms of marriage, to what happens in the event of divorce or separation with regards to financial assets, commercial interests, as well as children, and most importantly, and that's usually the most contentious issues, children, to, sadly, what happens after death, because that's also a kind of a personal status matter. And that part of that is wills. So that's what we mean by personal status matters.
Right.
Now, in the UAE, you have the way to think about it is there are two different categories. You've got personal status matters that apply to Muslims and those that apply to non-Muslims. So going back to your original question, whether the recent law, and you're absolutely right, that is a very new law. It was actually, it's federal law number 41 of 2024, and it did come into effect of April 2025. So it's very recent. It's just a few months.
Yeah.
So that law, generally speaking, would be considered the overarching personal status law, except that by default it applies mainly to Muslims and it's based on principles of Sharia, but it has obviously some options to opt out of there. So, but that by default applies to Muslims, but there's also, the UAE also has a personal status law for non-Muslims, and this law was introduced in 2022, and that's law number 41, also federal law. So that law specifically applies to non-Muslims, which, by the way, was a revolutionary law when it was issued, because there wasn't a law like that before. So now we've got these personal status law for kind of all of the UAE, but specifically for Muslims, and then one for non-Muslims. And then separately, there's a third source of law, and that's Abu Dhabi. The Abu Dhabi has also a law that was issued in 2021 as law number 14, as well for non-Muslim UAE residents and nationals, because there's now more UAE nationals who are also non-Muslims. So these are the three sources of law. And in terms of timing, the Abu Dhabi law was introduced in 2021, and it was quite groundbreaking at the time because it was the first civil personal status law dedicated to civil matters in the UAE, in all of the UAE. And we've covered, you and I've covered this topic before on the podcast. What was specifically sort of, I guess, highlighted the importance of that law is, although it was Abu Dhabi law, it was not limited to only Abu Dhabi residents. So it did apply to anybody who wanted to opt into the civil personal status law. And so it was groundbreaking, and a lot of marriages took place, and you didn't even have to be, or you still don't have to be a resident of the UAE to even opt to get married under the Abu Dhabi personal status law for non-Muslims. And it really kind of set the ground for civil personal status matters. Then the UAE follows suit shortly thereafter, and in at the federal level. So remember, this is just Emirates specific. And then in 2022, a year later, the UAE led the way by introducing its own personal status law for non-Muslims, and that's the law number 41 of 2022. So now, and that law is in many ways based on the Abu Dhabi law, but not quite. And the Abu Dhabi law is still a little more progressive in the sense because it's just, I guess it's a little older. And so now we've got two sources of personal status law for non-Muslims, and then the UAE, the personal law at a Muslim level, or the personal status law, kind of the federal level that applies for Muslims in particular. The same law, it was in existence from 2005.
Yes.
So that was the UAE personal status law. So only this year, that law, which again, from 2005, was repealed altogether, and the new personal status law came into effect. So now, high level, we've got the UAE personal status law that's effective, the new one that's also law number 41, that's effective as of April. And then we've got two sources of civil, I call it civil marriage as personal status law. And all of them not just amend the previous laws, but repeal the previous laws altogether. And introduce a brand new legal framework for parties to consider and ultimately rely on in their personal status matters. And so at a kind of a high level, what all of these laws, irrespective of whether it's for personal status law or for civil marriages, they cover everything from marriage to prenuptial agreements, to divorces, to custody, guardianship, asset division, inheritance, and I think basically so the whole gamut. So now, depending on which law you want to choose, you have a choice. So even as a non-Muslim, you can also opt into the application of the UAE personal status law. That's the one that perhaps we'll talk about most today. So as a non-Muslim resident, you have a choice of at least 3 different laws. No, actually 4 different laws, because the UAE personal status law, the new one we're talking about, also offers to residents or to expats a choice of either they can opt into the UAE personal status law, or they can choose the UAE personal status law for non-Muslims, or they can choose the law of their own country. So it's there's quite a bit of choice and variety, which is a huge step forward from how things used to be until what this new legal framework that I've just sort of set out existed. We basically had just one law, and the one law, which by default, for the most part, there were some exceptions, but by default same law applied to everybody, Muslims, non-Muslims, residents, nationals, and there was very little choice, although there was an option in the law to bring in the law from your own country, but it was so complex in most cases, people just sort of walked away from that option and defaulted to ultimately application of the EU personal status law, which is based on principles of Sharia. And this is important to highlight.
Well, that's
that
the
this,
key, isn't it? Yeah.
It's not a Muslim law, right? Because this is what people, it's Islamic law. It's not Islamic law. The UAE is a civil law jurisdiction.
Yes.
And so the laws are maybe based on certain principles. So the personal status law is based on Islamic principles, but it's not an Islamic law. So this is important because it's a codified law. So some of this, when we're talking about personal status law, it's not Sharia law. It's just that certain concepts in the law are based on Sharia principles. Until recently, non-Muslims, I mean, everybody was subject to these principles with very little effective choice of something else, which meant that, especially in divorces, this whole concept of custody, guardianship, division, who the father has kind of the guardianship role over the children, and for a lot of non-Muslims, this was a novel concept and perhaps kind of a foreign concept. So now the law has a lot more choice and there's a lot more options and it's a lot more clear.
Okay, so we're going to talk about civil marriages. We're going to talk about whether you're non-Muslim or Muslim. We're going to be talking about custody. We're going to be talking about mediation. We're going to be talking about divorce as well. In the next half hour, we're talking very, very complex legal matters with Ludmila Yamalova from LY Law. The TikTok lawyer is with us at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. Mira Business FM.
This is Mira Business FM, legal discussion this morning until the end of the show at midday. Ludmila Yamalova is here from LY Law. We are talking civil and Muslim civil marriages for non-Muslims and Muslims, to be more specific, and prenuptial agreements. We've talked about the personal status law, which is kind of the overriding law for all personal status matters. Under that comes marriage, of course. Ludmila, let's talk about... let's start with marriage if you are Muslim, first of all, here in the UAE. How about that? Let's go from there to start with.
Yeah, so for Muslims to get married in the UAE, there are perhaps a little more limited options than, for example, non-Muslims. So, I mean, the first thing you need to figure out which emirate, because it's very much sort of emirate-based. And every emirate has its own court, and because ultimately the Muslim marriages they take place as under the umbrella of the courts, and so that's why, since in the UAE we have different courts for different emirates, so you need to decide. First of all, you need to decide, or I guess be resident, figure out which resident of which emirate you are, and that's basically your default court. All the options are more available if you have connection to different emirates. So and that's basically where you will kind of initiate the application to get married. So it is done through the court, and it's the court that would kind of administer the process for Muslim marriages. Now, and it will be registered through the courts. And by the way, as a side thing, is that this is, for a lot of Muslims in the world, this is a very beneficial I guess, framework, because in a lot of other countries, you cannot have a official Muslim marriage. You can have a Muslim ceremony, but not the marriage. The marriage just happens sort of in the courts, in the civil courts, and then they would have a Muslim ceremony. But a lot of Muslims actually want to have a Muslim marriage, Islamic marriage. Right. And so the UAE offers this Islamic marriage that is actually registered under the official government authority, i.e. in this case is the court. And I'll give you a specific example of that, a recent example. I guess the nuance, in more relatively mindful of the time, or relevant terms, the nuance for Muslim marriages is that the woman, a Muslim, needs a guardian. So that's perhaps one of the biggest. I mean, we're assuming here in this case that they're both Muslims. If they're newly converted Muslims, they need to submit their certifications basically in support of their conversion and such. But yeah, there's a medical test as well. That's one of the requirements. But one of the, perhaps some of the notable nuances of Muslim marriage is that for a woman, she needs to have a guardian. Now, these are the principles, Sharia principles. Yeah. Until this new law was introduced, there was, at least we're talking about the language of the law for now, right? Because the practice is something else. It's still evolving. But until recently, the language of the law was such that the only way to get married is with your guardian's approval. Now, the guardian can only be, basically the male relative, usually from your father's side. So it has to be your father, and if the father is not available, it'd be like the uncle and such. And the law did provide, however, if the father or the male guardian would not want to grant his consent, then the judge could become the guardian. Okay. We had tried that a few times for a few of our clients, and it's just it wasn't as streamlined as one would hoped. So generally speaking, unless you had a male guardian that is basically your father or some family member, it was not an option to have an Islamic marriage in the UAE. And in fact, a lot of people who wanted to get married and have an Islamic marriage, they would, Muslim marriage, they would actually leave the UAE sometimes and get married elsewhere. For example, Malaysia is one of the places they could have an Islamic. Egypt is another one, so they could have an Islamic marriage and without the guardian. Because by the way, this is the UAE law requiring the guardian. A lot of other Arab countries don't require, because it's a different school of Islam. So they don't necessarily require a guardian for females. So the UAE still does. So as per the new law, now the guardian, the law is a lot more flexible. The language of the law is more flexible. So it now says that the guardian could be anyone. It could be the bride's mother or sister. So it doesn't have to be a male relative. One, and then two, if there's no guardian, then the judge must become the guardian. right? So it's no more discretionary as it used to be. Under the old law, it is basically, it's obligatory. So if the woman does not have a guardian, then the judge must become the guardian. So that's the new language of the law. But we're talking about the law that was only issued in April, which is just a few months ago. So the application of this law is still evolving. From what we see now, there's still perhaps there's the presumption that there will be a guardian, and the guardian must be a male guardian, and unless there's other kind of documents in support of that that would replace the typical male guardian. So while the law is very specific that it's no longer obligatory, and it could be the bride's mother or sister, or anybody else for that matter, I guess the system is still processing the application of this new law. So as we learn more, we'll certainly share the updates. But the good thing is that from a legal standpoint, from a formal standpoint, it's no longer basically those who want to have a Muslim marriage, and women, that is, in particular, they don't, by law, not required to have a guardian at all times. Furthermore, there's another language in the same law, is that some Muslim women the laws of whose countries do not require a guardian can have actually a Muslim marriage without a guardian. So, for example, as I use the example of Egypt, in Egypt, Muslim women do not require a guardian. So, if this is again by language, by the wording of the law, if a Muslim woman, an Egyptian woman, wanted to get married here, she could request for the court to apply the interpretation of Islamic sort of marriage from Egypt without having to provide a guardian. So this is now all allowed under the law. And I'll tell you, because right now I have a client who it's a Muslim couple, and they really want to have an Islamic marriage. And in fact, this is a couple from Europe and has roots in Europe. And so that was the example I gave you. It's for them, it's really important to have Islamic marriage, but then they want it to be formal. So they can get married elsewhere. They can have a civil ceremony in Europe, for example, but in Europe they don't have Muslim marriages, right? Yeah. Official marriages. Yeah. There's a Muslim ceremony, but not the marriage itself. But for them, it's really important to have a Muslim marriage. So they are looking at the UAE to come here and have a proper Muslim or Islamic marriage that's registered by the court.
That's interesting. It's not that long ago. It's only the last few years, isn't it, that there really wasn't an option in the UAE to get married in a civil ceremony. That's a very recent development.
Well, yes, and that development was led by Abu Dhabi. That was the Abu Dhabi law it was called for civil marriages and its effects, and it was issued in 2022, in fact 2021, and then quickly amended in 2022, just a few months later, to expand further and make it basically apply to not just, because the initial version of the law applied only to expats, basically non-nationals, and then it expanded to all civil marriages and its effects in the UAE, because as we know now, there are also UAE nationals who are not Muslims. So it now applies to a much broader application. And one specific selling point of that law, if you will, was that it was open so this was the first civil personal status law in the region, and that allowed for civil marriages. It's the first one in the region, and that was kind of their big headline stories. And it truly was, it kind of lived up to its promise.
It was a huge deal.
It was a huge deal, and it certainly lived up to its promise, and very quickly. So it basically became available to anybody who wanted to have a civil marriage. They did not have to have any links to the UAE. So it all started from Abu Dhabi. Now there's a lot, because as I said earlier, the Abu Dhabi led the way with regards to the civil marriages and its effects, because civil personal status law. Then the country as a whole at a federal level kind of took that and introduced a law that applies across the UAE. And it's, has kind of based on the Abu Dhabi law, but it's not as developed as the Abu Dhabi law. And as part of that, so that means now you can have a civil marriage in Dubai, right? Under this personal status law that applies to Dubai now too. But the application of it is still evolving, right? So what we have seen, although you can have a civil marriage in Dubai under this personal status law for non-Muslims, I guess the administrators of the affair, they still tend to require certain elements that perhaps are more typical to to a Muslim marriage. For example, a woman's guardian. And all the, yes, or to show, for example, certificate of being able to marry. So that basically the woman has been divorced, so she's basically not married elsewhere. So these requirements are actually not in the law, but they are more typical of a Muslim marriage. So the administrators of civil marriages in Dubai, for example, from our experience, what we've seen, and so it's a little bit of a mix, which is to be expected, to be honest with you, because again, we're talking about very new laws and quite groundbreaking. So therefore, going back to your earlier question, if you want to have a civil marriage today, the easiest, the most streamlined, most efficient and effective way is still through Abu Dhabi. So that's Abu Dhabi Judicial Department, or ADJD. So they still to this day, they're perhaps kind of the cornerstone of civil marriages in the region, and it's very, very efficient. As I said, you apply online, you submit your documents, they give you an appointment, and you come on the day, you get married, you get a marriage certificate with a QR code, and you're done. It's very, very efficient, very modern.
It's so now.
It's so now, indeed, it's so now. So today, still, although the federal law now allows for civil marriages in all other Emirates, for the time being, Abu Dhabi is perhaps like the kind of the path that's best traveled, and therefore the most efficient for those who want to get married and want to get married maybe quickly without many complexities.
Okay, I mean that's permissible, isn't it? From a civil perspective, if you're Muslim, as long as you're not a resident of the UAE, is that right?
Great question. So, and that's an important highlight, is that the law, and as I said earlier, we're talking about the Abu Dhabi law right now, and that's Abu Dhabi law for civil marriages and its effects. It also included, when it amended quickly, it basically included a language that was at the time groundbreaking. By now we've sort of gotten used to it. Is that basically, anyone, this law applies to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 non-Muslims, expats, so on and so forth, or anyone who wants to have a civil marriage. So that was a very short sentence, but
wow.
Really groundbreaking effect, because basically it means that even Muslims, if they want to have a civil marriage, they can have a civil marriage under this law.
Yeah.
And so to your point, yes. So even Muslims anyone and they don't have to be non-residents, but that law specifically excludes Muslim nationals or UAE nationals.
Yeah,
Muslim
okay,
UAE nationals,
okay,
right?
yeah.
So expat Muslims, if they want to have a civil marriage, this court is equally available to them. And other aspects, by the way, of this law, and this is the personal status law, right, for non-Muslim, for civil marriages, meaning wills, inheritance. Now, Muslims can also have a will under this law, under ADJD, that is a civil will versus Sharia will.
We have not even got to prenuptial agreements, nor have we got to child custody, and we are out of time, unfortunately, because there is so much to discuss. I always find this with you, Ludmila, there is always so much to discuss.
Yes, and the thing is, it will never end.
No.
because the law we're talking about is literally just a few months old. So by the time I see you next, who knows what other new laws will have been introduced.
There literally could be updates. But, this is the thing that we've talked about it feels like the last 5 or 6 years. In fact, it is about the last 5 or 6 years. The change in the speed of legal updates, the system, the process is unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. It's groundbreaking, and it's very exciting, especially for somebody in my profession.
I bet it is. Well, you've always got a smile on your face, and that's always a nice thing to see. Ludmila Yamalova is from LY Law. She's widely known online as the TikTok lawyer, and I mean that with the greatest of respect, because you have an enormous following. And thank you for coming.
Always a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Ludmila Yamalova here on Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM.
With me, Inzamam Rashid, a very warm afternoon to you. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon here on Mira Business FM, streaming live across our website, mirabusiness.fm, and of course, across all the social channels as well, particularly on YouTube. If you are there, please do hit the subscribe button and make sure that you catch up on all the content that we have for you across Mira Business FM. You can, of course, catch up as well across the socials on X, Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn too. And if you want to get involved in the conversation today, then please just drop us an email, info@mira.fm, or you can drop us a message on WhatsApp. And what I would do is just store the number in your phone under Mira Business FM, and then you can send in all your questions and comments and all that kind of stuff to Tim Elliott and the Morning Drive team, and to here with me on Daybreak as well. Just pop this number in your phone, +971 522 789 567, or if it's easy, just go to the website whatsapp.mira.fm, and right there you will get straight to the messaging platform to send us messages as well. Now, today, my next guest is someone who I think is probably fair to say isn't just predicting the future of technology, but she's actually helping to build it. Faye Arjumandi is the founder and CEO of Mimic. It's a pioneering company that's changing how artificial intelligence and computing power are distributed across the world. She is noted as a serial entrepreneur, a patent holder, a member of the Forbes Technology Council, and also, I've been told, a passionate advocate for women in STEM. Basically, if it's cutting edge, Faye's probably already been there and built a company around it. She's in Abu Dhabi this week for Abu Dhabi Autonomous Week 2025 and joins us on the line from there. Faye, it's a pleasure to have you on Mira Business FM.
Thank you. Likewise. Thanks for having me.
No, and I'm loving the look as well. So tell us, you're in Abu Dhabi right now at the Autonomous Week?
Yes, I'm here and it's buzzing. It's great to be in this region. They're moving with the speed of agentics and shaping the world. So it's great to be part of it and actually help bringing the future and make it available today in this region.
Yeah, I mean, that's a skill to have, isn't it? Not only to predict the future with your glass ball, but also bring the future forward, essentially. So thank you for all the work that you do in that field. Just tell us a bit about Abu Dhabi Autonomous Week. It started today. What's it been like on the ground there so far in the few hours that you've been there?
What I see here is that the government has the mission to really not only bring true autonomy to the market, but actually help shaping it. They are here not to be on the passenger seat, but leading it. And they are welcoming all the entrepreneurs from around the world to come and put their innovation and what they have created into practice. So they are referring to it as creating a sandbox for agentics and AI, but I consider it as a sand beach because when it comes to AI and agentics, we really need to think outside the box and outside the domain of vertical apps to horizontal systems that can mimic human behavior by discovering each other, interacting with each other, and collaborating in order to create systems that advance and move forward and help our lives, whether it's enterprise or individual.
We just lost you slightly there, Faye, but I think we've got you back, and we got the kind of idea of what you were saying there in particular. I want to get an understanding from yourself, and particularly from a Mimic point of view. What really excites you about being at Abu Dhabi Autonomous Week this week?
What excites me is to see the alignments and the way that we see the world, and Abu Dhabi is seeing the world in terms of the next generation of systems. You see, what we're going through right now in terms of AI is exactly the way that we moved from web world to mobile application. The first generation of mobile applications was about let's grab a big browser, shrink them, and put them on the phone. But very quickly, people realized that that's not enough. We required a new form of compute, a new form of software architecture in order to bring new systems to mobile. And that created mobile application, mobile native application. This is exactly where we are with AI. We are at that place where people are taking those big systems, now mobile application, wrapping it around AI and trying to kind of ping an LLM in cloud. But the true autonomy, the true value of the AI is in physical. Prompt is not about me sitting behind a computer and prompting an LLM. It's an event in the physical world that prompts into agentic native systems. And agents are these single capability agents that can now reside on device where the real context is and data sources, and based on a prompt from from the physical world, now start processing the data based on context, decide where the other agent is, look for the other agents in order to create collaboration with other agents across the continuum compute in order to derive to an outcome. So mission accomplished that
Sure.
way. So you can't put the agents into box and vertical anymore. It's about horizontal systems, and it starts from device first with offline first and collaboration across the continuum
Yeah.
and so on.
Absolutely, and that's why I'll come on to kind of Edge Cloud and the stuff that you guys do at Mimic shortly. But I guess that's the real benefits of something like Abu Dhabi Autonomous Week, whereby these great minds are all coming together from all over the world. You're having these conversations. Yes, obviously there is huge competition out there, but also it's bringing these people together to elaborate your own, ideas and thoughts, and actually moving things forward. And as you said right at the very beginning, bringing the future to this day and age. From a business perspective as well, how important is a week like this? Because I'm sure there'll be a lot of deals being made, a lot of MOUs being signed throughout the week as well. From a business perspective of someone who's in this industry and has been for some time now, how important is an event like this to get business done? Especially in this field where, there's still a lot of questions around kind of getting business done.
Absolutely. It's very important because you get to have meaningful conversations and you get to show the solutions. Like right now, we have a booth at the Autonomous Week. We're actually showcasing physical AI in action. They're heterogeneous systems, drone, robots from different companies can discover and interact with each other even without internet and cloud. Describing something like that in a theory is very difficult. But when you bring it and make it visceral, then new questions gets raised and understanding gets elevated across. And that leads to business and signing MOUs and intentions and all that. And we showcase that capability even without any cloud or internet connectivity. We see right now how difficult bandwidth is between you and I communicating. Now imagine that millions of autonomous cars or autonomous entities want to interact with each other through an intermediary cloud point versus the device first itself is a cloud element. So when you come to an event and you're capable of showing these solutions in a physical world, not just TV rendering images of how fast the computer operates, but actually showing it, then the light bulb goes on that, oh, okay, I can put this in mining, I can put this in air, sea, and the land, where systems can interact with each other with sovereignty in execution. You see, people are talking about sovereignty as let me put everything in a data center.
Yeah.
But when we talk naturally, we decide that what is confidential and what can I disclose. So that's a sovereignty in execution, which happens between the devices. And those are the things that Mimic is actually enabling. At the end of the day, Mimic is about, again, mimicking human behavior, systems that mimic human behavior in a very natural way.
Let's talk a bit about kind of edge cloud and the agentic AI economy as well. For our listeners who might not be deeply technical, Faye, how would you explain edge cloud and also why it's central to the agentic AI economy?
Actually, so it's a very good question. In fact, we're not an edge cloud company. And I do not necessarily believe in the way that the industry considers or defines edge cloud.
Okay, interesting.
We are the inventor of a hybrid edge cloud, but then the market hijacked the edge by saying, let's come and buy gateways. The word is not about come and buy gateways. The phone that you carry in your pocket. In fact, we were talking to a factory, and the CEO of a factory said, the most capable camera is the phone in the pocket of my employee. These devices has a lot more compute. Drone has a lot of compute. Car has a lot of compute in it. That's why we're saying it's about device first continuum AI. Why? Because Agentic's native system have a different requirement. Agents need to be able to run where the data source is and where the context is. Today in the cloud world, you have to send a lot of data to cloud for somebody to assume what the context of this conversation is. I'm talking to you in the context of being in autonomous event, seeing what's happening, and then communicating that with you directly. Cloud, I have to describe the entire scenery to some intermediary, and that intermediary shape it, and then somebody else make a conclusion from it. Versus acting on real data, acting on that real-time context, and now making a decision. I have an AI model on my device. I also may need an AI model that I need to discover it via another provider that is happened to be on another drone or on another car. So this is about continuum, but it starts with the endpoint device itself. So you provide the capability of API first, microservice first, and apply it to Agentic's native, where they can run across any compute with or without cloud.
So picking up on picking up on the idea of that
Yes.
end product, Faye, how do you see, particularly what you guys do at Mimic, intersecting with the rise of autonomous systems from vehicles to smart infrastructure, particularly here in the UAE? How does that work?
Absolutely. So autonomy is about interoperability, is about self-awareness, situational awareness, which comes based on the context, and the context in real time happens on device, because that's where the source is, that's where the situation. So we're giving the system self-awareness and situational awareness. We're practically an enabler. We provide full stack architecture. We provide a collection of digital services, libraries, and SDKs for others to now be able to develop Agentic's native system that now agents across different entities can discover and collaborate with each other in order to complete a mission. And at any time, a car need to communicate with a traffic light, need to communicate with a camera. A robot that is in the factory, if it's autonomous entity, when the robot lifts the cradle and block its vision, the camera at the corner of the factory need to be able to communicate with the robot and say, hey, there is a danger on the at the corner. Just like human. How human operate. I mean, think about yourself in a day. At any moment, you have self-awareness, situational awareness, and you communicate and interact with different team members in a different way based on the context of the task. And that's how Mimic fits into that autonomy. We bring interoperability across heterogeneous systems, whether it's inside the car, because car has many compute, and now with Mimic, you can provide and run agent on top of that compute, and that agent can move between the compute regardless of their underlying operating system connectivity in hardware and network.
And so,
And at the same time, if the
So, Faith, sorry to interrupt you there. But I was just on that point. You know, you kind of said that Mimic is kind of redefining how computational intelligence is distributed. What does that kind of mean, though, in practical terms? You know, for businesses, for consumers, and also for how we use our devices. You picking up your phone, you know, a lot and saying that it's the most kind of important product that we have. But what is it that you guys are doing, which then, in practical terms, will actually be beneficial for consumers and businesses?
So, absolutely good question. So imagine right now, every time for consumer, imagine right now, every time I want to check something and I have to prompt an LLM, I need connectivity to the cloud in order to and receive the response. And I believe right now our LLM on my compute, I can work on my phone without any problem, and even when I'm offline. But now, over time, as I'm using that LLM, it can learn more about me and maintain my privacy. And if I need for the global LLM to now learn something beyond what it knows, I can authorize it to send that information. Or let's take into consideration your smart home in your home. You have camera, you have a doorbell, you have now an intruder that passing by the camera. The camera can immediately inform the IoT inside your home to now lock the doors, and immediately from the camera inform the law enforcement. So that's like a consumer setting, or the camera can inform the other cameras in the neighborhood that I'm suspecting an intruder, now follow the intruder while the law enforcement arrive and stream that over to the law enforcement. So things happens locally, again, just like you first call your API in your head on whether you can do this and pick up the phone and call somebody. In the context of enterprise, imagine you have a drone delivery of the package.
Yeah.
A drone is delivering a package from point A to point B, but its camera now detects a fire hazard underneath of the surface that is flying over. What does a human do? They pick up the phone and call 911. So now a drone, although its task was to deliver the package,
Right.
it has the capability to call the firefighters. It has the capability to raise an alarm for the neighborhood.
Right.
So interoperability become the true autonomy, and that's what the fit is in this sector. Elon Musk recently said.
Please go, Faye. What did Elon say? He said a lot of things. But...
Elon Musk very recently said, I have 100 million cars in the market. They all running their own powerful inference execution engine, right? But then in that case, that's a locked system. But with Mimic, we're saying decouple that agentic and inference from the underlying compute, which means that we empower businesses to actually own their own data, own their own knowledge, because knowledge as a service is the next big economy. SaaS is dead.
Yeah.
CaaS as a knowledge as a service is the next big economy. And enterprises, governments, and end users need to treat that knowledge from themselves, from the enterprise, from the national point of view, as a treasure. That's what the economy is going to run on. And that's what Mimic, at the end of the day, empowering everyone to actually participate in this knowledge as a service economy.
Faye, we've only got a few minutes left, but it's for me, and I can see clearly from you and the passion that you have, it's incredibly exciting. It's a really exciting time that we're going into. And obviously it's very exciting within the field that you work in. What's the kind of feedback conversations that you've had from kind of everyday people who this will kind of impact day in, day out? Maybe not, next year, but in the years to come. Is there excitement amongst kind of businesses and consumers as well, or do you feel like still the message hasn't yet got across to people about the transformative changes that could actually happen with AI?
Yeah, so very good question. Privacy, whether it's privacy of individual or privacy of enterprise or nation. Offline first, I don't have connectivity. My systems need to stop working. We saw cloud went down for a few minutes and the entire world, a lot of businesses got impacted.
Yeah.
Now imagine in the world where AI runs our lives and then cloud goes down. Everything, the entire world is going to go down with it? No. Offline first. Sovereignty, which means that just like a corporate that they have different confidentiality level, at any point in execution, when a transaction happens between two entities, the systems need to adhere to the sovereignty at the time. And what I see, if you don't have legacy, like if you fell behind the internet and mobile internet, you moving faster with Agentics native systems and Agentics native economy. That's why this region is moving it's moving much faster than other regions that actually were ahead in the mobile internet. If you're an enterprise that you haven't adopted the last mobile internet or you have less legacy, you can move faster with Agentics native. And I have one key message for everybody. Forget about mobile application. Forget about cloud-first architecture. This is a different world. Forget about SaaS business models. This is a different world. You need to start from Agentics native model and knowledge as a service economy and start from scratch versus trying to band-aid the old systems. And this is what we see excitements by enterprises that they say offline first, privacy first, sovereignty in execution, and autonomous collaborative system, regardless of who is providing me the hardware, the compute, the drone, the robots, And that's the value, because now if your entire business run by software, you want to decouple your agentic business logic from the underlying OS, network, hardware, and
Absolutely.
compute. Because you may decide to choose another hardware vendor
Absolutely.
tomorrow. You may decide to choose another LLM and AI provider tomorrow. You can't build all your business. I often tell people, do we lock people to the space that they work in? No, that's called prison. People move between spaces and people move between businesses. Agents need to operate exactly in that fashion.
And be agile, for sure. Just literally, we've only got kind of 90 seconds with you. I just want to talk about you yourself. You founded multiple tech companies. You hold more than a dozen patents as well. You are an absolute force in this industry, and you continue to be so. I'd love to get an understanding from you what kind of advice you would give to young entrepreneurs or engineers here in the UAE in particular who want to innovate in deep tech but kind of may feel that the field is probably dominated by large global players.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, by the way, another big pain point is cloud cost, because people are now losing their shares in the cloud cost, and that's why again device first continuum is such a key thing. As for the entrepreneurs, I think entrepreneurs were about disrupting. But over the past 10, 15 years, entrepreneurship changed to what VC is investing in. So venture capital kind of turned the entrepreneurship into the franchise copy paste. So my message to entrepreneurs is forget about that. We're back to grit. We're back to working out of your garage. Disrupt. This is the word. We have never faced such a transformation in our lives. People compare this to the invention of a steam engine. I say this is much bigger than that. Everything is transforming, and don't let those big brands intimidate you.
Yeah.
Actually, those are not, I mean, the world right now is getting very noisy over AI model and compute. But the true value is in execution and inference engine. LLMs are important. I use them every day, but they're just one piece of the puzzle. And LLMs are both your companion and competitors. We see how the LLM providers over $9. Knowledge as a service economy is trillions of dollars. Follow the device first, agentic native systems with knowledge as a service economy.
I think at least $1 trillion of that is in your head there, Faye, as well. Thank you so much for your time. It's been a real privilege speaking to you. Thank you for speaking to us on Mira Business FM. Just before I let you go, our technical producer here, Faraj, is in awe of the outfit that you've got on there. It looks like a beautiful design. I was wondering if you could just give us an idea of where that's from. It looks stunning.
So you're going to be surprised,
Here we go.
I think, by knowing that I bought this in Mumbai.
Nice.
From a Bollywood item kind of a store. And this is actually the gown that men wear in weddings.
Oh, so it's a sherwani. You've got a sherwani on, is that right?
Yes. And the jewelry is a line of jewelry that actually I bought myself because it's called Gandolfi, and they are so big because I wanted to actually do a 3D printing of connectivity in them. I don't believe that I have to wear a watch to make it wearable. I believe everything that we wear need to become a connected wearable. So that's what it's all about.
I love that. I love when we have a cool CEO.
It's about being you. You know, it's about being you. The world is trying to confine us to a certain uniform, all black, or all this, all that. To me, it's about variety. It's about being you and embracing your own knowledge and collaborating and welcoming others to it.
Faye, I love that. It's very cool when we have a very cool CEO on the show here on Mira Business FM. Thank you for your time. Faye Arjamandi, the founder and CEO of Mimic. She is down at Abu Dhabi Autonomous Week all this week. I'm sure you'll be able to spot her in a wonderful sherwani and beautiful jewelry there. Faye, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
This is Mira Business FM. You are listening to Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid. Keep it with us. We'll have plenty more conversations for you on the way.
Mira Business FM.
Ten past 12. Welcome back to Mira Business FM. This is Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid, taking you through till 2 o'clock this afternoon on a Friday. What a great feeling that really is. Look, on the Daybreak, we spoke quite a bit and quite extensively a few weeks ago about women in the workplace and the opportunities and the challenges and the need for greater support systems as women progress through different stages of their careers and their lives. And it's something that we touched upon with financial journalist from Citywire, Paramita Day, which was a really fascinating conversation. You can catch that on the Mira Business FM podcast. But today we're going to dive into a community that I think it's fair to say is probably going beyond the workplace, a bit of a global movement designed specifically for women over the age of 35 who are navigating those important and I've got to be very careful with my words, I think, midlife transitions, perhaps. It's called Sisterhood Collective, and it's what started as an idea in Australia, which has now grown to more than 30,000 members across multiple countries. And this month, I think I'm right in saying, it officially launches in Abu Dhabi. I'm just looking at the owner, who's nodding her head, and I'll introduce you to her next. At its heart, Sisterhood Collective is about connection, it's about clarity, and it's about confidence. Those 3 C's, helping women reset, reflect, and build momentum towards the lives they truly want without pressure or judgment. Behind it is a woman with a fascinating story herself, from serving in the Australian Army to building businesses in wellness, fitness, and media. And she's now on, probably fair to say, a bit of a mission to change the conversation around midlife. I'm delighted to say that we're joined by the founder of Sisterhood, Laurie Drummond. Laurie, welcome to Mira Business FM.
Thank you so much for having me. I think straight away you say I'm at that midlife age already. I'm like, oh my goodness, am I that old already?
Sorry, I don't mean to. But then I think about it as well, and I'm getting there as well, because I turned 30 this year.
You're a baby.
No, because of you. I mean, when you talk about you're working with them over the age of 35, and I'm like, well, that's only 5 years away. And so your midlife kind of does start there.
You know what? It's just such an important age. I feel like it's one of those transitional ages, right? Not only does your body change, right, but for women as well, we get to a point where we suddenly wake up and we go, is this it? You know? And that's when maybe you have these big relationship changes, or you think, I'm bored in my job. I want more. I want something different. And not to mention hormones, but let's not go there.
Well, look, this is going to be a fascinating conversation, because I think, for a man, I really want to be able to take this conversation over the next hour wearing women's shoes, which obviously sounds odd, but is the way that I think this conversation should be had, and trying to get an insight of what life is like for a woman in her 30s and beyond. When we, I kind of squirmed at the word midlife when I read it out, but it's got such a stigma attached to it. But you're doing a lot to try and tackle that.
Do you know what? I think it's an age where women start to feel empowered. It's when you start to have that moment of, I don't care what other people think. I'm happy with me right now, and I want whatever I want. So they go out and chase it. And I think you just have that extra bit of confidence, whereas when you're younger, you can be a little bit more fearful, particularly today where there is so much media around you. Like, everything is visible, and so are you. And so people can see everything, and I think that's what we're scared of, is opinions.
We'll come on to exactly what Sisterhood Collective does, but I want to talk a bit about you and your varied career that you've had. You're wearing army green today. Let's talk about from military to entrepreneurship. How has your life kind of gone from that working for the Australian Army to where you are today?
Do you know what? I'm glad I've got my own business, because if I had to put a CV together, it would be all over the shop, wouldn't it? It's really quite interesting. For me, I loved the Army. The reason I joined the Army was because my dad was in the Army. He was Special Forces. And of course, all little girls idolise their fathers. And I wanted to be just like him. So that's what I went off and did. And yes, I went into that military intelligence space, and I've had quite a few deployments overseas. But it was really fundamental in how it has shaped me today. Because as you can imagine, you're told what to do in everything, right? So that's even sometimes how you think. And, going into the Army straight from school, I just did what I was told, and I tried to do it as best as I could. Yep. The problem was, way back then, was that you really were pitted against other female. There was this massive competition against women, that to be seen or to be heard or to be promoted, not only did you work harder, but you were competing against all the men who seemed to, I guess there's more of them as well, but they were seen and they looked after each other, but the women got left behind. And we didn't really band together. And that's what I wanted to change. And so for me, I left the army and I went over to Iraq and lived there for a few years. And one of the jobs I did was I was a threat advisor to the Australian ambassador. And the incumbent was Lyndall Sachs, a female. And that was the moment for me where I realised she would call me and get my advice and go, what do you think? And she treated me like a human, and she really valued my opinion and based, her next missions off what I said. And I felt really valued. And that was the pivotal moment for me where I realised women can, lean on each other and look after each other, and you can rise together.
Talk us through your time in the army. Give us some examples where you found that. And obviously, at the time, there were probably a lot less women serving at the time, and so that kind of competition and that rivalry is probably a lot more than, say, if there were kind of equal number of men with women. But kind of give us some examples of what it was like serving in the army with other women who were just so fiercely competitive, I guess, and unsupportive.
It was hard. It was like school sometimes, where a couple would get together and kind of bully the other one or shun them down, or they'd turn to the men and then you'd get the men. It's like schoolyard stuff, which isn't fun, I don't think. We went through that for quite a few years. And so all you could do was be good at whatever the task was.
And when you got to this turning point of working in Iraq and working with the ambassador there, you've got a woman in the role there in a country like Iraq, and you don't need to go into the details of it, but a country where potentially it's difficult for a woman to be an ambassador, particularly at that time that you were working there, and then you a woman yourself advising her. That's two very strong, powerful women in a role like that. How was that a turning point for you at that time?
I think it was the fact that her coming there and me seeing someone in such a high leadership position made me realise that you can actually create the path that you want. You can do anything. And that's what she showed me. Of course it's challenging, because when you are talking to other key leaders, and that's what a lot of this was about, was talking to key leaders, or for me, trying to gain information by going into small villages and talking to the sheikhs, and they're sitting there thinking, there's a little blonde chick randomly amongst all these army people or security forces. They just wanted to talk, though. For me, I'm gaining information that I can use later. But for them, they just wanted a conversation and they wanted to engage. And really, it was about showcasing their authority, their status. And I guess by reading people, if you make them feel a certain way, they'll like you and they'll keep the conversation going, and you'll get what you want.
So you took, well, it's true. You took all these life experiences and you created Sisterhood Collective. How did that come about, and what was it about those experiences that you had of being in the army, working in kind of diplomacy and other roles that you've had as well, that made you then create this network?
Do you know what? So COVID happened, everyone goes into lockdown, and then for many, many people, the lockdown, people got lonely and unhealthy, right? And so at the end of it, I was craving people. And if you know anything about me, it's that my people matter. I love surrounding myself with, amazing humans. It's what fills my cup, right? So I was like, I miss all my friends. I want to bring them together. And because, as you know, I've got such a varied history. Yeah. My friends were from probably different circles and different seasons. But as you say, we were all over the age of 35. And so I brought them all together and I thought, we'll do a nice fancy lunch. And in that moment, I kind of just took a step back and looked at everybody, and everyone was engaging and they were having fun. And what I noticed was we all are going through different pain points or issues, and in different seasons of our life. And I watched them feel safe amongst each other and start to share stories of, that may be of pain points. And then they would lean on each other and say, you know what, I've been there. Let me hook you up with this person or something. And they started to share. And that moment, so I ran a couple more of those. And it was that moment where I just stopped and looked and thought, ooh, these girls don't know each other, but they feel safe right now. I've created a safe space, and now they're sharing personal details, which is helping them advance in life. It's helping them, do, something they've been thinking about, but not necessarily taking action on, which is what I'm a big believer of, is taking action.
Why do you think it's and again, please tell me from a kind of a woman's perspective, why is it taken for a space like that for women to be able to discuss those kind of issues, which clearly are quite common across, that kind of group of women? Why is it taken for you to put together like a dinner party or lunch or whatever it may be, and then create this space in order for women to have those conversations?
I don't know, maybe it's fear. Society puts these, specific ways of life, or puts you in a vortex and says you're a matrix and this is how you should live life, and this is, how society sees it as a good life. And when you change the norm just a little bit, people think, oh, hang on a second, I can make a choice, I can make a change, I can intentionally choose to go against the grain. And I think because I am that person and I speak that, influences, So you might have an idea of going down one path, but then your friend's like, oh, come on, Loz, turn right, turn right. I'm like, oh, should I? And then you turn right. You're like, hang on a second, now I'm off my path. And that happens all the time, particularly with social media and any sort of leadership. And so, again, it comes back to surround yourself around people that inspire you or are maybe even heading in the same direction.
So then you grew the idea that was Sisterhood Collective, and you surrounded yourself with more than 30,000 members globally. How on earth did that happen?
Because I can talk. No. Well, I must say I've got Lauren with me as well. She's my absolute soul sister and best friend. She has been with me since the start when I just had this idea. I said, do you want to come along and be with me for part of this ride? She's like, absolutely, I love it. And, it's transformed. Again, we've pivoted. We've been influenced off the track, come back on track. And I think how I've got so much reach over time was I was a business mentor for 7 years for a company called Two Brain Business. It's a Canadian business based in the US. And I had a lot of mentees all over the world. They were gym owners, but I literally had mentees in China, to Ireland, to Jordan, all over Australia and the US. And I think, you've suddenly got that network. You're starting to build a network, and people are, when you give good advice to people, they start to share that, and then your messages start to get out there. And I think that's how we started. And another thing is that I'm a good traveller, well-seasoned traveller, and when I connect with someone, I do stay in touch. And of course, that's global. And so it's just, being able, and I just think if you can just touch one person, then that person, it flows.
So you built up this network over time and a lot of members. What is it that then Sisterhood Collective actually does? What are you doing day to day to support these members, and what are they getting in return for being a part of the organisation?
Yeah, so we have this saying, which is, Sisterhood Collective, connect, grow, thrive. And we have a lot of little, terms that we use as well, but there's a couple of tiers to the sisterhood. And the very first one is connection. And it's not just about connecting with each other. We have the live events where you can connect in person, but from an online standpoint where we've got greater reach, it's connecting with yourself first. Right. Like, you can't make any decisions. You can't run a good business. You can't be the best version of yourself until you know who you are and what you want.
So I guess the question is physically what actually happens when you sign up to this group? Like, what is it that you do day in, day out to service all these people around the world?
Motivate people, inspire people, and educate. So I imagine you've read a good book, or you hear a podcast and someone says something and you're like, oh, that's such a good idea, I should do that. But 95% of people don't do it. And so I like to work with the 5% of people that do want to do it. They do want to take the action. They do want to make the change to improve their life. And that's what we're doing. We are creating these little motivations. We're giving, daily tips. Really, it's about mindset. So it's trying to create this positive mindset. Yes, we all get down in the dumps sometimes, but we need to move forward. You need to be in a growth or a positive mindset. So we put stuff out there that helps you wake up in the morning and start your day off that way, because we all know that when you have a positive mindset, you are going to be more productive in the day. And so really, the sisterhood's all about helping women live their best life. So we want to give the tools, the resources. So we run live webinars, and we store them as well. And also I'm a big believer of goal setting. So I run those every quarter. We do quarter sprints. And that's really doing a self-assessment. So it's understanding where you are right now, where you want to go, and then how do I get there?
We'll talk a bit about your move to Abu Dhabi shortly. With something like that, how do you measure the success? How do you know that it's working? How do you know that the women around the world that have signed up are benefiting from what you're providing?
I think it's the feedback loop. So it's getting women say, oh, thank you so much. Or, you know, in our free online group on Facebook, it's the Sisterhood Collective Lounge Room, we share the wins. It's all about sharing the wins. And I think so many women and people in general are so hard on themselves that sometimes even just, you know, I speak to some mums, they've just had a baby. They haven't got out of their pajamas for the day. But you know what? This week, I actually had a shower before 9 a.m. I'm like, you know what? Well, well done you. And why can't you celebrate just that thing? Because it's going to make you feel good just for that little minute. There's a book called The Power of Moments where, you know, you can just make one person, something might be special to you, but not necessarily to me. But I can see it's special to you. So why wouldn't I want to boost you in that moment and give you some, you know, cred or some celebration? Because it's important to you.
And do you find that women who are then kind of a part of a network like this are changing that narrative that from what you had when you were in the army back in the day, where actually you are finding women are supportive of other women and, you know, they kind of get a reward from that in return?
Yeah, I think the more stories that you share, the more you're influencing people to have the strength and the courage to take that step forward or pivot or change. I think the sisterhood's really about intentional living, and we want women to choose and to let them know you can change anything. You can rewrite your story, and you can also change any sort of narrative that you want to.
Interesting. Laurie Drummond with us here. She's the founder of Sisterhood Collective on Mira Business FM. It's coming up to 12:30. We're going to get the news headlines, but Laurie, I want you to stick there because I'd really love to talk to you about why you've moved here to Abu Dhabi and what you kind of feel like the market is like out here and the kind of events that you could potentially be doing with the Sisterhood Collective out here, and also a bit about the business strategy as well, and understanding how that works in an organisation like this. News headlines coming up next here on Mira Business FM. This is Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid. Welcome back to Mira Business FM, Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid. It's just coming up to 12:34. We are with you for the next hour and 27 minutes or so. And in the studio right now with me is Laurie Drummond. She is the founder of Sisterhood Collective from Australia originally and now here in Abu Dhabi, but has driven to join us here in Dubai, of course, where we broadcast from today. We're talking about Sisterhood Collective, your incredible initiative that you founded. How many years ago now, Laurie?
3 years ago.
3 years ago. And now you are operating from Abu Dhabi. Tell us why that is and how that's going.
So the Sisterhood Collective is my baby. It's like a passion thing for me, is, you know, helping other women rise and coming together. But I also have other businesses. So I'm a co-founder of Functional Fitness, and we have a few gyms in Abu Dhabi. I also lived here previously about 10 years ago when I was headhunted to do some work in one of the sectors over here. And so I kind of was familiar with the space. But I'm also into investing in startups as well, right? And someone once said to me, if you want to be a lion, you need to play with the lions. And the UAE is just that. This is it's a country that has opportunity everywhere. There's amazing people from everywhere. Everyone's ambitious. And there's just so much going on and it's exciting. So that's why we kind of came here as our next step. We wanted to, I feel like there's so many people we can connect with and help. And also for me personally, we're expanding our business quite fast and rapidly. So
obviously, wherever you go, you carry your baby with you, and so what makes Abu Dhabi the right fit for Sisterhood Collective at this stage?
Yeah, do you know why? Because as you get older, I can't remember how this goes, but when you're younger, it's quite easy to make friends, right? You're at school, you're seeing people every day, or you're at university and you're seeing people every day. But then when you get mid-30s, you'll get there soon, love.
Soon.
But when you get there, you're not doing as much and you're not seeing as many people. Yeah. So there's a lot of women and men that come here and it's lonely, you know, and so that's what or part of what Sisterhood Collective is about is connecting and bringing people together because it is lonely. Or sometimes you're rapidly advancing in your life and you're leaving behind your friendship groups. It's just a season, it's time to change. And so because this is such a fast-paced environment here, I feel like we can connect women that are feeling lonely, and it happens a lot faster.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. What is it about the UAE where have you kind of found a gap in the market where you often find maybe some women, particularly kind of 35 plus, who, because of the way the environment works here, and also it is a heavily male-dominated environment as well, maybe just feel a bit disillusioned, maybe feel a bit left out. And is that a gap that you've noticed in the region?
I have, and there's a lot of women that have come over with their husbands. And they've left their jobs and their careers behind because there's no job necessarily for them here. And they have this idea to start a business. And that's the other element of what we do, and also what I do as a mentor, is help women start their own business. And there is a huge gap here for it because these women are ambitious. They've got time and they've got drive. And so I think there's a lot more people here. And I think also with AI at the moment, there's a lot of automations going on. People they say people are losing their jobs, but also people are fearful of the future and, what their career is going to look like. So they want to start their own business.
How important is it for you as a businesswoman yourself to help other women, particularly those who kind of move over here and have the ambitions to set up their business, for you to mentor them as you do and to support other women? At the end of the day, that's the kind of the crux of what Sisterhood Collective is. But for you as an individual, how important is that to do that?
Yeah, it's my everything, and it's why I have Project 5. The thing is, I can't do it for you. I can only guide you there and give you the resources, the tools, and obviously crack the whip to make sure that you stay on path and you keep going. Because running a business isn't easy. Setting up a business is even harder, and even finding the clientele or the market for that, space. It takes time and consistency. And, a lot of people drop off at the moment it gets hard, or maybe I mentored one gentleman who was setting up his own business, and he said he put a package together, his service that he was going to offer, and he reached out to 3 people or companies, and he said, no one's biting. I said, you've put 3 posts out, you've done 3 marketing posts, and you've reached out to 3 people. I'm like, we've been in business for 2 years. Like, you have to, go out 1,000 times to find that one little cherry. And once you get that cherry, you get momentum. And when you get momentum, success starts to occur, opportunities. And I think
it snowballs,
it does snowball. And the other thing is, if you're too fearful, you're not going to see opportunity. It's literally going to be staring at you in the face, and you're looking past it.
Yeah.
So again, that's where it comes back to the sisterhood and our first layer, which is getting you into that positive mindset. Because when you have that, you will see everything around you.
On the Sisterhood Collective, how do you kind of plan to adapt the community to, I guess, the cultural and the professional landscape of the UAE? Are you kind of having to change what you have to offer to kind of meet demands here?
I think the only new thing we've done is add the in-person events, because I believe that connection and almost physical connection without touching each other is super important now, because everything is online and everything's automated and we're losing that human side. So that's the part we've adapted, because I think that's the most important thing right now. But we need to stay authentic. And the sisterhood really, it's about raising other women. I think where we're going in the future, the point of it is to be a platform where we promote other women. I don't want to just be the face of it.
Yeah.
Neither does Lauren. We want all the other women to shine.
And how do you do that?
So I think, well, we've got something launching soon. I can't tell you just yet, so you'll have to get me back if you want to discuss
not a tease
that.
like that. That's no.
Do you like that one? Yes. When we launched that, and part of it, there's a couple of parts to it, but one part which I will tell you about is the online component, and it will be a directory as well. So it's a directory not only of locations, so what cities globally where people are, but also how they can enter the conversation. So maybe you're a PR guru, a sales and marketing person, you're a doctor, and you're maybe looking for a doctor as a speaker or something like that. But it's a way of connecting all these women, but allowing them to showcase. On top of that, we have an online portal, which is a learning portal where I want to showcase women. So where they'll put their masterclasses or courses. So and we'll rotate this around a little bit. But again, these women are getting further exposure. They'll also come onto our podcast and things like that as well. So
you spoke earlier a bit about authenticity. How do you kind of balance staying authentic to what Sisterhood Collective is all about, but still growing your membership internationally? Is that a challenge?
No, I'll tell you why. Well, maybe, I don't know. I love planning. And my favorite thing is strategy. I love a big whiteboard and a couple of pens, and I'll just sit there for hours. And I map out, firstly, all the streams of business that I have, and then the operations. And I do everything in 90-day sprints. And I think just on the weekend, actually Sunday, I mapped out my next 12 months and what that looks like, and then what Sisterhood looks like, and the growth. And then I'm like,
I haven't mapped out my next 12 hours, let alone 12 months. That's
yeah, and well, it's not the personal aspect; it's just the business component.
Fair enough.
Because I have goals and I have dreams, and I also just think that reach for the stars. And if you don't reach it, you've come a lot further than you ever would. So you've got to put the bar high if you want to, go places.
You are a businesswoman at the end of the day. I'd love to know how you kind of balance purpose and profitability in an organization like this. How do you kind of monetize a platform which is basically a social network?
Yes. I think through sponsorships, memberships, is pretty much it, and then service offerings.
And has that been successful for you?
We no and yes. Do you know what I mean? So from a membership perspective, yes, we've got this great reach. I don't think I've done a good job, and the reason is I've pivoted a few times because I've been influenced, and I've taken the business down a track where I thought I had to take it, not necessarily where I wanted to take it and where the need was. And so that's where it comes back to, revisiting everything. And so by moving the business across here to the UAE, it was an opportunity to facelift everything. And so like our websites are, actually going through a facelift right now. Our services are going through a facelift right now. And I guess the path, the roadmap on where we're going has just undergone a facelift too. So to get that clarity on where we want to go. And if you keep pivoting, nothing's going to be successful, profitable from a profitable perspective.
And the UAE, particularly Abu Dhabi, is kind of seen as a bit of a hub for entrepreneurs. Is that part of the reason of being here as well? Are you hoping that you can really expand Sisterhood Collective by that kind of injection of cash from people who, obviously align with what you guys do, but also see a gap in the market for an organization like this?
Yeah, I think so. And I also think there's a gap for men. And there's potential opportunities for collaborations, with not only these women entrepreneurs, but there's a massive gap in the men's space. So if anyone's interested in, kind of talking about that a little bit more as well, I think, someone needs to get a grip of all these guys that are needing, this same, very similar space. When we first started, we actually had more men followers than women. And I sat there and thought, hang on a second, we're trying to, our target audience is women over 35, but we're getting men over 35. And literally they were reaching out as well. Loz, love that podcast. Or, oh, this really resonates with us, when I do a workshop. This really resonates with me. I sat down and did the work and got your workbook and did it all. And so then we actually, back then, but 3 years ago, we structured our target audience around the feedback we were getting from men, but we created a female avatar based on the needs of the man. Isn't that really weird? Yeah. Because it's just a need in general. And although we talk all about helping women, at the end of the day, we want to reach anybody.
Yeah, that's interesting. Do you kind of see yourself as a platform was also helping men kind of understand what a woman 35 plus is kind of going through and trying to, navigate through the life where, a woman has so many different changes at the time?
Initially, I wanted to be an all-inclusive platform, but then what I realised is in order to help the women, they need that safe space, and that, unfortunately, that's to be, we need closed doors. to feel safe.
We spoke about this a bit earlier as well, Laurie, and I asked you a bit how you measure success in Sisterhood Collective. You know, is it numbers? Is that what you're solely looking at, or revenue even as well, or is it the kind of impact that you have on individual women's lives? I guess.
Yeah, it's not about the money. This particular one, as I said, it's my passion project. Of course, it helps get further reach and everything like that. For me, if the sisterhood reaches one person and makes a change, that was always my goal. Now we're on a mission to reach 1 million.
Wow.
And the impact doesn't have to be big. It could be tiny. It could just make someone stop and think for a second. And if that helps somebody, then I find that to be very successful, and that's always been our goal.
What's your plans to get there, and by when do you think you can get there?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't mapped out how to get there in a million.
Hang on, you've mapped your next 12 years, so...
I've got some homework to do. How long? You know, again, I think once you start to get some momentum, and I feel like it's here, I think the UAE is going to give us the momentum to get the further reach, and I have plans to get into other countries and get this, you know, greater reach. I think we'd definitely be there within the next 3 to 5 years.
Wow.
I certainly hope so.
Amazing. And do you kind of hope that you can take this onwards into not just it being a kind of your baby and a personal project, but actually turning this into what eventually could be a viable business model as well? Is that the plan? And how do you navigate that?
Yeah, it's something I always think about. So how does this legacy continue whether I'm here or not here? Because I think that's important. And, you know, initially when you start a business, people buy from people. So you need you need a face behind the business. And right now that's kind of me. But as I said earlier, like the plan is to help other women rise. So that is what we will do. We'll start to pass the baton on a little bit and make it a face that is all-encompassing the sisterhood. It's all these women that are doing amazing things. And it will be a brand that, you know, hopefully goes around globally and does some, you know, conventions or summits and hosts live events to bring the women together and showcase other women on their journeys that maybe have had really, you know, overcome limiting beliefs or some sort of barrier to get where they are today that just inspires somebody to go, yes.
And how important is it for you as well to kind of inspire the next generation of women as well, those who are soon will be hitting that 35 mark and upwards? Is that a role that the Sisterhood Collective plays as well?
Yeah. And, you know, yes, down, but also interestingly older. You know, you think the market's about 35 to 45, and that was kind of where we were aiming. We had a lot of 60-year-old women that are still saying things like, oh, I wish I had have done something like you. I wish I had have started a business. And I'm like, but you still can.
Yeah.
Because in 20 years, like, what could you do in 20 years?
A lot. Have a kid.
Learn a language.
Yeah.
Move countries.
Yeah.
Start a business or 6. You know, and I guess if you stop and just go, what have I done in the last 12 months? And reflect on everything that's just happened. And this is what we don't do. We don't see how far we've come and that we're capable of doing that. And that's, so for these younger, these young pups today, there's definitely space for them because they are the new generation. They bring this new energy to us, and we need to learn from them as well.
Just tell us a bit about Sisterhood Collective. Where can people get all the information and find out more about?
So Sisterhood Collective is all over Instagram. We have YouTube channels. We have www.sisterhoodcollective.com. We have a podcast, Lounging with Laurie.
Amazing. I love that name.
Yes.
Are you in nice sofas on that?
About to.
Okay.
It's a
That'll be
facelift.
nice.
It's all about the facelift. The over 35s.
Yeah, of course, of course. Look, Laurie Drummond, thank you so much for your time today on Mira Business FM, talking to us about Sisterhood Collective and your life in general and how you've got to where you are today by empowering women along the way and starting off in the Australian Army, which I love. And I love that you came in your Army greens today as well. Yeah, thank you so much. This is Mira Business FM. 12:50 is the time. We'll be back after a very short break.
Mira Business FM.
Welcome back. This is Mira Business FM Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid. Now, over the next hour, we are going to be talking about the future. And when we think about the future, it's no longer something that's distant, I don't feel anyway. It's happening right now and probably faster than many of us can actually keep up with. Me, definitely. Artificial intelligence is already in our homes, it's in our workplaces, it's even in the way that governments and businesses make their decisions today. It's very exciting and the possibilities feel limitless. Smarter cities, personalised healthcare, as we've discussed on this programme before, cleaner energy, and even longer lives. But let's be honest, it's also a little bit unsettling. AI challenges what it means to work, to create, to learn. It raises questions about privacy, about fairness, even about control. And for many people, the future feels both thrilling and intimidating at the same time. And that's exactly why conversations about the future matter. And that's what we're going to do on the Daybreak today. We can't just sit back and let technology happen to us. We have to shape the way that it works. Few people understand that better than my guest today. Brett King is a futurist. He's a best-selling author, entrepreneur, and the founder of the Futurist Network. He spent years advising governments and businesses on how to prepare for tomorrow. And now he's bringing some of those world's brightest minds to Dubai for the Futurist X Summit 2025. Brett, welcome to the show.
Welcome. Yeah, great. Thanks. Do you know what the definition of a futurist is?
Go on, you tell me.
Never being wrong today.
Very good. See, that's a good thing to carry around with you. Brett, thank you so much for joining us. Let's start with the summit itself. Tell us why Dubai, why now, and what can we expect when the world's leading futurists gather here later this month?
I think one of the things that has attracted me here, I've just got my gold visa and moved here, so thank you.
That's a good feeling, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And working with the Prime Minister's office here and the central bank. But I would say what categorizes Dubai in particular, and the UAE in general, is that they're not scared of the future. We're embracing the future here. There's an investment in the potential of the future. You've got other economies, US, for example, where there's trepidation about the future and they're sort of trying to pull back to times in the past, So if I was to identify the top 3 or 4 economies in the world that are most likely to make the grade of being what we would call a smart economy in the future, it would be China, number 1, UAE, the Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, and South Korea. They would be the 4 most future-ready economies that we can see in the world today.
Why Saudi Arabia? What puts Saudi Arabia up there and the kingdom, as you call it?
The kingdom. Well, I think the Vision 2030 proposed by MBS and sort of the momentum that has gathered there in recent times about changing the economy for the better. There's massive investment going into smart cities with NEOM and the line and so forth. Yes, it's scaled back a little bit, but still their ambitions are clear that they want to be in that space. But let's be honest, they're still behind the UAE because the UAE's been doing this now for 20 years, right? And the momentum's gathered here, potentially. We'll
come on to the summit in a bit, but I want to give the listeners an opportunity to get to know you a little bit. For those who may not know you, tell us a bit about your journey from a fintech pioneer, essentially, to this global futurist and founder of the Futurist Network that you've put together.
Sure. Well, I started writing as a futurist about 15 years ago. I wrote my first book, which was focused on the banking sector, because the banking sector, along with the healthcare sector, are probably the 2 sectors that are going to be disrupted the most by technology over the next 20 years. And there was just a general lack of preparedness at the executive level within the largest banks of the world. So I saw that as an opportunity. But my background is essentially a technologist, working on technology, disruption, technology architecture in these types of industries. And, I just saw that that's where I could sort of make the biggest input at that time. But in 2015, I wrote my first full futurist book, which was called Augmented, Life in the Smart Lane. And that ended up on President Xi's bookshelf. And
Wow.
that was used by the Chinese cabinet to inform on smart city development.
How did you get to know about the fact that a book has ended up on the desk of President Xi?
Well, I can tell you the day. It was January 8, 2018. I was at home and my phone started blowing up and my friends are all texting me from all around the world going, did you see? And it had turned out that President Xi had his national address and my book was on his bookshelf.
Wow.
So,
What's that feeling like?
It was amazing. Look, as a futurist, or as an author, the best thing you could hope for is that what you've written is able to really influence people in their thinking, and to have that sort of level of access and have that sort of level of interest, it was very fulfilling, of course.
I bet. Let's talk then about Dubai and how Dubai came on your radar, and in your years as kind of working in the fintech world and then transitioning into the kind of futurist world. What have you noticed about Dubai in particular, and what was your first interactions with this city?
No, I lived in Dubai from 2005 to 2009.
Okay.
But when the financial crisis hit, I had a business here that got hit really hard. It was a technology advisory business working in financial services, and I had a financial services training business here. Both got hit very hard during the financial crisis. So I actually took a year off and wrote my first book.
Amazing.
So it turned out to be fortuitous. But I think just having been exposed to Dubai since the mid 2000s and seeing the level of energy and the level of commitment, one of the biggest pieces is sort of the Emirates ID, the e-government services layer, all of those things. Let's be clear, that's one of the most advanced digital identity infrastructures in the world today. And if you're looking at things like longevity services in the future, advanced healthcare systems, you need that type of core infrastructure. And I don't think many Emiratis or people even living here understand how critical that's going to be to speeding up development and leverage of technology in the future.
So what was it, excuse me, throughout the last 20 years that you've essentially kind of had a foot here in Dubai? What have you seen over the last 20 years of how Dubai has developed itself and has become this global leader when it comes to, talking about the future and talking about innovation and talking even about kind of artificial intelligence and how we are going to operate as humans in the future? What has Dubai specifically done over the last 20 years to get to where it is today?
Well, we have we have a minister of the future, Her Excellency Huda Al-Rumi. We have, an AI infrastructure with Amar and, His Excellency there. So we have really built into the government infrastructure now, these key elements to take advantages of this technology, evolution. Let's put it in very simple terms. We're at this point right now where technology, because of AI, quantum and these sort of things, is sort of increasing exponentially in terms of its potential application in society. But generally, general policy adaptation moves much slower. Where UAE has an advantage is we've put in place particular cabinet positions and particular structures in the government to really look at minimizing that gap between the technical possibilities and the policy adaptation at a governmental level. That is very rare today on a global basis.
I'd love to know, because obviously you would have had a hand in kind of shaping Dubai's position right now as a futurist nation. I'd be interested to know, at the time when all these decisions were being made about having an AI minister and having, a future minister as well, were these kind of risks being taken at the beginning? Because it was essentially leading the way. It was one of the first countries in the world to kind of offer these roles within government. Were they kind of taking a risk, or were they taking, an informed decision to make these roles?
Well, I think it's just that forethought, right? When we talk about the future in terms of adaptation, we don't talk about predictions, right? We talk about forecasting. In fact, the core discipline of a futurist is what we call super forecasting, the ability to forecast out 10, 20, 30 years and then sort of put in place adapting policies for that. So, the UAE sort of applied this technique starting probably about 10, 15 years ago to sort of say, what is the potential areas where Dubai and the UAE can differentiate on the global stage as an economy, to attract talent in the economy, to attract direct foreign investment, all of those sorts of things. And it's now shown to be a very significant decision in terms of sort of that attractiveness. This is why you have people coming here. It's the same with crypto and other things like that. Other countries are still really pulling back on some of those things. They sort of have more of a position of, if and when this really starts to bite, we'll put some things in place. But let's face it, even in government, it takes many years to get this type of structure in place. So if you haven't already done that, you're probably going to be caught with your pants down, as they say, on AI alone, right?
And when we do compare Dubai to other countries, which you also travel to, and I'm sure talk in about your role as a futurist. What is it about Dubai and the UAE in particular that is just streets ahead to other nations? I mean, I think of the UK, which I feel is so far behind in comparison to the UAE when we're talking about the future and adapting for the future as well, but also bringing in those elements which are going to enable us to operate in the future. What is it about Dubai which has made it streets ahead to those other nations?
I would say cultural and technical agility, right? It's the art of the possible that you're really looking at for future adaptation. So you want to be able to explore and have that freedom to invent and sort of try new things. But in heavily regulated markets where, you have this sort of reversion to the mean, where you're sort of trying to keep people who want things not to change and people who want things to advance, you're sort of trying to manage that. It's very difficult because, even this morning on social media, I was engaged in conversations with people who are protesting the potential for a digital identity. And yet the reality is, if you can just extrapolate where we are today and where we're going to go over the next 5 to 10 years, having access to your genome, your blood work, these sort of basic biomarkers in your health data, and being able to, put this into an AI so you can get optimized healthcare is an obvious path of innovation that we're going to have. But you can't have that without a digital identity structure. Right? So you have these people, there's fear about how the government's going to use this and so forth. But at the same time, if you can extrapolate where, these technologies are going to take us in terms of life improvement, then that's just sort of part of the basic infrastructure.
I mentioned in the opening that it is a bit unsettling for a lot of people. Particularly perhaps a bit of an older generation who are, kind of have their routine and are in their ways a little bit. How much of the onus have you taken as a futurist leader, to try and persuade people and help people understand the benefits and the positives actually outweigh the negatives in this case?
Well, one of the great examples of this is where we're at on the path of longevity right now. So we have a couple of really interesting speakers at the event. Dr. Andrew Hessel, who heads up healthcare for Singularity University. He's a geneticist who's working on next generation CRISPR and synthetic biology. Really, really interesting guy. And Zoltan Istvan. And Zoltan is the head of the Transhumanist Party in the US, ran for president a few years ago. Both of these guys are going to come and talk about longevity technologies. Okay. So by 2036, we expect to reach longevity escape velocity. Have you ever heard that term before?
Please explain.
So this is where we're seeing all of the science come together. So by 2036, we should be able to freeze your biological age.
Wow.
Right? So we should be able to prevent you from aging. Now, we won't be able to necessarily make you younger, but we can slow down the aging process at that point. That, for example, is... this is the first time in human history we'll have those tools. How long have we been searching for the fountain of youth, right? But this does require sort of, agility in respect to policy and technology.
And where's that going to be available? where can you go and do that? How does something like that work?
Well, there are longevity labs striking up all over the country right now in the UAE. We have Aspire Rejuvenation as one of those partners in the Futurist Summit. So there are places you can go in the UAE to get today that have a focus on this. Hyperbaric chambers, genome. Even, I don't know if you've heard of NAD, NAD, or
Yes.
NMN, infusions and things like this. And then, I think what we really understand right now in terms of this, it's going to be both, a therapeutic regime with next generation drugs and genomic analysis, but it's also going to be about lifestyle. So I think that's the infrastructure that we're sort of really building right now, is how do we create lifestyle infrastructure that helps with longevity?
And that's the thing that a lot of people are interested in, kind of wellness and lifestyle and living longer. Essentially, we see that kind of in physical terms when it comes to real estate developments as well. We see a lot of real estate developments focusing their new developments around kind of well-being, lifestyle, living longer, and integrating kind of future and technologies to make that happen. How much of that do you think is a main kind of goal when you talk about futurism, kind of improving people's way of living and also living longer? Is that the kind of the main focus right now?
For me, it definitely is. I'm in a hurry to get to the future because I think it will improve quality of life for everybody. Broad technological changes, but to be clear, we're going to have to get through a period of disruption. It's a technological disruption, as you've rightly pointed out, but probably economic and geopolitical disruption as well. The economics that we have today really won't survive in their current form. AI, for example, AI's core intent, or one of the core intents from the market, is to eliminate the need for humans on the factory floor and driving taxis and things like that. So it has the potential for large-scale technology disruption or technology unemployment. But at the same time, we should be able to improve the quality of life for everybody, make healthcare much more affordable, access to the best type of education, have a personal AI that can help you manage your finances and things like this, as well as your health. So, in the longer term, we enter this period that economists call a period of abundance, but it requires different sort of economic thinking, really.
And all these kind of things, and you mentioned some of them already are, pretty much going to be available from next year. Some of these kind of techniques of being able to live longer using the technology. But this has been long in the making, long in the planning, hasn't it? This is not just, yes, it feels like it's creeped up on us, but it's been long in the planning.
Yeah, so when we refer to artificial intelligence, we can actually go back to 1950 when Alan Turing proposed a test for what makes a machine intelligent, right? And we've called this the Turing test. Yeah. And OpenAI passed the Turing test back in April of this year, with their previous, technology, previous models. So we're only going to get better at that. Eric Schmidt, the former executive chairman of Google, he talks about non-human intelligence being, a really big deal, the biggest deal in the last 1,000 years for humanity. But what he says also is that within a few months, probably early next year, the smartest mathematicians, the smartest physicists in the world will be AI. So if you're in those fields, you're going to have to be working side by side with AI.
Yeah, and you're probably going to need them more than ever in the future as well. Brett King is with us. He is a futurist, and he's the founder of the Futurists Network. We're going to be talking to him next a bit about the Futurist X Summit 2025, which is happening here in Dubai. It's why he's here to talk to us today. So we'll get a bit more information about that. Who will be joining Brett at the summit when it is here next week? Am I right?
Yes, September 22nd and 23rd.
Starting next week. So we'll talk to Brett about that a little bit later on. If you're all right to hang fire there, Brett,
sure.
We'll come back to you in the future. First, though, we're going to get the news headlines.
Mira Business FM. You're listening to Mira Business FM.
Welcome back to Mira Business FM, 12:33 on the clock. We are speaking to Brett King, the founder of the Futurist Network and the man who is bringing the Futurist X Summit 2025 to Dubai, kicking off next week. Brett, it's a pleasure to have you on Daybreak this afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Let's talk about the summit itself. What can we expect? Who can we expect? And why is this so important to have a summit like this here in the UAE?
We have 30 of the world's top 50 ranked futurists. So it's the largest gathering of globally ranked futurists ever to assemble anywhere in the world, actually. So that's pretty cool. Kicking off on day one is Professor Brian Cox. I'm sure you know of him from the UK. Astrophysicist, one of the best science communicators in the world. And then kicking off on day two is Commander Scott Kelly, the retired NASA commander, shuttle pilot commander, who spent a year on the space station. So I'm super excited about that because I'm a space geek.
Was she one of the ones who was stuck up there? For a while? No, okay.
He spent a year up there, and they did a genetic study with his brother Mark, who was his twin.
Yes, okay.
Right? So to see what the genetic divergence would be as a result of his long-duration space flight. So,
okay, well, he's back down on Earth, and will be with us in Dubai. And what can we expect in terms of the summit? What if people turn up there and obviously have to register and all that kind of stuff? What can they actually expect when they arrive?
So we kick off in the morning with the big keynotes and big panels with some of the world's top futurists talking about major implications for policy and technology. So looking at quantum computing and artificial intelligence, looking at the geopolitical situation, looking at advances in healthcare and so forth. And then in the afternoons each day we have a couple of tracks. MasterCard is our supporting partner for this, so we've got the red track and the orange track, and that will then provide some specialization. So day one is on emerging technologies, so it's going to reshape the planet, and day two is on the organizing principles we'll need to manage this. One of the really interesting sort of science fiction type things is Pablos Holman, who'll do the closing keynote for the morning on day one, and he is a leading venture capitalist looking at next generation emerging technologies.
When I kind of think, you got 30 of the kind of greatest futurist minds all coming together under one roof, I'm thinking, God, if I attend that, I'm so kind of out of place. But actually, is this what it is all about? Yes, okay, bring the people who know what they're talking about, but also have people in the room who don't necessarily know much about it, and that's where they can learn.
We want to make the future accessible. That's really the key. As I said before, our greatest concern is that, it's not AI that's the threat or, climate change that's the threat. It's human adaptability, which is actually the problem right now.
Barriers.
Exactly. So unless you understand what the future is going to bring, then adapting to that is much more difficult. So this is why we really want to educate the market and the leaders. We have over 400 of the UAE's top CEOs and executives coming. We have many ministers coming to the event, and they're coming because they want to be informed about what the future potentially is going to bring to their areas of competency and make sure that they can adapt. And I think that's the same of everybody.
Why bring an event like this to somewhere like Dubai? Why bring all those people to a place like Dubai to have this conversation and this summit?
I think for two reasons. One is it can do a lot of good here because of the culture we've already discussed in the first half, right? About the culture of readiness and the preparedness to embrace the potential of the future. And secondly, if you want the right sort of attendees, government support and all of that, and the Ministry of the Cabinet, His Excellency Mohammed bin Talia and his team have been extremely supportive of this. That's really why Dubai makes the most sense for us, is if you want to pull something like this off and have the right sort of attendance and the right sort of participation from a talent perspective, you need that type of coordinated support.
You mentioned there governments attending as well. How much of this is a facility, an event to also ensure that those conversations that are being had on the stage, whether it's in panels or keynote speeches or whatever, actually turn into quite tangible impact for businesses, policymakers, and government leaders here in the UAE and the wider world.
So one of the really cool things we've built into our stack for this event is our own futurist GPT. Okay. So we've trained an AI on the world's top 300 futurists, their content, their interviews on the Futurist podcast that we have over the last 4 years and so forth. And at the end of each day, we'll absorb and contextualize all of the information that's occurred on stage and produce a report looking at the next 20 to 30 years, including where the policy impact can be, which emerging technologies we need to invest in, and what are the likely timelines for impact of these changes that we've discussed on stage. So really tactical.
When you really think about that, and if you've got 30 of the brightest minds in the world coming together under one roof, and then you're using your own AI, your own GPT to create a document or whatever it may be at the end of it. I mean, that's pretty extraordinary, isn't it?
And this is, again, you asked why Dubai, because we can do this sort of stuff in Dubai, right?
I feel like that must be quite a sacred document that you have at the end of it.
I mean, I hope so. I'm hoping that when people get that, they see the potential for this type of platform and technology, and then that gives us the ability to take it to the next level. I sort of think of these 30 futurists, it's sort of using popular vernacular, they're like the Avengers of the future, right? We parachute them into Dubai, and they're the best of the best of the best, and they can help us inform on policy and technological and development investment, with companies like G42 and others supporting this. It really is sort of a foundational lift in terms of that core future readiness skill.
I'm sure many of them won't be using actual parachutes, though. They'll probably be on jetpacks and stuff like that.
I guess so. And electric vehicles.
Electric vehicles, yeah. Maybe flying taxis, which of course are coming to the UAE very soon. Someone like Brian Cox, I'm interested. I know you can't speak directly for him, but someone like Brian Cox, who spent a lot of his life looking at the past and how the universe is created and how we are here today because of what has happened in the past. Someone like him who being invited to a futurist network and program, and I know he does a lot of that work today, but that kind of feels like a bit of a juxtaposition to the work that he's done. How does a mind like that, who's focused so much on the past, now look towards the future?
No, well, I think you have to be a good pastist to be a good futurist, right? Because it's not only about the technological trends that you're looking at, but it's you have to anticipate how humans are going to adapt to these changes. So you have to understand those historical precedents. What's happened in the past, how has human behavior, evidenced itself in those settings, and how is that likely to reflect on these sort of future changes? Brian's actually going to be talking about how the advances in understanding black holes and quantum information theory, I know it's getting technical, is going to advance human understanding and how that may play into the future. And that in itself, I'm a geek on this stuff, so I love that sort of content.
I wonder whether you should do a Brian Cox versus ChatGPT and see who actually is smarter.
I think he'd be up for it.
I think he would.
Yeah, he's pretty smart.
He's a pretty clever guy. Yeah. You know about the UAE's ambitious goals of becoming an AI-driven economy with 20% of non-oil GDP from AI by 2031. That's their aims. How do you kind of see this summit in particular contributing to the UAE's national vision of where it wants to go?
On energy transformation specifically?
Well, on kind of on AI, on kind of its role as a leading country when it comes to future.
Well, it's really interesting. When you talk about AI, we have to talk about energy. Yeah. Because we're now measuring AI data centers in gigawatts, right? So the big OpenAI project here, we're talking about a 5 gigawatt data center. Colossus, which Tesla and Elon just launched in the US, is a 1 gigawatt data center. So you have to have energy transformation to be able to have AI transformation, actually. And that's something that you obviously see as a key framework here in the UAE. But just to sort of put it in context, China will have deployed this year and last year over 500 gigawatts of solar energy. That's twice what the US has deployed in solar in the last 70 years. So that's the type of commitment you need to energy transformation in order to be an AI-enabled economy in the future. And that's probably why China is going to overtake the US in the next 10 to 15 years as the world's largest economy.
And then, so what role does the summit specifically have to, I mean, maybe not necessarily change minds, but highlight some of those kind of disparities between different nations and encourage other governments to really pull their finger out and start doing more?
That's the debate, right? The debate is, where are things going, and who should we be watching in terms of these transitions? Again, I celebrate the UAE's positioning on this, the fact that they're open to this type of conversation. It would be much more difficult to have this conversation in some other markets, particularly at the moment. And so that openness to these conversations and seeing where that will take us, I think is one of the key reasons we're putting this here. But it's really, as you've sort of already identified or asked, it's about having the conversations. You can't anticipate the disruptions and the advances that we'll need without regularly having these types of conversations and diving into the details so we get it right.
We've got not much time left, and I feel like I could talk to you forever, because not only am I learning so much, but it's just so interesting to hear how a man with your kind of brain and bringing all these people together just looks at the future and I guess has an idea of what the future essentially is going to look like. When you do think about the future, what are the kind of biggest things that you're genuinely optimistic about? I know you mentioned kind of living longer and wellness, but what things are you interested about when you look towards the future?
We are very close to curing cancer.
Wow.
With the technologies we have. Quantum computers, over the next 5 years, we're going to have stable quantum computing platforms that will unlock, major advances in science. Essentially, we're on the cusp of being able to really level up the human species in terms of our capabilities from an intelligence perspective, scientific perspective, medical perspective, and so forth. But it does require that agility.
And then what things are keeping you up at night when you think about kind of AI and emerging technologies and the future? Is there something that you're thinking about, you can't stop thinking about, or it's kind of, frustrating you that you need to see change as soon as possible?
I saw a comic strip during the week of the 5 horses of the apocalypse,
okay,
and the 5th one being misinformation.
Brilliant.
Right? And I think that's my big concern right now, is that we're getting more and more divided because of the politics at a time when actually, these disruptions that are occurring, it's going to impact everyone. It doesn't matter whether you're on the left or the right or whatever, whether you're rich or you're poor. But the potential for that disruption is critical. So we have to have consensus-based mechanisms more than ever, and not just at a local level, but on a global level. Climate change, as an example, you can't have a national policy on climate change. Infrastructure resilience, all of these things. We need global plans for this stuff. So that's my biggest concern. And that's why we're having these types of conversation. How do we get consensus moving forward on this? And how do we start to help people understand the transition that these technologies and changes are going to mean for us?
Let's fast forward 10, 15 years. And if we get it right on AI in the future, what might daily life, let's take Dubai, for example, what might daily life look like in Dubai? And what would it look like if we get it wrong as well?
Look, I think the biggest thing is in the 2040s, when I come to you and say, hey, what do you do? Right? Your answer is not going to be about what puts food on the table. It's going to be what you're really passionate about, what you think can make a difference. Because the core infrastructure of the human systems, providing food, healthcare, education, will largely be automated and be essentially free. And that's the huge benefit that will happen. So then that means as humans, we get to really do things that are meaningful for us. Dave Shapiro, a futurist out of the US, calls it the meaning and purpose economy. And that's what really excites me, is what can humanity as a species do without the brakes taken off by, sort of legacy economic thinking.
All I heard there was free food. I've got to, and I know, you know, you don't carry a crystal ball around with you, but on the flip side as well, if we do get it wrong, and I know that's obviously not your aim and not the aim of, you know, bringing all these people together, but if we do get it wrong, what does that also look like?
Well, this is why we keep talking about evolution of economics, and smart economies is a big topic of the event. Because if we don't sort of change our economic systems thinking, then you have large-scale techno-unemployment as a potential, and you have massive inequality, where you have these trillionaires amassing wealth because of AI, but that wealth not being able to be distributed well in the economy because all of these jobs, grassroots jobs, have been taken over by AI. That's the biggest threat that I see over the next 5 to 10 years, but it requires us thinking about what's the next system economically? And I'm not talking about socialism or communism. I'm talking about net new economic thinking, you know, circular economies, donut economies, this type of thing. There was a really interesting piece of research done in the 1970s that predicted that AI and computer automation would crash our economic system and our resource system in the 2040s if we didn't sort of change the system. And unfortunately, we're on track for that. Because think about it, if we've got AI factories and all of this that can just spit out new iPhones and new electric vehicles every minute of every day on an automated fashion, we could just consume all of the resources on the planet, you know, autonomously, and that would be a massive disaster for us. So we need to think about this transition in the state and think about what is really the purpose of the species.
Brett, it's so fascinating speaking to you. Thank you so much for your time. Just remind us again about the Futurist X Summit 2025, when that's happening, where it's happening, and also how people can get involved.
Sure. Check out futuristevent.com for information on the event. It's September 22nd and 23rd at the Jumeirah Beach Hotel. We would love to see you there, and I hope we can make a real difference.
Brett King, the founder of the Futurist Network, thank you so much for your time. It's an absolute honor, and I'm sure we will be speaking to you very, very soon, sometime in the future. 12:50, this is Mira Business FM Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid. We will get the news very shortly.
Mira Business FM.
Welcome back to Mira Business FM. This is Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid. 11 minutes past 1 on the 9th of September. It's Tuesday today, isn't it, Faraj? Yeah, give me a nod. It's Tuesday today. I'm really bad with the days this week. I think because we had the long weekend, and so everything just seems a little bit messed up in my head. Anyways, it's Tuesday. I can guarantee you that. Look, we've got a very exciting hour ahead because we have someone in the studio talking to us about luxury retail. Now, luxury retail, it's fair to say, is probably one of the fastest growing sectors in the UAE. Despite economic global shifts, the Middle East, especially the UAE, continues to stand out as a magnet for high-end shoppers. All you need to do is go to some of the malls to realize that. Recent data actually shows that UAE's luxury goods market is projected to grow at over 6% annually, with Dubai contributing to the lion's share thanks to its global positioning as a luxury shopping capital. According to Bain & Company, a global online luxury sales are expected to exceed $130 billion by 2030, and here in the UAE, 13% of luxury sales are done online compared to 20% globally, showing that there's still huge room for digital growth. Amid all of this backdrop, one Dubai startup is making waves already. Luxury for You. It's a membership-only e-tailer connecting UAE shoppers with authentic global designer brands. And joining me now is one of the founders, Karan Singh, to talk about how they're trying to reshape the luxury shopping experience for, I guess, what is a digital-first generation. Karan, thank you so much for joining us on Mira Business FM. It's a pleasure to have you here. So this has been 2 years in the making.
Yes, that's correct.
And tell us where this idea first came about and why it's taken the time to get to this position where you're ready to launch now.
Sure. So as you rightly said, the Middle East is booming in the luxury sector, and it's at 6% CAGR. While the world is growing, the online penetration in the world is at 20%, and here in the Middle East is at 13%. That 7% gap is billions of untapped opportunity. And the world is shifting towards digital. The Gen Z is shifting towards the digital platform to buy. Everybody wants to be on their bed and scroll the products and look at what's new in the market, whether it's in their price range, or have an aspiration to own some luxury product. So we figured this out, that Dubai is about lifestyle, it's about travel. World looks to Dubai as the luxury center of the world. So we figured that we are one of the first companies to do this, where we went and integrated with 1,200 brands. So all the way from entry-level luxury such as Tory Burch or Coach, and to ultra-luxury such as Hermes, Chanel, and Gucci and Dior.
Wow, so you've got some of the top-end luxury. We're talking kind of Birkins, Kellys, all on board on this app as well. How important is it to get the best of the best involved as well?
So in UAE and Middle East, there's a huge demand for ultra-luxury. And so I would build a base here for the conversation. What we believe our customers look for three things is exclusivity, service, and trust. So we are a members-only platform, and we give you insider access to 1,200 brands and worldwide collection. So there is your exclusivity. We are not just limited to a brand made for Middle East. We are not just limited to that. We bring Japan's collection, we bring US collection. So you get exclusive products at insider prices. Our service is personal. We have a team of personal shopper, which helps you understand that what is that right fit, where you wear and you feel, wow, that I look great in it. It gives you confidence. And our trust is physical. So we built a downtown center so that people really trust us. If they want to experience the product, they want to know who we are right there in downtown.
So tell us how it works, because you don't have a direct inventory of items, right? Where people can kind of come and have a look and say, I like this and I want that, or looking through online and saying that, this looks nice and it's in stock and they can go pick it up from your office or whatever.
Right.
Tell us how the whole concept of luxury for you works.
Right. So the brick and mortar stores are limited by their inventory. And to have a global scalability, you need to have a huge catalog. Any business cannot put all their money into the inventory and carry a major financial risk. So what we did, we reached out to the European supply chain at the first layer, all the authorized brand partners, and we said, look, we want to be a global scalable company based out of Dubai, and we will build a logistics network which is on-demand sourcing. So anybody who selects and orders a product in my website, we ship in 3 to 5 days. So it took us 2 years to build this kind of integrated network through our technology and logistics partner, that we are able to ship globally in 3 to 5 days anywhere.
I mean, that's obviously a huge advantage that you can ship so quickly, but it also must come with a lot of challenges as well, of course, with global supply chains and logistic issues as well. Is that something that you're factoring in and taking into account as well?
Yes, so we work with Aramex. So we worked with DHL and FedEx and UPS, and we work with these global experts who help us navigate this challenge really well.
With this kind of I think it's capital-light model in terms of having an inventory, how do you kind of envision scaling across the GCC and the wider Middle East? Is that the goals for luxury for you?
Yes. So right now we open a center in downtown. And to your point earlier, so what this experience center is about, we have iconic and limited pieces of each brand, and we have some history about the brand. So you come and understand what this brand is truly about. The House of Gucci is there for hundreds of years. How they became House of Gucci. You understand where your money is going into, and you really own the product. And our roadmap now is that we expand into Saudi, we open a center in Saudi, in Qatar, in Kuwait, and have that real physical touch point with our customers and build a fashion community.
How has it been getting big brands on board, like the likes of Gucci, Dior, Hermes even, and for them trusting you to be able to essentially sell their products? How do those conversations happen? Do you just walk up into a Gucci store and be like, hey, look, we've got this great new concept and we want to sell your bags? Or how does it work?
It's a long story. The final part of it is that we built a 90-page deck where we really had a great value proposition. But it actually started with Luxottica. We understood that this is a sunny country and sunglasses would be a really great business to get in. And we started getting into conversations with Luxottica, which owns all the brands for sunglasses. And they actually steered us that, look, you guys have something really wonderful here, and why not move to other product categories? So we took a step back and reassessed the whole thing. and we went out, started pitching them. We did not get all the brands in the beginning. We started with like Ray-Ban. We just had 4 brands: Ray-Ban, Arnett, Vogue, and Oakley. And then we were struggling, like, how do we scale from here? And slowly and steadily, we navigated it. We understood Italians really well, the French houses really well, what they want their brand to image to go out to the public. So, and how we can, and we are very AI and tech driven, and they also understand that GCC market is the it place in the world right now. Everybody, all the millionaires are moving here. So that was our strength, that we were the first to do like this.
And so do you come from a fashion background at all, or anything like that, or is it more tech and...
So I worked with McKinsey for 7 years.
Okay.
I was leading their financial strategy team here in the region across 8 offices and Egypt and Pakistan.
So that's interesting, because something like that then must appeal to these people who you've got on board, right? Because, fashion, they know they can do all that, but they need someone to get their product out there in unique and different ways and realize where there are gaps in the market. And that's what you guys are essentially doing. Is that how it's worked?
Yeah, so I'll tell you a quick story. So we were trying to build our business, and we were at one of the after parties from a runway show. And fashion is about art, and they talk like really passionately about creating art, right? And I was there in the conversation, and I told them that, look, you guys are an artist, but I know art of creating business. And I would go and build your supply chain. I will build your tech infrastructure, make it secure, reach out to customers. So you create the art, and I bring it to the world.
Yeah.
So that was the conversation we had.
The art of business, yeah, definitely. Yeah. That's very interesting. Karan, obviously there are huge concerns, I think, that people have around authenticity of products, and particularly when they're sat buying something online, and if they're going to spend a lot of money for something online. And that's why I get the sense that a lot of people like to go to the stores, because they like to physically see the item, know that it's directly from that store. What processes do you guys have in place to ensure that, customers are trusting you to get the authentic items delivered to their door?
Right. So very simply, all our product come with NFC tag. So if you buy a Versace shirt from us, you just go to the tag of the Versace, put your phone on it, and an NFC notification pops up on your phone. You press it, and the authenticity opens on the brand's website. So you can and it comes with all the tracking that the product SKU number is this. So we really ship all our products with NFC tag, which brand authenticates in the back end.
How is that so important in this day and age?
Extremely, because these are like expensive products, and the trust is the most important part here. And to build a good business and reputable business, which you have to scale globally, the trust is the most important part. And I think due to technology, we are able to do it with NFC, and I think it's pretty great for us.
You mentioned that you've also kind of got this hands-on approach with customers. There's the WhatsApp concierge service, I think, that you have. And I mean, people love to be online on WhatsApp out here as well. How does that work? What's the feedback been like for that? Is that something that you're really kind of putting a lot of energy and effort into, given, that people do spend a lot of time messaging on WhatsApp?
So that's exactly one of the major value proposition versus all our regional players. Everybody is a pure play e-commerce player, but we understand that it's about emotion of buying a product. If you buy nice shoes or a nice jacket or a nice shirt, you feel confident, you feel happy. It's about emotion. And we have team of personal shopper help you get that right emotion. And that builds a loyal customer over time, and helps you with fashion advices, help you with pairing, and which all of these e-commerce websites are missing. They are just pure play e-commerce. They don't have any physical touch point with your customer, and I think that's extremely important in the business of fashion.
So how is luxury for you making money out of this? Are you advertising on your platforms? Obviously, the prices for a bag may be slightly more than what you'd pay if you're going directly to Gucci or Dior per se. What's the business model for you guys?
So we have healthy margins. The gross margin is pretty healthy, but it varies from the category and the brand. And I think before even jumping into the business, we built a lot of financial models, and we did a lot of scenario modeling and understood that, okay, at 5 years' time, where we can take it, what is our NPV, and what will be our cash flow. So without getting into the specifics of the numbers, I think it's a huge, great business to be in. The margins are great, and there's a perpetual demand. Like, there is always people getting into different segments of income tier and always wanting to buy nicer products. And it's an endless cycle. So.
What have you noticed over the last couple of years, particularly since you've been building this, about the luxury market out here in Dubai? As I mentioned some of the stats earlier, it's growing exponentially, expected to exceed 130 billion by 2030, luxury sales here globally, and obviously the UAE will have a huge chunk of that. What have you noticed about the market out here in particular and how strong it is?
So compared to US market, which is like a big consumer of the world, they just are buying anything and everything. But the UAE people here in Shopper, they're working hard. Expats are working hard. Everybody wants, as I said, exclusive products. They need personal service. They need trust, and before jumping into luxury. And also they want to live a Dubai lifestyle, but they are working hard for it. So we understood that, look, we need to deliver on these three values, and that's what we took our time to build our company around it.
There was one stat which jumped out to me, and it's something that we started on. And you said there's a 7% gap which you believe you can really tap into. So that's people shopping online for luxury items, 13% in the UAE compared to 20% globally. What is holding back that digital growth in the market here in the UAE? To me, I'm just looking at it from the other side, do you not feel that that's a sign that UAE customers don't necessarily want to buy luxury items online, or is it just that there isn't a platform to do that?
Look, me personally, I hate driving to Dubai Mall, getting stuck in traffic, then go park at P4, then walk. I get exhausted by the process itself.
P4.
Just saying, like, it's crazy right here in Dubai. And I think the Middle Eastern economies are just getting out of their infancy stage and booming. Like, for example, here the companies are going IPO. It's still at a nascent stage. So the e-commerce penetration was pretty low. If you think about it, like Amazon is not there in Kuwait, right? Like a company like Amazon is not there in Kuwait. So a regional player like Noon is tapping into that opportunity. So that's like luxury for you is like similar to that, right? So the economies are just opening up to different sectors, and I think it's going to boom really well, and we have the first mover advantage here.
So do you feel now that 7% gap that you're talking about, that's truly where you guys come in to capitalize on that gap and expand it even more?
So we capitalize on the 13% itself, and then we have an upward or incremental value of 7%.
Yeah.
So in a very overarching way, the direction of the company has a bright future, right? Like in just numbers and statistics. And we have 1,200 brands and infinite collection. So, and we are asset light. So our chunk of money is not tied up into inventory. It can go into marketing, creating physical centers, reaching our customers, and building a fashion community.
Karan Singh with us from Luxury for You, talking about the brand launching its members-only e-tailer network, which is connecting UAE shoppers with authentic global designer brands. 1,200 of them, is that right, Karan? Yeah. Karan's with us here on Daybreak on Mira Business FM. If you don't mind sticking around, plenty more questions to get through with you, Karan. It's coming up to 1:30. We'll have the news after this short break. Welcome back to Mira Business FM. This is Daybreak. Inzamam Rashid with you for the next 30 minutes or so. And in the studio with us, we have Karan Singh. He is the managing director, one of the co-founders of Luxury for You. Why are we talking to him? Well, because Luxury for You, a members-only e-tailer, is officially launching after a couple of years in the making, and they are planning to make waves in the luxury retail sector throughout the UAE and beyond. Karan, it's a pleasure to have you here on Mira Business FM. Thank you so much for your time. Tell us how Luxury for You differs to some of the current outlets that are there, like Net-a-Porter, Farfetch, even Unas, which is very popular in the UAE. The space seems very crowded and established with very global and regional players. How do you guys differ?
So there are three things. Number one is the physical touch point. My Theresa, Net-a-Porter, Farfetch does not have a physical presence. You cannot walk into Unas store and complain about the product. We are there for you in the downtown. Second is the insider prices. They are hoarding all the profits to themselves while we are trying to pass on our margins to the customer in terms of insider prices or a little bit of discount so that they are really getting bang for their buck. And the third thing is personal service. You can go to Net-a-Porter, but you don't know if the size is right, if the color is right. But our team really helps you pick the right outfit, the right product, so that your money is gone into the right fit for yourself. And one more thing, we also have a circular program. It's called Insider Exchange. So if you buy from us, we will buy back from you and sell it on our platform.
So people can sell their secondhand goods if they've bought directly from you guys.
That's correct, yeah.
And so how does that process work, and what is the vision for that process? Why is that something that you've brought on board?
So basically our members get something